Check 1 2. Check.
Check. 1 1 2 1. Check. 1 2. Are you watching on YouTube? YouTube would have quite a delay on it, but Zoom. watching Freedom Star. Oh, my akan jika main bal akan seterima di video so akan itu harus offer matimal ada sama
Check. 1, 2. Check.
Carl, kom terug.
Pretty different. So
Pretty, yeah, pretty.
Oh, dis nice. Ons sal hy nou klemkor wys. Ek het dit nou net verander. Yes, yes. Nee, ek sê ek het alles gekopie. Nee, ek dink hy lê daar op die tafel. Ja. Kyk nou. Dis op die regte channels.
So because they get bored of this one thing.
Ka, sy nou reg. Wat? Wat is er al nog 'n lyn in sit? Dis vol. Yes. Nee. Het hy? Garant ek nie mooi gekyk. Nou is die HDMI weer weg. Fok. Nou, audio is gefok. Alles is gefok. Kyk. Okay, kom ons hoop maar vir die beste dan.
in their own experiences, and I think we should be waiting for the PSA draft a policy with this. Looking at management, I think they get guided in living by example. We find that people are not coming to work as requested because there is no guideline in what is needed. I think we need more management support in terms of providing the trainers with tools of trade, simple things that people take it for granted, like a laptop, a working laptop. In the country, we've got a challenge of network connection. The SITA responsible for the public service, which is SITA. We find that there is no continuous connectivity in terms of providing with networks, and we're supposed to work from home. So it makes people who are not given this particular tools of trade to come to work and being exposed for this virus. So I think in the public service, talking in general for the province, our province is purely rural. Can you imagine a district office in Guyana, district office in Vembe, in Chilizine? You find a training officer that's supposed to work from home, doesn't even have a working laptop or desktop in the office. What about working from home? So I think we need more to be done, because I think the pandemic is here to stay. And as such, we must be able to be innovative. When I say we shouldn't be waiting for any policy, because people will say this is not in the policy, but we have to keep the ground running and work and ensure that we're innovative. We provide all the resources and the performance, and because if we don't report, then it means in the public service we're not going to do anything. As a provincial coordinator, like I understand there are people who are working from home who have comorbidities, but without me having all the resources that I can be able to contact even people that are supposed to work from home, then it means that particular person will never report for the entire financial, or as long as COVID is here with us. So I think with these presentations that are posted by the NSG on the PSTF or on the website of the NSG, as the province will encourage our HRD practitioners to go into the website and look at the presentations that we've done. And we continue with conversations and discussions on how can we improve ourselves, because as trainers, we need to be able to ensure that we train and we instill the culture of learning, because like without lifelong learning, there's nothing we can do. And now we've got the e-learning. E-learning has been here and we talked to for a long time, but now this is the reality. We have to ensure that e-learning is here and make people be able to source out information, whether it's global, whether it's regionally, whether it's domestic, in terms of whatever fields that they want to empower themselves on. Thank you.
My name is Moleke Masram. I'm working in the Department of Agriculture, HRD. So I'm here to attend training on human resource training as HRD. And then this training is being facilitated by Department of the Premier and NSG. In this training, there are quite a number of things that I've experienced, that we had from the presentations. And the presentations were quite informative and eye-awakening. The things that captured my attention are as follows. First, there was a presentation on ethical behavior for the public servants and the challenges that we have experienced during this period of COVID-19. This COVID-19 has affected the public service immensely. It has affected us quite badly as public servants because we are not doing or delivering services as we are supposed to do. You remember that when it started, we had a lockdown where offices were literally closed, and then the public did not access our services. And as such, the public suffered because of lack of services. And especially for public servants, we did not go to work. And if we are not at work, it means the work is never done. And then we lately, with this COVID, we had a rotational arrangement that we have done to say on such a day you are going to work, on such a day you don't go to work. And during those days that you are not going to work, you need to work from home. And so it was highlighted that the issue of working from home is here to stay. It's going to be with us for quite a number for quite some times. And as such, if you are working from home, it doesn't mean that you are not performing your tasks. You will have to do your work at home. You have to work online if you had an opportunity of having the laptop and you are network connected. But in some cases, you find that you cannot perform as expected because you don't have the data you don't have connectivity, and then you are unable to access your clients. Like as HRD, our key responsibility is to train employees, and sometimes you cannot train them because some of your clients, they don't have the laptops. So these are the new things that have emerged, the new challenges that have emerged with COVID-19. And but as employees, we are not supposed to throw the towel. What we need to do is to work with what we have. And then if you don't have the resources, the little resources that you have, you need to use them to make sure that the training is being done to other employees. So National School of Government came here to give us the strategies, to give us the techniques that we can use to make sure that we train our people in the light of COVID-19. Should not throw the towel and say there's nothing that we can do. So public servants need to also to have a good ethical behavior. Good ethical behavior, which means we need to be disciplined. We need to work accordingly as per our GPI, which is key performance instrument. So we really appreciate the intervention that is done by National School of Government. And I think now as employees, we've been re-energized, and also that we need to imagine the new ways of doing things so that we overcome this pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you. Action.
Good afternoon. My name is Dina Whitehead. I'm from Office of the Premier. I'm a new intern from Office of the Premier. I believe that I still have a long way to go, but so far I just want to thank the National School of Government for bringing this opportunity to broaden my mind, to broaden my skills. What really stood out for me is the presentation that was made by Ms. Kubuzo. She spoke about integrity, he spoke about ethics, and also he touched about sexual harassment. So I believe that as a public servant, you need to have that integrity. You need to have those ethics so that you can represent people, so that people can be open to you and will be able to help them. So I believe this opportunity will make me to learn as time goes on, and I will be able to know what is going on in the HR department and what is it that is expected of me. I just want to thank this opportunity because as we go, we learn and we move. So I'm just excited that I'll be learning a lot more from this internship. Thank you.
Wow.
I'm Mike Tamera from the Department of Health, Limpopo. I just want to express my sincere gratitude for bringing this program to Limpopo province. I could not ask for more. I've attended a lot of programs in my life, both within South Africa and outside South Africa. And believe you me, this is one of the best programs I've attended. And thank you for the NSG who brought a top creme de la creme of facilitators. And you know, if you don't know that you do not know, you are a problem to yourself and the world at large. Today, it's really an eye-opening exercise. And I must say, from what I have learned, I'm going to go places, I will see faces, and there will be no cases. And I want to say this from the bottom of my heart before I retire. This program has inspired and motivated me. Indeed, change begins with me. Please visit me in the next few months. You will see what I have learned. It is all about going to apply and living what I have learned. And thank you very much.
South Africa is growing and new challenges arrive every day. Challenges that weren't there yesterday, but the solutions are needed today.
We do have a problem of unemployment in South Africa, of poverty, of inequality, particularly the unemployment that is affecting our young people and women. And this school, we are hoping, can assist us with properly researched information on how best as government can we deal with these issues.
National School of Government provides public sector with the power to implement successful transformation, a capable workforce, and ultimately inspire public service that responds effectively to these challenges.
The National School of Government is mandated to train public servants throughout the entire public service, which includes the provinces and the national departments. But we are also mandated through Memorandum of Understanding to train the local government sector.
This school is a school which has to teach people about everything that is happening in government, both those that are coming for the first time and therefore at an entrance level, but those that are in the middle management and those that are in the senior management.
With effect from April 1, 2020, an individual may only qualify to enter the senior management service if they have successfully completed a public service senior management leadership program at the required performer level. The program aims to challenge you as a public servant to live the PLE principles and to instill knowledge and understanding of the intrinsic values and building blocks of our democratic state. This is also according to the aims of the National Development Plan.
The National Development Plan remains a guiding vision towards 2030 and the emancipation of South Africans from the triple challenges of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. We need to build a capable developmental state, which, together with an active citizenry, leads to a drive against these triple challenges. We also need to be part of building an ethical and professional public service. Through its suite of programs, the school trains in excess of 30,000 public servants annually.
With the right knowledge, nothing is impossible. And as NSG combines the best training facilities that allow our public sector to have access to learning and development programs.
Depending on the program, we always keep the minimum of stock material, which varies in terms of number from 200 to 1,000. We also keep 2% of material printed in Braille to accommodate learners who are visually impaired in order to promote diversity within National School of Government training programs.
The origins of the design and development of the school's curriculum is multiple. For example, we could have a request from a ministry with regard to what they need for us to design. We could also have requests from particular departments who maybe have designed particular policy for implementation, and they request the school to support them through training and development to implement that policy. The school is also quite proactive, and so we make use of our training needs analysis, the analysis thereof, and we design the curriculum thereof. So, for example, when we design our financial management and supply chain management programs, we will have a very close working relationship with colleagues in National Treasury.
A training calendar was developed to assist the department that on a specific date, in a specific calendar month, and in a financial year, on the specific date, those departments can send their learners or delegates here at the NSG offices for them to participate in that particular training invention that they are interested in. This enables the departments to ensure that people are trained other than having to wait to have a number of 25 people per department. After the completion of each training, there is a certificate which is issued to the participants of that specific program.
In the era of the fourth industrial revolution, where technology impacts almost everything we do, we have to work together to use its opportunities in ways that benefit all public servants and public service in general. Using technology also enables the school to deliver learning in the workplace at much lower costs. Furthermore, departments don't incur extra costs associated with traditional learning and development. For example, traveling to a training venue, accommodation, catering, S&T. We use e-learning to make learning opportunities available to large numbers of public servants. When public servants enroll for an e-learning course, they take personal responsibility for their learning and development. They can learn at any time, and they can learn at a pace that feels comfortable for them. These are just some of the advantages of e-learning. To benefit, departments must create an enabling and supportive environment. At the very least, departments have to make an internet-enabled device available for e-learning purposes. This could be a desktop computer or a laptop, and our courses are also accessible on tablets and smartphones.
The office of the principal is the highest executive office in NSG. The principal, as accounting officer of the school, must lead and provide strategic vision and direction. The principal also undertakes strategic communication with key stakeholders.
We have to operate based on the cost recovery model. So we calculate what are the costs that are involved in us delivering a program. Then we add them all together when we come up with a tariff. From there, we take it to the National Treasury to do a review of those tariffs. National Treasury allocation gives us about 30% of the total if you include the vote and the trading account together. So the sustainability of the organization rests with the trading account. So we have to work hard to make sure that we sustain ourselves and generate enough money so that the organization can run smoothly.
The school also forges strategic international partnerships and mobilizes resources from the donor community and facilitates engagement in the global knowledge exchange network.
The international relations and special projects is one of the chief directorates within the NSG, with the role of coordinating the participation of the National School of Government in international forums. One of those forums is the African Union Specialized Technical Committee number 8, which is dealing with capacity building in the public service across the continent. The second one is the African Management Development Institutes Network, which is called AMDIN. The National School of Government is the secretariat for AMDIN. And through AMDIN, we are implementing courses across the continent. And through AMDIN, we are uniting the African Management Development Institutes under one umbrella, with a view to ensure that there is a common understanding and a common approach to development and capacity building, within the continent. We are also coordinating the participation of the NSG in courses that are offered by the Chinese Academy of Governance. We have an MOU which we have facilitated for the NSG to sign. That MOU is between the NSG and KEG. We are coordinating as international relations and special projects the participation of the National School of Government in courses that are provided by several institutions. One example, for instance, is the participation of the NSG in courses offered by the National School of Administration of France. We have sent, since 2009, several public servants from both the NSG and the other government departments.
NSG makes space for the public sector to be involved in moving the country forward, knowing that they are part of a bigger team.
We contribute to the mandate of government by professionalizing our public servants so that they can go out and give the whole of South Africa a better service, a better quality of service, so that we can all live and be happy in South Africa.
The NSG ensures that public servants are empowered so that the citizens, when they interact with the public service, they can receive a fast and effective service from them.
When public service is done right, it solves everyday problems that optimize resources and allow South Africa to grow.
To summarize the Batupili principles, we say we belong. We are saying as public servants, we belong to the public sector. We belong to the government as workers. But we also say we care. When we say we care, we're actually saying we care for our patients, our clients, our customers, our public, and our people. And when
Hi, good morning, colleagues. We will have to start because we are beyond 9 o'clock now. So I'm going to request that the colleagues that are still outside be invited to get into the room so that we can start immediately. We are using 2 rooms, colleagues. The other is the overflow, just to manage COVID protocols. So in here, we will be 50, but the other colleagues who will be live streaming will be in the room next door. But it's a seamless process, so we'll be able to manage it without any form of hindrance. So let's all come in with our cups of tea, coffee, so that we start. Yeah, they can, absolutely, yeah. We're still waiting for some few more to come in. If we can have Dr. Shezi also come in. Rebecca, just assist a little bit with getting these guys in, including Dr. Shezi.
This one or which one? Carl?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. How are you? Good. Welcome to the PLE learning session for the province, Northwest Province. We're glad you could come. We're going to kickstart the program. And the program is a session which is led by two experienced facilitators. The first one is Soli Mukhaladi. We will introduce him properly later. We are a bit rushing time in the sense that the DG from the province has some pressing commitments that he needs to attend to. So I will then introduce Soli later. So Soli, so that we give the DDG time to say his say to us. Thanks. Thank you very much, Dr. Shezi. Colleagues, I think without any waste of time, as we would like to release Mr. Chuma for other priorities that will be starting shortly, I would like to take this opportunity to then welcome him to the podium. He's going to be giving us a keynote address from the provincial government, and then we will take the process from there. Thanks a lot.
Good morning, colleagues. Thank you very much. It looks like a beautiful weather now, but we know that it has been changing forever. Really, the climate has changed and everything has changed. I also believe that also the way we want to do things is also going to change. Skill and competent official exude confidence and can be easily trusted, right? A learned official demonstrates innovation and creativity and is valued. We need to restore the public trust and value of the state to the citizens. Having said that, ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate being invited here today to come and speak to your good selves. This seminar or conference is very much important in terms of bringing together the engine that would be able to drive a capable and ethical developmental state in this country forward. The DG of the province, Dr. Musweu Mokhotle, he could have been here as well today to address you. Unfortunately, we are going to meet with the National Portfolio Committee on Public Administration and Services to do some presentation there. But I want to share with you how we are really looking at how best this can assist us as a province and ultimately the entire national government. We truly want to build a capable and ethical developmental state. And building a capable and ethical developmental state is largely dependent on the capability of the resources that we have, largely. We know that for us to be able to do that, there's an endeavor for us to professionalize the public sector. There's an endeavor for us to deal away with greed, crime, and corruption within the public sector. There's a great need for us to make sure that our recruitment and selection is based on meritocracy. And there's absolutely no doubt that all of these things, together with stakeholder collaboration, if we do them correctly, we will be able to give effect to the other 6 priorities of government as we know them. Because there's a need for us to ensure that our health, skills, and education base are of a quality and desired nature. We wouldn't say much about that now because we know how important it is for us to have a quality health services, which is provided for by a capable or competent, skilled, and learned staff members. It is through HRD, human resource development, that we can be able to impact positively on economic transformation and job creation. And I think when we speak about job creation, we must not only limit it to somebody who says, I'm going to seek or look for a job, but we must also be able to look at it within the parameters of innovation and creativity on the base of entrepreneurship. And it's our effort to be able to say, how do we tap on talent development and be able to manage it, even at work environment? Not only when people want to retire, it's in that we are saying, what is your skill base and what do you want to do? But basically to say that there are people who are finding themselves within the employment space. But after a particular period of time, they realize that perhaps this is not where I function purposefully. And therefore, because I'm not chasing job, but I'm chasing my purpose. How do we then begin to prepare the public servants to become innovative and creative so that they can ultimately contribute towards economic transformation and job creation for that matter? The spatial integration, human settlement, and local government. This is very important. It is through human resource development that we are able to produce officials who will be able to produce an evidence-based information for decision-making. Is it still necessary for us? Who's going to advise local government, human settlement in terms of spatial planning, that we no longer need 40 by 40 stands because they don't afford people an opportunity to have their backyards to plant vegetables? Because we are also saying that we must contribute towards a healthy living. So it is through this forum that we must be able to interrogate and think beyond what is in front of us on the desk. Consolidating social wage through reliable and quality basic services is also part of the priority within the National Development Plan. As human resource development practitioners, your good selves, as the people who are able to make sure that information becomes available and you are able to equip human beings, what type of information are we sharing to influence government to relook at their grant program? Would we continue to say that we'll give people 350 or the grants as they receive them without them having to contribute back into the society? In the long run, what type of society would have created? So when government talks about consolidation of the social wage through reliable and quality basic services, it is through human resource development that we can begin to create a culture of development, because we also want to create a developmental state, a culture of independence as opposed to dependency on government state. And this has to start with us consciously in terms of the programs that you identify at the workplace, so that we can also influence those that we are working with, so they ultimately go out. So if we are able to create a culture of independence in South Africa, we can then be able to also honor the priority that talks about influencing Africa and the world. Because then we become a good model of benchmark. We are able to say that as South Africa, we are able to preach preservation of the planet, where people are independent and they're also able to contribute innovatively and creatively into the environment. Because it is through you that we will be able to tell whether this planet Earth is habitable or not. And that is the level of thinking and requirement that we expect to be coming out from a discussion like this one. That we should truly and truly think, and by having a helicopter view in terms of a development. Because when you say human resource development, you're talking about an integral part of me, my biopsychosocial approach to life. So we should not only end in terms of academics and wanting to align ourselves with what already exists. Information that is already in existence, it's of no use in terms of human resource development, but it's of good use to maintain the status quo. So people who must maintain the status quo are people who are dependent on you, who are your stakeholders. But your good selves, you must never be able to look back or be complacent in an environment where you find yourself. I wish you well in your discussions. I will attend the portfolio committee, and I'm intent to also come and join the discussions with your good selves. And I'm also interested in seeing the outcome of the objective of today's sitting and tomorrow's closure, as it should be. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Let it be peaceful. Thank you.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Chuma, and you are released. But thank you very much for the brilliant ideas that you have shared with us in the short presentation that you have made. I do note with pride, as a person that is external to the province, the commitment that you are sharing with the work that the NSG is particularly doing around building a capable and developmental state. So what it means is that we will leverage each other's strengths and opportunities as we drive this big agenda forward. I have noted, again, the commitment from the province in dealing away with issues related to corruption, as well as gravitating towards building a very strong foundation for meritocracy. We are going to be hearing a lot about this drive towards meritocracy from the presentation that will be shared with us after we have gone through the purpose of this conference by Dr. Shezi. So we will be coming to that soon. Glad also that Mr. Chuma reminded about the catalyst role that yourselves as HRD managers are expected to play in terms of bringing up the changes that we would like to see in the public service. Anchored around issues of economic development, transformation, he said, as well as matters of building a very strong foundation for entrepreneurship. And he does, without any apologizing, that obviously requires skilling so that people can be able to play their role. And he sent us the responsibility of skilling the entire province, so to speak, starting, of course, with the nucleus of the public service from the role that you have to play as HRD managers. So we're looking forward to a very rich engagement around those matters. As we go with the program towards the end, we are going to be dividing ourselves into groups where we are going to be taking some of the insights we have derived from the various presentations and collate them into some kind of interactive group discussions so that we can map our way forward and know what lies between now and the next PSTF that will be coming in the province. So thanks for that very inspirational short address by Mr. Chuma. I'm now coming to Dr. Shezi, just so that we deal with issues around the strategic positioning of the PSTF in line with what was said before, so that as we deal with the presentation on the welcome by the NSG, we do it seamless. Steve, that should be fine with you. All right. Now that we have taken the address from the province. So now I would like to welcome onto the podium Dr. Tami Shezi, who will deal with the purpose of the PSTF.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you, Program Director. I did promise that I will introduce the facilitator. Let me start doing that, and then I would outline the purpose of the session. I did say this session is led by a very experienced facilitator, Mr. Soli Mokhalade, the gentleman who's been talking to you already. He boasts years of experience in leadership, especially in the public sector, coupled with a proven track record in operational leadership, strategy development, project management, financial and people management, as well as stakeholder management. He holds a master's degree in public management, which he obtained at the Regenesis School of Public Management, among other academic qualifications. He also completed the Gordon Institute of Business Science, Executive Leadership Development, besides the Change Management Leadership Training with RIPA, which is in London. He has held senior positions in various spheres in the public sector, which include that of Executive Director for Service Delivery Training and Development at the Eastwhile South African Management Development Institute, SAMDI. He was a Chief Director at Palama, which is now called the National School of Government. He also served as a Deputy Director General, Public Sector Development at the Gauteng City Region Academy. At the local government sphere, he served as Regional Executive Director for Region 2 in the city of Tshwane, and later on as Chief Executive Officer of Tshwane Economic Development Agency. His current passion is management consulting in broader organizational development discipline, which is learning and development, strategy mapping, performance consulting. Ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be your main pilot, Soli Mokhalade. We do have, again, a co-facilitator in the name of Dr. Izimangaliso Malachi. Dr. Izzy, as we call her, holds an MBA and a DTech in Business Administration from Tshwane University of Technology. She's a Director of Finance at the National School of Government, responsible for finance management, donor funding, and reporting. She also facilitates training in programs such as Compulsory Induction Program, CIP 13 to 14, and lead facilitator training. Her experience also includes part-time lecturing at institutions of higher learning such as UNISA, School of Business Leadership, Damelin and TUT in the field of accounting and public finance. In her career, she has worked in the banking industry, APSA, Institution of Higher Learning, TUT, private sector, LIMAS, and public sector, Sunparks, Gauteng, Treasury, and now at the NSG. Her areas of interest are research in the public service space, change management, and entrepreneurship. She is passionate about youth development and empowerment. Ladies and gentlemen, can we see the two presenters, please, if the two program directors, so that we know the people we are talking so well about here. If they could stand, please. Thank you. These are the officials who will be assisting us to take the program forward today and tomorrow, up until we part ways. Lastly, ladies and gentlemen, I need to outline the purpose for us being here. Those who've been in the PSTF for quite a while would know that the National School of Government organizes annual PSTF conferences. We are familiar with that. Yes. As the PSTF has evolved, there has been serious conversations that say we can't wait for the year end, because in between a lot happens. lot of interesting topical issues, relevant issues, conversations that emerge in the moment that needs to be talked about. Any structure that is serious and is a learning structure, it needs to subject itself to the rigors of learning, empowerment, networking. So we are about that in the PSTF. Through the funding then of the EU, we were then able to bring these discussions to the provinces, which is what we are doing. You are having your own dedicated to you, nobody else. There's no case that any, you and you alone, to talk and engage on HRD issues, but more importantly, network, colleagues, network, because through those opportunities, we're trying to expand learning opportunities so that you are able to network with your colleagues and be able to be empowered as well and learn good practices. If you look at the program is filled with exciting topics which represent emerging issues that we need to engage in. 4 or 5 years ago, there was no working from home. Unless you had gone a wall. But otherwise, we had to be in the office. And managers were used to managing you. Now managers are now having to learn to manage targets rather than you as an individual. The manager will sit in his office and see you passing, and you open your computer and says, yeah, it's working. And you may very well be playing games, but at least the computer is open. So the way of working, for example, with the pandemic has had to require us to relook at working arrangements. We're bringing those conversations to yourselves. Technology and how we then can best leverage technology to achieve our educational better learning outcomes. We're bringing those kinds of conversations to yourselves. And the exciting era we're in with the professionalization of the public service conversation, a conversation that is led by our minister. We're bringing that because we need to be talking about these things. And again, we need to be talking about how we will professionalize our trainers to be able to grapple with the issue of COVID and equip the public service to better perform and deliver in the various areas. So we're bringing these conversations and we're going from province to province to suss out this. But more importantly, we want your inputs. You will be hearing later, for example, when we bring the professionalization of trainers conversation, we'll be needing your inputs as we begin to develop that document going forward. So in a nutshell, the program director, those are the issues and the kinds of expectations from us as delegates to this auspicious occasion. Wow. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Again, Dr. Shezi, for reminding us about why we are here, and the fact that we are meeting as a province and province alone. We have the ample opportunity to talk about ourselves, even brutally, because there are no external parties in our midst. Colleagues, the next speaker is the speaker that will be taking 2 slots from his colleagues that unfortunately could not be with us. And that is the principal of the NSG, Mr. Busani Ngaweni is not here, but will be represented by the speaker that I will introduce very soon. And that will also be the case with the presentation that we will be taking at 10 o'clock, that he will be doing with those 2 slots in the program. The person I'm talking about is Dr. Mukatsane Motlokoane. Dr. Motlokoane started his career in the public sector over 20 years ago, and during his period, he accumulated a wealth of experience in capacity building initiatives for both the public and private sectors. He's passionate about promoting the uptake of education, training, and development programs through facilitating strategic partnerships. A development professional who believes that requisite skills to serve the people can be borne out through multidisciplinary collaborative partnerships at all levels of the public service, including organizational teams. He's currently the Chief Director for Business Development and Specialized Projects at the National School of Government. His strength lies in his passion and strong capability for business development, stakeholder engagement, and establishing strategic partnerships. Prior to joining the public service, he spent many years in various manufacturing companies, such as Robert Bosch, Pty Ltd, Unilever in the South African breweries, where he worked in engineering departments. In this area, he is a qualified mechanical engineering fitter and has a trade test certificate as well as a national diploma in mechanical engineering. He therefore has vast experience in maintenance, tooling, artisan development programs, learnership programs, and trade assessments. These were further advanced while he was working as a manager at the Institute of National Development of Learnerships, Employment Skills and Labor Assessment called INDELA at the Department of Higher Education and Training. Previously played a critical role in the merger of further education and training, FET colleges, now called the Technical Vocational Education and Training TVET colleges, where he held several positions ranging from lecturer, senior lecturer, head of engineering division, to being the head of the skills campus in Roslyn, respectively at the Tshwane North TVET College. Dr. Motlokoane holds BTech degree and master's degree, MTech in education from Tshwane University of Technology, and a Doctor of Education degree from the University of South Africa. He has further honed his research skills through working as an independent researcher in school evaluations for the Joint Education Trust. He has supervised research projects of many master students at Tshwane University of Technology and is currently the external examiner for both master's and doctoral students in education at UNISA. Ladies and gentlemen, show some love for Dr. Motlokoane.
Program Director, Mr. Sole Mokhaladi, together with your co-president, Program Director, Dr. Izzy Malachi, Dr. Tamsanga Shezi, senior managers from Northwest. I like it in Setswana. Bokoni Bupirima. Bokoni Bupirima, are you well? Bokoni Bupirima, are you well? Thank you so much. I wanted also to ask a question. Are you awake? Why? T.E. Lawrence, I quote, says, all men, of course, women included, dream, but do not do so equally. Those who dream by night in the dusty recesses of their minds wake in the day to find that it was vanity. Are dangerous men and women, for they may act on the dreams with open eyes to make them possible, unquote. As we meet today in this peer learning with all of us concerned as HRD practitioners, as trainers, about the challenges that we face in the public service, we are eager to wake up as the public service, as the DEDG has said, to regain the confidence of citizens. We have a huge challenge ahead of us. How do we do that? Ladies and gentlemen, this morning I bring great the nation's has indicated. And I think hopefully to what we have wanted to convey to you. But in the main, I want to also again quote Alvin Toffler. Right. But it will be those who cannot learn, unlearn, relearn. As the next school of come to you, this, how do we position ourselves as a simulator for reskilling public servants to master execution diligence? Of the bigger challenges that are change, issues of economic recession, issues of poverty that we are grappling with, especially here in South Africa. Practitioners in HRD with all of these. COVID-19, the modern pandemic, that this challenge we're faced with today is not the first that had actually come and challenged humanity. As you can see in the slide that I'm presenting before you, Black Death, 1899 to 1923, 6 cholera pandemic, 1918 to 1920, Spanish flu, to 1969. COVID-19 of these, we're bring some of the stuff that get to our praises of development on COVID-19 week. Cognizant of the fact that we try as government with planning aircraft turbulence. Using this analogy, the energy would want to position itself as a public would have to be taken to is battling the turbulences. And this is what we see as government, that we are on a day-to-day basis faced with turbulences, particularly of very skilled crew. Safely. The correct due diligence as we do our plan. What a beautiful soccer field that we have there. There's a tree in the middle of the field. Sometimes we plan, we execute, but if we are not going to do enough, we find implementation. We find a tree in the middle of our plans. We have to start afresh. What got wrong? Who did not do what? And that's where we have challenges, blame fixing. When pilots are flying aircrafts, there are two types of winds that they have to manage: the headwinds and the tailwinds. Headwinds that the pilot is able to slow the plane and ultimately to land it safely. But tailwinds, the question is, as HRD practitioners, what are those headwinds that we have to navigate in our daily work that are this delivery? The skill to navigate them. Problems down consequence of neglect upstream. I'm sure you in Bukonibu Pirima would agree. until it gets dilapidated. Like we see this road there. Once was a beautiful one, but due to neglect upstream, now we find ourselves having to drive through potholes all over. Even an old, what is that? Aircraft being used for, not for the right purpose. We are confronted as plans that plan and responsibility. Integrated government talking about. It has to be professional, meritocratic, and ethical public administration. And of course, a state that mainstreams gender issues, that empowers the youth and people with lived development states. One is resilient, and I think I've outlined the main, but that is execution diligence accountability, must have capacity to plan, planning that is based on evidence. Has to be a strong center that is coherent, where coordination is always in the line of sight. That is prudent in sources as HRD practitioners to be able to use those resources prudently. Effective governance and transparent government are critical. Social and quality by scientists came in very handy, where decisions were based mainly on that the ban of alcohol will clear ICU beds, evidence. The dynamic use of technology rapid response mechanisms and see how can we fast track our supply chain processes for us to be able to react quickly to the challenges we're facing. Accordingly. Responsive governance and institutional arrangements and effective communications, of course, led by our state. But what type of leaders that we require, or public servants, that are committed to the cause of national development and transformation, that are diligent in the execution of national priorities, that are prudent in the deployment of funds, and of course, masterful and know what they're doing. The responsibility of the National School of Government to make sure that each and every one of us here has got to deliver and do that job. Know that was innovative. Clear demonstration of execution. I think it was over in America with the agents. All in aviation, they retain is a prerequisite for obtaining their trade licenses. They're arguing to return to the simulator as public space. Public, and of course, in our effort to then position ourselves premised or underpinned by the ethical, by priority one that states that we need to develop a capable, ethical, and a developmental state. The NSG has actually drawn its mandate thoroughly to have improved leadership and governance and accountability for a functional and efficient integrated state. And of course, we are repeating again to ensure we have the president who expects a lot from us as the public service. because he argues that the public service it also dents public confidence. Advancing honesty, ethics, and integrity in the public service is critical to build a capable state. And he is also adding neutral cost training. At one of our courses, meaning he has returned to the simulator himself. The mandate of the NSG there should not be any public servant who claims, who says, I can't do my work because I am not skilled, I do not have the requisite skills. We'll be able to provide interventions or such. We know it's not enough. We need to also provide school or academy in the Northwest. Institutional support is critical. We foster collaboration, and we also the local government, and we conduct training and examinations and tests as it's a requirement. It's part of our mandate. Now, in terms of saying this, but this was a really something that makes us proud, made us proud as the NSG when the president at the commission this argument that through the National School of Government, we will be professionalizing. We have said, as we build the required skills or interventions, we need to mind that we operate in different levels, at different levels. Hence, we have divided ourselves into these 4 faculties. Enter in the public service first, and we offer a variety of those interventions that are listed there. And also, and of course, the senior management. Lastly, the executive management and leadership support. We spoke programs that we're offering that includes also the induction program of the executives. In the past, someone would say, us in terms of inducting us, but what about DG and DTGs? Now they're compelled, they're coming to as well. Under management before when you talk professionalization, we will be emphasizing the fact that there has to be tests when need to be tested. When I'm available, I'm ready to lead as a senior manager in the public service. I mentioned earlier flagship programs. We're working with many departments, including Department of Women, where we're pushing programs that are advancing gender mainstreaming in the public service. In the main also, we're also facilitating programs such as funds, planning and budgeting. Exciting program that says, how do we respond to these challenges that we face? We run economic governance spring schools for you might have seen previously. Adela is one flagship program that we are running for the accounting officer online. Our executive and leadership programs done in partnership with our local and international universities. Furthermore, the which is the socio-economic impact assessment system course. We are offering this on your attention. It builds the capacity to do impact assessment in South Africa. And it also improves policy aimed at entrenching the practice of evidence-based policy making, among others. Ladies and gentlemen, we have to make sure that all of us have enrolled through our online ethics program. It is for free. To attend offering online ethics. In the country that we want to build, all public servants should be going through this. The minister made calls, even in media, to say the energy is open for training on ethics. And we would want to encourage that every one of us should do. And so forth. It is public pictures. Can you recognize some of the ministers that have attended our flagship programs? And they are saying a lot about how they benefited from these courses that obviously, when we run some of these, we partner with international, and we bring very well trained with our ministers or executives when they attend. We are partnering with the we will show you these adverts that we're making as we run some of these seminars and webinars. Now and then we appeal to you, check our website, check our YouTube page and so forth. You will see we're making a call about the we're compelled by COVID circumstances that would not be able to do face-to-face more than And we also are running virtual courses. It will be the normal class, but it will be virtual. The facilitator will be seated where he is or she is. Now here we're just showing some of the international partners that we are working with. The UK College of London, Bay, and so forth. Known, experienced former public servants who are coming to our to share their experience. In the middle there, I think is Dr. Libisi, who was the DG in the President's for many influential facilitator, Mariana Mazzacuta from University College of London, now and then. From China, even Singapore, so we are coming to you we need to be in a that will give us the best of the best pictures and even access spaces where and normally a helicopter would not reach. So we are saying to ourselves as HRD practitioners, we have to now think about this thing going forward. Now, in the NSG, we drive these. We're saying we must learn, but we must also serve. And in the process, we need to grow ourselves. We need to develop ourselves. I think this is the mantra that we are saying, that you yourself and those that you are leading, they need to expand their learning opportunities all the time so that they master the state craft, and then they need to serve. It doesn't help that we learn and we are not serving, we're not showing, we're not making a difference in the society that we serve. And of course, we need to help ourselves, develop ourselves, grow professionally. Now, questions would be, what recognition would I have? Hence, we talk of professionalization of the public service. Program director, this was just by way of welcoming everyone and to this PSTF peer learning exchange seminar and putting these challenges before you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, colleagues, what a beautiful presentation we got from Dr. Motlokwani. Whilst our colleagues are moving the next presentation, I thought that is proper that we allow space and opportunity for some remarks and questions. If we have some, maybe let's use this. Now, before we get to the professionalization presentation. My I'm talking about the ERRP. I'm also talking about the National Development Plan. One of the stark questions we must remind ourselves is, having journeyed through these planning frameworks, isn't there a possibility of about requests to move away from planning to implementation, the dissonance between strategy and implementation? The fact that we need to develop mastery around execution. So how long are we going to be taking as public service so that we no longer cite the number of planning processes we've been through, but we are able to demonstrate the yields and the proceeds of the various strategic sessions in the past? I have a strong belief that we need to gravitate towards that stage and mature to that level of organization. So about how many strategies we have put in place, but the yields that have accrued from the various thinking processes that we have had. So this is the point that I'm saying. Let's think about, colleagues, as we think more strategically around some of the challenges facing us. Dr. Muhlukwane again uses the aviation metaphor. The issue about the pilot who was able to rescue a plane that was caught in fire. And this raises the characteristic argument about the concept of agile leadership. Leadership that is able to respond to situations answer is no to that question. What is preventing us from reaching that destination of being so agile, of making quick decisions as managers, and sometimes relying on our gut feel and not necessarily having to refer to frameworks and law. I mean, I'm raising this point because people fondly refer to as the new normal. The new normal that is likely to be permanent, colleagues. And the one that is suggesting that if we are got to part ways with the old ways. The question is, are we ready yet? And if we are not ready, what are we? Was a kick in our pants that had to come. Before COVID-19, we spoke at length about the Internet of Things. We spoke about Industry 4.0, the fourth industrial revolution, and all that. And mark you, something you see as you visit, it's not because of COVID. Sometimes we say it's COVID, it's not. It's not that people are not going to and staying in the business as usual mode that ultimately rendered some of these we don't want to be like, and I also like video there, something like that. You know, the aviation metaphor was showing us about why you can't have a camera person being flown into the air when you have drones that can be piloted from the central rooms without people having, and in that process, saving jet fuel, saving also. the identification requires some change. Earlier, that are suggesting that if we do not go big in terms of thinking about the future, we may just as well go home. So, it will benefit. You know the words of Desiderata, right? That only also those that we consider to be not so intelligent if we can manage this process together. So I'm inviting you to please share with us some of this. So they may be rudimentary, they will need to be filtered through open questions. Can we see hands? Unfortunately, I don't see mics. Do we have mics perhaps where people can speak from? There's a roving mic from. Let's see hands of people that would want to make inputs. One, going. Come on, guys. Let's kill this coldness by talking. Let's get into talking. Come on, the first speaker. There's the hand. Thank you very much. There we go.
Thank you very much, Program Director. My name is Emma Tali.
Yes.
I'm from Ikatiso School of Governance, right in Northwest Province, the Bokoni Buphirima Province. And I'm responsible for provincial human resource development. I really don't have much to say, Program Director, but I am actually forced to say something on the basis of what Ntate Chuma has indicated earlier on, and again on the basis of the presentation that has been made by Re Motlhakwane. And what I'm going to say is not a question anyway, it's just a comment to say that Motlhakwane, what you have presented is really great. You came up with very powerful points, the points which are actually saying, as Bokoni Buphirima, we have to pull up our socks, especially as HRD practitioners. The time, Adam le Eva. There is that time where God came to the team of Eden, and when he arrived, attributes and pointing fingers at each other for good things which were supposed to be done by us and done that. So getting back to the simulator is what we are promising to from sure. So that is what I'm presenting to you right now, so that moving forward during the course of the session, our presence and our also fair because working sessions. So I just wanted to say that to the August House to say that we are aware that this is not a child's play. What is actually expected of us in order to ensure that we grow Bokoni Bupirima or we grow Northwest Province together. Also leaning on you colleagues as Ikatisom, because we've got a very great mandate to perform. And Bokoni Bupirima, I will indicate that loudly in our presentation when I will be coming up with our organogram to maybe present to you that the school is a school, but the school is not the real school that you may expect as compared to other provinces. It is a school that is supposed to set stands as far as HRD role is supposed to be. So, Tate Motlhakwane, we are here as we are listening, and all the take homes will have to be implemented by the senior managers responsible for HRD in the province ya Bokoni Bophirima. So let us alleviate any fear that may come from you to say maybe Bokoni Bophirima is not listening, Bokoni Bophirima does not. It does not mean that all that is presented is not landing on the fertile soil. It's really landing on fertile soil. Thank you.
There's a speaker there, Rebecca. There's a person who would like to ask a question. We'll take 1 and 2, and that will be the last. Oh, the third one is at there, and then we will go to the next presentation in that order.
Presentation. Question. Yeah. I think I won't go astray. I've been listening very carefully here. The Palama or and the causes that and then I've realized that when we have incurred or spent a lot of money, but it seems as if things still stays the same. And I was also listening very carefully from His Excellency State President, like you quoted here, to say, National School of Government, even the ministers are going there, even himself, he went there. But things still, according to my views, things still stays the same in most of the government institutions. Now the impact of that knowledge government, municipalities there. But by the look of the eye, it seems as if we see, and then the national development plan, it was a tool employed to come and maybe change, especially in local government. But we still see a lot of crumbling infrastructure. Why can't technology potholes so that they can be attended promptly? But that doesn't happen. So that's my view. Are we going somewhere? So are we yielding the required results, as you put it, facilitator? On that note, I pause.
Thank you. Speaker? from the back.
Good morning, colleagues. Mine is more like a comment. We are seeing the pandemic is blocking us, the pandemic is creating unemployment and so forth. I think it's not a pandemic. For one session, I even indicated it to say, NSG, help us so that we can have courses that are more ICT related. The moving world, meaning the fifth industrial revolution. Like at the current moment, we've got training budgets, but how is our trainings, especially visual trainings, submit all the requirements to SCM, saying I've identified this institution is offering this course. Those so I don't know how can this be addressed in such a way that we understand and acknowledge that we are in fifth industrial revolution. My thing, there must be, he spoke something about the potholes, and I support that. If our government was innovative enough to an extent that, yes, Ramara, driving along N4, he picks up a pothole, takes a phone, number somewhere, you send it with your location, then they get that particular problem where it is. But we are still doing things in a manual way, and we tend to oppress ourselves and say, there is COVID pandemic. You know, I was doing once a course with the University of Stellenbosch, completed last year. They were saying, where do you see the role of the labor relations practitioners, given the current circumstances, given the fact that the world is moving towards technology? It was a very critical topic. And I think it boils back to us. And if we don't see it, colleagues, one way or another, bit by bit, is rendering us ineffective.
Correct.
It's rendering us ineffective because if you look last year when the pandemic was introduced or was public knowledge, all the training budgets were gone. But none ever said, look, let's not take this training. However, get the visual trainings so that people can be trained. You arrange a visual meeting. I don't know, you'll see some shenanigans. The children are crossing behind and so forth. So you don't know whether they don't know that you need to switch off the camera. You need to switch off the mic. Somebody's talking with the wife. No, do me some eggs there. I was also even talking to this learned colleague of mine from NSG to say, look, this year I fought for training budget. How you NSG can you help me? Because from a SCM point of view, if you are procuring training through NSG, you don't require 3 quotations. And when they do 3 quotations, they take donkey years until such time that even the person who was interested in the training doesn't want to do it anymore. Yeah. So really, colleagues, I wish NSG can help us in a sense that because this mammal animal called SCM with its useless 3 quotations is wasting our time. Okay. NSG, if can have those courses, especially the ones that are on the catalog, if we can utilize them visually, you know, and if they can also introduce a curriculum on ICT so that we can train officials to say, look, when you're attending training visual, it's more the same as when you are attending it physically there.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to appeal that the next speakers must be very brief because we need to be breaking for tea at exactly 11 o'clock. So I only have spaces for 2 last. And then we'll call Dr. Mhlokwane again for the last presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, and morning, colleagues. I'm called Desiree. The last speaker has covered one of my concerns, ICT courses.
Okay.
But just maybe to share what we do in our department. In instances where we need single providers, we have an arrangement with this SCM on annual basis to approve single providers. Maybe what he was explaining, I'm also we could look at ICT providers and ask that they be made single providers.
Yeah.
So that we circumvent the 3 quotations. The
Fair.
other thing that I wanted to talk about is to commend the NSG on the ethics course, although I have not yet done it, but to request maybe the NSG to make it compulsory for maybe senior managers, because normally when you talk about courses, they just think these courses are for junior officials. Maybe there can be a timetable to say everybody who is on deputy director up to even the accounting officers should have done this course by such and such a time. Because I believe there's a lot of unethical things that happens in decision making.
Okay. No, thank you very much. I'm alerted to the fact that there are colleagues in room 2 that would also like to raise some questions there. We may have to creatively work around the management of the time for break, Rebecca, but let's not stifle discussion. So let's go to the last speaker in this room at the back, and then we'll give opportunity. How many speakers do we have in room 2? One, just one. So the speaker at the back, and then followed by the room 2 colleague. Thank you.
Thank you, Program Director. My name is Connie Diole. I'm from the Department of Agriculture. What I heard about what the doctor was talking about that it concerned me was the challenges of the contemporary moment. We have poverty, we have climate change, and then we have COVID-19. But according to me, it says to us, we need to maybe to say to the government, even recruitment processes must be followed in order to be able to address some of the challenges that we have. For example, if we look at our facilitators, most of them were old, or they are old, particularly from the departments. They are old, and then some of them were not even sure about what were they supposed to do. So I think NSG must motivate the government to say, in order for NSG to be progressive, to progress well in whatever is happening, there must be new positions must be filled. There must be a recruitment process.
Thank you. Let's go there and we'll see if we have more time. And then I'll come to you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good day, colleagues. My name is Pinky Mati from the Department of Social Development. I would like to go back on the professionalization that we talked about, wherein we have to capacitate members to enhance the quality of service, as well as there must be improvement in the current status. Now, my concern is that HRD in some departments that I know, it's just a smaller unit, it's just a sub-directorate. Maybe it can start by being recognized and also plays a vital role in DMC, like departmental management meetings. It should be recognized. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you. There's a request for the very last input, and then I'll call upon you, Dr. Mufokwe. Just here. Very good points that are coming through, colleagues. And yeah, some of them are going to be captured in other presentations. So let's continue.
Thank you very much and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And then I am from the Doctor, I think I've learned a lot from what you said. Mine is based on the youth. And just be at the specific. We have from the TVET colleges and universities who are staying at home. I think we have seen what really happened weeks or months back. What is the National School of Government going to do to assist specific graduates who are not the national government is going to assist us in the Northwest to assist our youth to get work. It might be a business or whatever type of work. Because
Correct.
really, I see another problem looming if we are not doing anything about our youth. Thank you very much.
It's another endemic.
Program Director. Which are critical and actually are burning problems that we need to face. Thank you for appreciating the efforts of National School of Government. Now in Bokone Bophirima, we are saying we have just finalized a transversal MOA. Hope that we need to explore how to capitalize on the fact that we have a transversal memorandum of agreement. How would it then extend to other departments? So wish we want to do that because we are aware that we have to be trained, it cannot be national government. We need to have these also on. And all of our courses now are available on virtual platform, meaning that, but you'll be seated at your home or at your workplace where you have a computer and you'll be able to do that. Let me also hasten and negotiated with a company, MTN, to zero rate data for those who are doing our free this. And people would don't have funds to buy data, then we negotiated. I think we need to do more of that, deal with issues of making data available for people to come on board. I think departments, we need to push more and more. The issue must be high in the agenda in the of data. A colleague who was asking about impact, obviously we train and we're not going to stop. When you measure impact, first of all, there has to be an activity and you need to give yourself time to implement. And after a while, you need to say, yes, I'm going back, I'm gonna check whether there was learning and there was development. Unfortunately, yes, it's a huge challenge as seeing the fruits. But honestly speaking, the public service of today is far better than the public service of then. if you can do your assessment and check, look at yourself, how advanced you are, how you have moved, and the commitment that we've seen even during COVID, where people were actually working, delivering from home, shows that we might be making strides. That yes, it will take time. Local government sphere is the coal face, is the face of government. And obviously, we focus on ensuring that our local government is functional. We'll still have the challenges that we're faced with. We are looking forward to we should be maintaining our work. And we should be able to deal with challenges. We know the challenge there is what we call political administrative interface. How do we relate with our politicians and how do they impact on our work? And we're trained, we are constantly training ourselves as well, how to deal with such. We've got no leg to stand on to do 1, 2, 3. They will say there are rules and regulations, you know what you needed to do. Yes, that's the challenge, I understand. You could do it during COVID, it means we can do it. The portals can be closed completely if we innovate and we're committed. ICT is the way to go. 4IR is upon us. Now, in preparation for that, we have signed partnership contracts with appointed 10 universities, South African universities, across the country, across the provinces, so that when there's a need for an 4IR course that we do not have, the university would have. Obviously, we'll engage them on customize and ensure that it is relevant for the public service. So we are gearing ourselves. You'll see more and more of these coming soon. Please watch this space. Thank you. The issue of course, of the 3 quotations, we understand has been there for quite through the signed memorandum of agreements. We shouldn't be having that because we've seen we may be forced to bring quotations, but if these are fly by night that are giving you quotation, so departments are now using Windows 365. Hey, there's so much in that, but people are unable to utilize that. The trainers cannot conduct virtual training using Teams. We're running Microsoft. Will we come into Bokoni Bupirima to say, when can we start with the rollout of making people conversant with Windows thing now? We've started in other provinces. We're coming to Bokoni Pyramid. Know that, and it's for free. And we'd want you to take advice so that people can be conversant if using the tools that we have. So and I think ethics compulsory, as one colleague was saying. In terms of trainers, recruitment is and what will be the progression of trainers? People say, I want to be a trainer, but I can't be held here. I need to see myself progressing within. To ensure that we support those small units of HRD in departments. The issue of youth, But in the main, we are arguing. We started engaging your COCTA, we've started engaging your MISA, municipal infrastructure agents and so forth, to say, what is it that we can do to empower the youth? Mainly, not just to forge employment, but also entrepreneurship, ensure that we empower them. We're talking to CEDA, they say Small Enterprise Development Agency. What is, even province, they've got regional offices. What are we doing to empower the youth to become their own business owners and entrepreneurs? I think that's the way to go. At the same time, we're hoping that the economy
However, Dr. Easy, there's an opportunity to save time in the slot that comes at 11, which was meant to be. I think we have been doing that, and it was allocated an hour. So my suggestion is that because we can't delay the tea, but colleagues, I'm going to be calling you, it's tea break, right? So let's use 15 minutes for that instead of 30 or so. And then I will be calling you back into the room, whereupon Dr. Easy will be taking over to facilitate that slot. And as she does that, then the second presentation by Dr. Muthokwane will be the first that we will be taking. But that's 11, by 12, we need to be starting with the next presentation because this is going to be the virtual presenter. So it's Mevin. Mevin will be ready at exactly 12 o'clock. So let's break for now, 15 minutes, and then we come back for the next session. Thank you. And please be nice. When I call you back into the room, just cooperate.
The OMAC, the OMAC.
Afternoon, I am Dimakato Palane from the Office of the Premier, responsible for the provincial coordination in all HRD programs. This is an opportunity for HRD practitioners that are unable to attend conferences, that we share practices and we learn from each other. The highlights for me for this PLE is that it brought a variety of speakers that address issues that we are facing. Looking at the pandemic and what impact it had on our workplaces is that we don't have policies that guides us on how to perform or how our performance is going to be measured. We learned from the speakers that gave their own experiences, and I think we need to learn from that. We shouldn't be waiting for the DPSA to draft a policy on how to deal with workplaces during COVID-19. Looking at management, I think management needs to play a role in guiding, in leading by example. During COVID-19, we find that people are not coming to work as requested because there is no guideline in what is needed. I think we need more management support in terms of providing the trainers with tools of trade, simple things that people take it for granted, like a laptop, a working laptop. In the country, we've got a challenge of network connection, the CETA responsible for the public service, which is SITA. We find that there is no continuous connectivity in terms of providing networks, and we're supposed to work from home. So it makes people who are not given this particular tools of trade to come to work and be exposed for this virus. So I think in the public service, talking in general for the province, in the province, our province is purely rural. Can you imagine a district office in Guyana, district office in Vembe, in Chilizini? You find a training officer that's supposed to work from home, doesn't even have a working laptop or desktop in the office. What about working from home? So I think we need more to be done, because I think the pandemic is here to stay. And as such, we must be able to be innovative. When I say we shouldn't be waiting for any policy, because people will say this is not in the policy, but we have to keep the ground running and work and ensure that we're innovative. We provide all the resources and the performance, and because if we don't report, then it means in the public service we're not going to do anything. As a provincial coordinator, like I understand there are people who are working from home who have comorbidities, but without me having all the resources that I can be able to contact even people that are supposed to work from home, then it means that particular person will never report for the entire financial, or as long as COVID is here with us. So I think with these presentations that are posted by the NSG on the PSTF or on the website of the NSG, as the province will encourage our HRD practitioners to go into the website and look at the presentations that we've done. And we continue with conversations and discussions on how can we improve ourselves, because as trainers, we need to be able to ensure that we train and we instill the culture of learning, because like without lifelong learning, there's nothing we can do. And now we've got the e-learning. E-learning has been here and we talked to for a long time, but now this is the reality. We have to ensure that e-learning is here and make people be able to source out information, whether it's global, whether it's regionally, whether it's domestic, in terms of whatever fields that they want to empower themselves on. Thank you.
My name is Moleke Masrame. I'm working in the Department of Agriculture, HRD. So I'm here to attend training on human resource training as HRD, and then this training is being facilitated by Department of the Premier and NSG. In this training, there are quite a number of things that I've experienced, that we heard from the presentations, and the presentations were quite informative and eye-awakening. The things that captured my attention are as follows. First, there was a presentation on ethical behavior for the public servants, and the challenges that we have experienced during this period of COVID-19. This COVID-19 has affected the public service immensely. It has affected us quite badly as public servants, because we are not doing or delivering services as we are supposed to do. You will remember that when it started, we had a lockdown where offices were literally closed, and then the public did not access our services. And as such, the public suffered because of lack of services. And especially for public servants, we did not go to work. And if we are not at work, it means the work is never done. And then we lately, with arrangement that we have done to say on such a day you are going to work, on such a day you don't go to work. And during those days that you are not going to work, you need to work from home. And so it was highlighted that the issue of working from home is here to stay. It's going to be with us for quite a number for quite some times. And as such, if you are working from home, it doesn't mean that you are not performing your tasks. You will have to do your work at home. You have to work online. If you had an opportunity of having and you are unable to access your clients. Like as HRD, our key responsibility is to train employees. And sometimes you cannot train them because some of your clients, they don't have the laptops. So these are the new things that have emerged, the new challenges that have emerged with COVID-19. And but as employees, we are not supposed to throw the towel. What we need to do is to work with what we have. And then if you don't have the resources, the little resources that you have, you need to use them to make sure that the training is being done to other employees. So National School of Government came here to give us the strategies, to give us the techniques that we can use to make sure that we train our people in the light of COVID-19. Should not throw the towel and say there's nothing that we can do. So public servants need to also to have a good ethical behavior. Good ethical behavior, which means we need to be disciplined. We need to work accordingly as per our GPI, which is key performance instrument. So we really appreciate the intervention that is done by National School of Government. And I think now as employees, we've been re-energized, and also that we need to imagine the new ways of doing things so that we overcome this pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you. Action.
Good afternoon. My name is Dina Whitehead. I'm from Office of the Premier. I'm a new intern from Office of the Premier. I believe that I still have a long way to go, but so far I just want to thank the National School of Government for bringing this opportunity to broaden my mind, to broaden my skills. What really stood out for me is the presentation that was made by Ms. Kubuzo. She spoke about integrity, he spoke about ethics, and also he touched about sexual harassment. So I believe that as a public servant, you need to have that integrity. You need to have those ethics so that you can represent people, so that people can be open to you and will be able to help them. So I believe this opportunity will make me to learn as time goes on, and I will be able to know what is going on in the HR department and what is it that is expected of me. I just want to thank this opportunity because as we go, we learn, we move. So I'm just excited that I'll be learning a lot more from this internship. Thank you.
Wow. I'm Mike Matamera from the Department of Health, Limpopo. I just want to express my sincere gratitude for bringing this program to Limpopo province. I could not ask for more. I've attended a lot of programs in my life, both within South Africa and outside South Africa. And believe you me, this is one of the best programs I've attended. And thank you for the NSG who brought a top creme de la creme of facilitators. And you know, if you don't know that you do not know, you are a problem to yourself and the world at large. Today, it's really an eye-opening exercise. And I must say, from what I have learned, I'm going to go places, I will see faces, and there will be no cases. And I want to say this from the bottom of my heart before I retire. This program has inspired and motivated me. Indeed, change begins with me. Please visit me in the next few months. You will see what I have learned. It is all about going to apply and living what I have learned. And thank you very much.
South Africa is growing and new challenges arrive every day. Challenges that weren't there yesterday, but the solutions are needed today.
We do have a problem of unemployment in South Africa, of poverty, of inequality, particularly the unemployment that is affecting our young people and women. And this school, we are hoping, can assist us with properly researched information on how best this government can deal with these issues.
National School of Government provides public sector with the power to implement successful transformation, a capable workforce, and ultimately inspire public service that responds effectively to these challenges.
The National School of Government is mandated to train public servants throughout the entire public service, which includes the provinces and the national departments. But we are also mandated through memorandum of understanding to train the local government sector.
This school is a school which has to teach people about everything that is happening in government, both those that are coming for the first time and therefore at an entrance level, but those that are in the middle management and those that are in the senior management.
With effect from April 1, 2020, an individual may only qualify to enter the senior management service if they have successfully completed a public service senior management leadership program at the required performer level. The program aims to challenge you as a public servant to live the Batu PLE principles and to instill knowledge and understanding of the intrinsic values and building blocks of our democratic state. This is also according to the aims of the National Development Plan.
The National Development Plan remains a guiding vision towards 2030 and the emancipation of South Africans from the triple challenges of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. We need to build a capable developmental state, which, together with an active citizenry, leads to a drive against these triple challenges. We also need to be part of building an ethical and professional public service. Through its suite of programs, the school trains in excess of 30,000 public servants annually.
With the right knowledge, nothing is impossible. And as NSG combines the best training facilities that allow our public sector to have access to learning and development programs.
Depending on the program, we always keep the minimum of stock material, which varies in terms of number from 200 to 1,000. We also keep 2% of material printed in Braille to accommodate learners who are visually impaired in order to promote diversity within National School of Government training programs.
The origins of the design and development of the school's curriculum is multiple. For example, we could have a request from a ministry with regard to what they need for us to design. We would also have requests from particular departments who maybe have designed particular policy for implementation, and they request the school to support them through training and development to implement that policy. The school is also quite proactive, and so we make use of our training needs analysis, the analysis thereof, and we design the curriculum thereof. So, for example, when we design our financial management and supply chain management programs, we will have a very close working relationship with colleagues in National Treasury.
A training calendar was developed to assist the department that on a specific date, in a specific calendar month, and in a financial year, on the specific date, those departments can send their learners or delegates here at the NSG offices for them to participate in that particular training invention that they are interested in. This enables the departments to ensure that people are trained other than having to wait to have a number of 25 people per department. After the completion of each training, there is a certificate which is issued to the participants of that specific program.
In the era of the fourth industrial revolution, where technology impacts almost everything we do, we have to work together to use its opportunities in ways that benefit all public servants and public service in general. Using technology also enables the school to deliver learning in the workplace at much lower costs. Furthermore, departments don't incur extra costs associated with traditional learning and development, for example, traveling to a training venue, accommodation, catering, S&T. We use e-learning to make learning opportunities available to large numbers of public servants. When public servants enroll for an e-learning course, they take personal responsibility for their learning and development. They can learn at any time, and they can learn at a pace that feels comfortable for them. These are just some of the advantages of e-learning. To benefit, departments must create an enabling and supportive environment. At the very least, departments have to make an internet-enabled device available for e-learning purposes. This could be a desktop computer or a laptop, and our courses are also accessible on tablets and smartphones.
The office of the principal is the highest executive office in NSG. The principal, as accounting officer of the school, must lead and provide strategic vision and direction. The principal also undertakes strategic communication with key stakeholders.
We have to operate based on the cost recovery model. So we calculate what are the costs that are involved in us delivering a program. Then we add them all together when we come up with a tariff. From there, we take it to the National Treasury to do a review of those tariffs. National Treasury allocation gives us about 30% of the total if you include the vote and the trading account together. So the sustainability of the organization rests with the trading account. So we have to work hard to make sure that we sustain ourselves and generate enough money so that the organization.
Noma ngithi sanibonani. Remo Northwest bagaetsho dumelang. Welcome back. I hope you have enjoyed your tea break and you have enjoyed the presentations that have been going around. As I've already been introduced, my name is Izimangaliso Malachi, but because we are in Northwest and I know you're going to butcher my name, you will be forgiven for calling me Easy. So without further ado, I would like us to go straight into the purpose of today, as it has already been started by Brasoli. Thank you very much for the exceptional job that you have been doing so far. So I think the next presentation on our list is to take Dr. Mofokwane. But there are a few things that I would like to highlight to you with regards to what has already been said this morning. We had the DDG who spoke a lot about professionalization, who spoke about the resources of government. And who are those resources? The most important resources of government, which is you and I. Because without you, there will be no service delivery. Without me, there will be no service delivery. So what I want you to know and to underscore for today is that the most important resource of any organization is the human resources. So the people in the organization are the most important ones, and we need to look after the people. That is why we are here as the NSG to say that how can we assist? How can we move forward to the next level? Because as you see, we have been impacted by a number of things. Dr. Mohlakwane has presented those giant waves that are affecting us currently. There is poverty that's affecting us. There's inequality in our country. There's COVID, which is the new normal. We're calling it the new normal. But the question is it really normal? But it is causing havoc in our country, in our homes, and in the way that we do business. What COVID has done has brought to the forefront 4IR. We have been dilly-dallying around 4IR. We have been holding conferences, writing papers, doing research, but we have never brought it to the forefront. We have never introduced the use of ICT in our organizations, in our departments. So what did COVID do? Overnight, it forced us to rethink the way that we do our work. It forced us to rethink the tools of trade. As organizations, as departments, we rely a lot on pen and paper. While we still have laptops, we still have other ICT tools that we are not using. So overnight, COVID said to us, you are going to change the way that you work. You are going to change the way that you do business. For you to be able to succeed as an organization, you need to relook at your processes. You need to look at the structures that you have in your organization. You need to relook at how you do your business. It does not matter which organization you're from, whether you're from SASSA, Home Affairs, NSG, whether you're from SARS, we were all affected equally in the same way. We all had to rethink how we are going to move forward because of the pandemic. So one of the most important things that came out was professionalization of the public service. And I am calling upon Dr. Mohlakwane to come and tell us what is the NSG saying about professionalization. Those of you who read newspapers, who watch the news, you have seen the former minister talking a lot about professionalization, putting it there to say that this is the direction that we are going as the NSG. So without further ado, let me call upon Dr. Mohlakwane to come and present to us and tell us what is professionalization. Thank you.
Program Director, Dr. Izimalachi, thank you. Colleagues, I will, in the interest of time, I'll move very fast and very quick. This presentation was normally would have been presented by Dr. Botshabelo Maja, who couldn't be with us today, the DDG at the NSG. And there'll be those slides that I will just keep, will share. I'm sure there will be, the slides, the presentation will be shared. But I'll focus mainly on key aspects, key slides that seek to emphasize key points about professionalization. This framework, it's a product, collaborative product of the work by DPSA Public Service Commission, and is overseen by the Ministry of Public Service and Administration. We need to be clear about that. Office of the Public Service Commission also played a critical role. There was consultation at the cluster. It's important processes going through the cluster. and the GSCID cluster. And of course, recommend also, it was presented to the cabinet for consultation. We seek in this presentation to clarify these concepts of profession, professionalization, and professionalism. We also seek to say, now we're talking professionalization in the context of public service. And of course, what it means for the public service. And of course, we emphasize the pillars that have been identified and would want to also look at the way forward. It was also informed by the National Planning Commission's diagnostic report that was produced in 2011. In there, it was found that there was an erosion of state's role in producing skills professionals. Those who've been around for a long time, they've seen how colleges like nursing college, agricultural colleges, how they were closed down, resulting in now the country producing less of those professionals. And the erosion also applies to the training of engineers, training of planners and artisans. You heard when they were reading my story that I'm one of those who benefited in becoming artisans, who went through apprenticeship program, but those have since faded off, you know, when Transnet and ISCO and others decided to close their training centers, it became a problem for us. We had, resulting in less and less of those artisans being produced. So therefore, as a result, there's a reduction of professionals available for the state. And if we do not have professionals, what do we do as a state? We outsource. We give it to consultants because we don't have our own engineers who are supposed to be looking at our water plants and water reticulation systems and so forth. We outsource. So we're saying perhaps it's about time that we professionalize the public service and bring dignity to the space. You know, skills and professional ethic and commitment to public service should be recognized and valued at all levels of the public service and even at local government. We're emphasizing that. But many skills can only be developed on the job. That is critical. But staff are often promoted too rapidly. So somehow we say we need to get to control that through specific interventions that will bring to prepare people for promotion. And services also cannot be delivered without people with the necessary and specialized skills and knowledge. Whether they are nurses or doctors, they need to have that specialized skill in order for us to deliver effective service. And the shortage of professional skills in government, particularly at local government, we recognize that. You might have said, but did you just come up with this? We did some benchmarking. We checked with China. We have noted, among others, that China, they have the development of meritocratic public service was traced back to ensuring that there were examinations that were written for the bureaucracy of successive dynasties in imperial China. It means they emphasize that there has to be meritocratic appointment of public servants. They conducted imperial examination systems and what they call civil service exams were considered. People would do written exams and then there'll be formal discussions and so forth. Therefore, China developed a centralized uniform system of bureaucratic administration capable of governing a huge population, if you compare our population and population of China, with a system of impersonal, merit-based bureaucratic recruitment, more systematic than the Roman public administration. So Chinese have started long time in ensuring that they are professional, they are public service professional. India as well administers exams for entry to the civil service. And they also are putting age limit, the upper age limit for scheduled case or scheduled tribes candidates is 35 years. And of course, if you are to join the public service, you have to go through a rigorous selection process. And of course, entry exams were open for all citizens subject to pre-qualification. If you have a pre-qualification, then that created an opportunity for many people to be able to apply and get themselves onto the public service. The Republic of Korea, the South Korea, also there, this is driven through the Ministry of Personnel Management. That ministry is responsible for recruitment and education and training. There they've divided the National Civil Service, divided into career service. Career service that includes your recruitment, qualifications, performance, lifelong work, and groups and classes. While the non-career services are those that we call the appointed or those that are elected, like we have in South Africa. The recruitment process, the principle was there has to be open competition in recruitment to reinforce the merit system. And the evaluation methods were like liberal arts knowledge test, and of course, specialized knowledge test. If you are in the law space, you will be asked questions related to law and so forth. Open competition recruitment, no restrictions for applications or admissions based solely on exam and assessment. And of course, special or career competition recruitment, selecting those with specific academic qualifications, careers, they needed to pass the recruitment examination. That they did in Korea. Other examples, your Australia, your Botswana, we include ourselves as South Africa. Because currently we are saying you may not be promoted to a senior management, or you will not be able to, you are required to do your UGELA in order for you to be accepted at the level of SMS. In France, civil servants generally recruited through competitive exams, also requiring specific qualifications and professional experience. And of course, they look at age as well. And internal exams reserved for certain positions. Now coming home, specific requirements linked with posts. We know when we advertise, there are certain requirements that we put there. And recent implementation of the online pre-entry course, your SMS, your UGELA, as I've indicated. We want to emphasize that. Take this opportunity now, do it. Down the line, you might say, no, but I want to apply. You should be ready at least. Countries, therefore, apply different approaches, and they could require a combination of interviews and competency tests. Colleagues, I'm gonna move a bit faster. Now, the fundamental aspects of this professionalization are the following. Professionalizing means changing attitudes and behavior towards serving the public. That is core. We know we've had our Batopili, our public service charter, and all that, those challenges, those documents, and you have at the core the Constitution driving our work as public service. It also means having qualified people who know what they are doing and are fully equipped to perform their jobs with diligence. Importantly, it requires the creation of professional categories in the public service. We need to start categorizing, having categories of occupations within the public service, and also emphasizing belonging to professional bodies. It's important. And of course, it means having a public service that is non-partisan. It must be depoliticized. In other words, departments must be insulated from politics. The mandate of the bureaucracy is to loyally and diligently implement the political mandate, but not be political actors themselves. I think key is that. Public service itself is political. There's no way you can remove that. because it starts with the manifesto, then it translates into government program. But we are not expected to be political actors in our work as public servants. That all public servants become a composite group of workers subject to a single dispensation of professional registration and regulation. By professionalizing, by muting the idea of having a professional body, it means we will then have to be affiliated to a professional body. So that it refers also to the subscription by all public servants to the values espoused in the Public Service Charter. Obviously, when you join a professional body, there'll be a code of conduct that is going to guide you, and we could utilize that once one violates those codes. Now, recently, there's a doctor you've heard in media who's in trouble because then they went to the code of conduct for doctors and say, but you are violating that. So in the public, perhaps as consequence management approach, or we could also benefit from belonging to a professional body. I want to take you to this where we try to illustrate in the main, choosing just one post of a director for legal services. We talk of professionalism. Professionalism, it means it looks at me as you as an individual, subscribing to Batupelo Code of Conduct, Public Service Charter. And then we ask the question, how this person behaves as a public servant, and how is this person serving the people? And of course, does this person exude the values and the ethos of the public service? While professionalism looks at the state as the employer, looking at the value chain issues, recruitment issues. How was this person recruited? How was this person inducted? And how is he performing? And how is he capacitated, which is what you're doing? And of course, what career incidences are happening? But the profession itself, public service, we look at as a discipline. That how is this person, whether this person is registered. If he's a legal expert, he needs to be registered with the Bar Council. So we're bringing those concepts and we're bringing that closer home. Obviously, colleagues, touching on all these, I want to move quicker, noting that we're supposed to start with the other presentation, which is online quicker. So we'll try and detail and of course, explain in detail some of these as we move forward. Let me start with professionalism. As we have indicated, public values and ethics should be introduced as part of school and tertiary. We are saying it shouldn't just start when we are already employed. We need to start there at school level and influence them and ensure that they understand they have the ethical values that are required. And of course, the consumer values and principles must be embedded in pre-employment and of course, development of all aspiring public servants, including the public representatives, to ensure a level of professionalism that is consistent with the Constitution. We are emphasizing that. Number two, in terms of professionalization, looking at the state, we're saying promotions into leadership positions in the public should be grounded on principles of technical competence, qualifications, integrity, responsibility, accountability, and so forth. So therefore, people cannot just be parachuted into our departments. They need to have to go through rigorous scrutiny. While professionalization, we delve deeper into as many relevant pieces of legislation. We looked at national and municipal, and there is sufficient reference. When we looked, we found that there's a reference to professionalization or professionalism to support this framework. So there's been that work. Based on current guidelines, of course, and directives, we should start the work focusing on professionalism in the senior management. Now, I'm emphasizing this. In this framework, we're saying, let us start with the SMS, and then we'll cascade further down. Because already we have set competency frameworks and software and directives that are guiding that level. Now, here are the 5 pillars of this framework, starting at pre-entry, induction and onboarding, planning and performance, then continuing learning and professional development. I think that's where professional bodies come into play, where by coming here, you should be accruing your points, your CPD points. Ne? And of course, career progression and career incidents as well. Pillar 1 mainly focuses on recruitment. As we have indicated, it needs to be set. Therefore, we need to influence even higher education in terms of their curriculum. And of course, we spoke about Nukela, and then of course, complying with the minimum competency requirements. We've seen that in local government where they were strict about that. And of course, the directive for SMS competency assessments still stands. Induction into the public service must take place same time with workplace orientation. We've seen this being a problem with, especially with the senior managers, your DGs and DDGs. They come to induction long after they've been working and so forth. In other countries, before you go to your post, you must first go and be inducted and be prepared. So this is a gap. These are some of the things that needs to be taken into consideration. Pillar 3 is about performance, which looked at aspects of professionalism must be emphasized in the performance management appraisal system. So therefore there's going to be changes in terms of how we measure our performance. We'll say in terms of professionalism, how are you doing? And then continuing learning and professional development, obviously, as I've indicated, accruing points and so forth. And key, this continuous, the analogy of a simulator talks to that. In order to maintain your points or your license, you need to go back to the simulator like the pilots do. Continuously learning is very critical and very important. Now, we're saying professional development should be linked to service delivery. Now, it is important, colleagues, that when we appoint public servants or we look at the career path of a public servant, let me show this one. It starts with your readiness at the beginning. Whether you are ready to serve, you are ready to work, are you prepared? But also, are you functional? As we move further, functional meaning, do you have the right skills? And if there are gaps and so forth, what is it that can be done to close that gap? And of course, we're looking at excellence, focusing on leadership development, and of course, relevance. To remain relevant, you just continue to learn. And the performance. All of these, if we can get them right, we're sure that we'll have impact on service delivery. This one is also very key, colleagues. The slide. The state must address meritocratic public administration in a democratic administration. It means we need to ensure that in the MTSF, we determine professional, meritocratic, and ethical public service that has to develop professional capabilities in the following. We're starting to identify certain capabilities like knowledge and skills, financial management, governance and accountability, infrastructure, operational, business process mapping and so forth, ICT that was raised earlier, and project management. In 2008, DPSA introduced the revolving door policy. Perhaps we need to go back there and say, shouldn't we have some HODs and SMS being seconded to academia or other institutions to help and support and so forth, and vice versa, granting sabbatical to those that need to further develop themselves. Let me go to number 3, the discipline. So there will be a need to identify the professional communities that are operating within the various disciplines to collaborate with government departments. So therefore, we have done this already in terms of, as we were consulting, bringing all these bodies. Somebody might ask a question, but we have so many professional bodies. We don't want to reinvent the wheel. Already we have talking to them and we are learning from them. Your PSYCA, your engineering council, the bar council for the lawyers, your SIGFARO, and the Institute of Directors. Already these are giving their inputs in terms of this framework. In short, we are saying within the short term, between now and 2022, if all goes well, the state should aim to strengthen the state capacity and professionalize the key functions. Already we're identifying these as critical and key to start with. Your supply chain. Already there's work being done with the Treasury and other universities and so forth on professional supply chain, financial management, human resource management and development, who are targeted as well. And of course, ICT, risk management, organizational planning and performance, engineering and project management, corporate governance, and oversight of SOEs. These have been identified as critical. But also in the medium term, we should determine the core competencies and professionalization standards in specialist and technical skills necessary for the economy and sectoral or social sectors. Colleagues, so the one benefit will be we'll have professional communities for the public service. There'll be many, obviously in the public, there are many types of services rendered in all three spheres, some in SOEs and state organs. And these many disciplines and professions and semi-professions and so forth, we will be creating an opportunity for networking. So one DPSA has also put a discussion paper previously to say perhaps we need to a professional association for the SMS, but perhaps this framework is now giving impetus to that. Okay. Now, in terms of implementation, the draft framework was presented to governance, state capacity and institutional development cluster, and it was also presented to cabinet committee for inputs. And while the framework emphasizes that we should start with the SMS, it will eventually cascade to the entire public sector. So it may be prudent for some category of public servants to rather start at the lower levels and cascade upwards. So depending on which area we're starting with. Obviously, consultations with various professional bodies, as I've indicated, have started. And let me also indicate that already the minister appointed a task team that is looking at those inputs, and soon they will be producing their report and their suggestions, and it will go to cabinet by October for finalization. But we are still open for inputs. So the key among what is being sought through these processes was to get clarity on why we need professionalization in the public service and what effect it will have on state performance in terms of execution diligence. What must happen in different areas of public service to enable professionalization? Which aspects will be necessary for recruitment? What policy and legislative frameworks or changes that may be necessary? So we're anticipating through this framework, we'll have to go back to new directives, new legislation in order to give effect to that. Okay. What opportunities will professionalization of public servants provide in terms of lifelong learning? We've indicated that if we go through this, definitely we'll be compelled to maintain our licenses. We'll have to learn. We've been talking about lifelong learning, but nobody takes that seriously. Some people are relaxing, but if it's going to impact on your license, you'll be forced. And of course, how the professional framework can influence higher and further education. We said influence the universities and schools, and what kinds of partnership may be formed, obviously, with professional bodies. That's it. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Dr. Mokgokwane. Colleagues, can we give him a good round of applause? We are very stingy. A lot of things have been said. Dr. Mokgokwane, you spoke about professionalization, professionalism, but the bottom line is there is professional in your speech. So what you're saying is to us that we need to professionalize the public service. We need to relook at how we're doing our work. That basically means that from recruitment needs to be the same. If you're recruiting a director in the Northwest, director supply chain, it should be the same as someone who's in the national department or who is in KZN. It should not be different. Once you have been recruited, we need to look at induction. How are we going to induct you? So that is when you come to us now at the National School of Government, when you come in to do your compulsory induction program, and you will find me in class or virtually, where I will induct you on how to be a professional public servant, a public servant of note who is dedicated to serving our communities out there. So a lot of things have been said in Dr. Mokgokwane's presentation. However, we're going to deliberate on that at a later stage because now we need to take on our next speaker who is online. And I'm hoping that the speaker is ready. And what the speaker will be sharing with us is a very important case study that was done at UNISA. It is on navigating the COVID-19 pandemic, a UNISA case study. Because as I have already said earlier, we were all affected by COVID. No one was spared. Overnight, we had to rethink how we are going to do our work. Overnight, we had to be creative, we had to be innovative, and come up with new ways of doing our work. Leadership had to think differently of how they are going to run their organizations, how they are going to run departments. DPSA was at the forefront of changing our policies to ensure that we can still function. Additional resources had to be made because if we had to work from home, it means that some of us who did not have laptops, now all of a sudden I need a laptop. And in our budgets, we had not budgeted for everyone to have a laptop in the department. So things had to change overnight. So UNISA is going to share with us how did they navigate through that? How did they all of a sudden wake up and say, hey, COVID is here. We still need to continue delivering our service. We still need to facilitate training. We still need to have examinations. We still need to be in touch with the world out there. So how are we going to do it? So I'm not sure if the speaker is ready, but let me just introduce the speaker. The speaker is Mr. Mervyn Christophels. He is currently pursuing his doctorate in business leadership, DBL. After returning to South Africa, having worked abroad for 10 years as an IT practitioner across multiple sectors, he took up a part-time lecturing position for 5 years at the University of Cape Town's Business School, which is GSB, with the purpose of leading and growing new leaders that will provide new leadership in an increasingly accelerated digital landscape. So that is where we are finding ourselves now, in the digital landscape. He also took up a position at one of the local universities as a senior IT leader, chief information officer, to assist in the development and implementation of their digital strategy. He faced many challenges during these assignments, which led him to want to further explore the relationship between the leadership competency and successful digital transformation initiatives. This ultimately persuaded him to register for a doctorate with a focus on developing e-leadership model for digital transformation initiatives. He is comfortable leading large teams between 50 and 200 staff with his diverse skill set across multiple disciplines. He has over 20 years experience in IT and information security, spanning all aspects, including governance, architecture, application security, business continuity, and disaster recovery, which is IT service continuity. Ladies and gentlemen, let us have Mr. Mervyn Christophers to deliver his presentation. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. I hope you can hear me clearly. And it's a great pleasure for me to join you on your journey this morning. I hope you're having a great conference and learning lots. And you know, for me, I think it's important that we take time out, and I do it quite often, take time out of your busy schedules and just kind of reflect on where you're at, what skills are needed to kind of move you forward. So I think it's an important activity that you're doing, and I wish you well. I think so. I'm going to share with you a little bit about the UNISA journey during the COVID pandemic. And I'm going to do it in reverse. I'm going to start with talking a little bit about our learnings and then go into the actual fact, what actually happened during the COVID period, and then we'll kind of circle back as to where we're at the moment. So as you, my name is Mervyn Christophers. I kind of look after the operations of the ICT portfolio, and that really includes all the applications and the systems, as well as all the ICT infrastructure. And for those of you who are been around for a while, you will know UNISA. You will know the brand, you will know our mandate and our mission. And so UNISA is an online distance learning university. And so for the past 100 years, it has offered education in a distance learning modality. And what that means is that essentially you register at UNISA, you do not see the lecturer face-to-face, you don't come to classes face-to-face. Essentially, you get your study material via the post. All your assignments are then submitted via the post, or in some cases online. And then when it comes to examinations, you will go to a venue, write the exam, and then you get your results. And that has been the model of UNISA for the past 100 years. And I think one of the big learnings that come from the pandemic, for me specifically, is that it was all about the people. And so if you take this UNISA organization that has over 400,000 students with 8,000 staff, we're all in the same storm. But we're in different boats. And I think that for me is the kind of the picture I want to leave with you today, is that the COVID provided a common storm for all of us, all my staff and for all the students. However, each one of us, each one of my staff members, each one of the learners, were kind of in their own boat, the unique boat. And what does it mean though? So the boat represents their context. It represents their challenges, their needs. It represents the location where they were at. And so even though we were kind of all sharing the same storm, which was the pandemic, I think it was important for me as a manager and as part of UNISA to actually understand each individual's boat that they're in. Because remember, that even though in your own boat, your boat might not be able, could maybe have weathered the wave 1, it might not have weathered wave 2 or 3. It might not be built for the long term, it might only have been built for a short term. Structurally, it might have weaknesses, et cetera, et cetera. So I think what it was for me key to kind of make that determination very early on in the pandemic, that essentially we all were in different boats, but yet in the same storm. So the question is, what were we then sharing? So I think, do we share the same crisis? And do we share the same trauma? And do we share the same chaos? And I think it's those things that are kind of important as managers to understand as we entered into the pandemic. So a couple of lessons that I think for me emanated out of the pandemic was, I think you need a proper business continuity plan. You need a business continuity plan that is well understood among all participants in the organizations. And so when I talk about business continuity, I'm really talking about what do you do in the event, what do you do in the event that you have a disaster. So a disaster could be a long outage, an extended outage. It could also mean some disruption, maybe through weather. It could be a disruption through protest action. It could be this disruption through an act of God. And so having a collective understanding by the organization as to how you respond during those disaster events is very key. And for us as a UNISA, what we then had to do, what we found ourselves doing was going to look for that document that kind of the talks to business continuity. So I think that was a key learning, is that collective understanding. How do you respond in the face of disaster? I think that the other key learning was that as society moved to online, to a digital world very rapidly, what this digital world really done for us as UNISA, it exposed some of the weaknesses that we have in the cybersecurity space. And what we found during the COVID pandemic was that there was a significant increase in the amount of cybersecurity attack on UNISA and on staff. And so we saw the spike. And so essentially what it had highlighted to us is that as you kind of move into a digital era with putting services online, at the same time, you'd have to make sure that you fortify and secure your cybersecurity posture. I think what we also have noted, and I think for me is important, that the post-COVID-19 landscape has changed significantly. So a couple of things that I think is key for me, and maybe I'm sharing this with you, knowing that I'm an IT person, but many of you in the audience might not be, but I think I'll try to keep it as general as possible, is that we're now moving to the age of an ecosystem, isn't it? In that these ecosystems are now offering services that in the past, you would actually have to access these services individually. And so this era of the ecosystem, the era of platforms have kind of emerged strong. And you see it all over us. You see it when you want to go and purchase or procure services, that you can go to one site and everything is given to you at this one site. No longer do you have to keep 3 or 4 different sites available, but everything is being offered through one platform. I think the other key thing is that we're living in the era of technology disruption. I mean, if you have not acknowledged that technology is disrupting everything everywhere, I think it doesn't take you long to notice that by just walking out of your door and going to pay for or purchase a product. You need technology. You can buy things online. It can be dropped at your house. When you engage with staff members, it's now via social media. There's WhatsApp groups to communicate. The email is not the only form of communication. Email is now information, no longer communication. So technology has disrupted, I think, the way we work, the way we perceive our relationships, and even the way we find jobs. So you have this whole technology that's kind of become this umbrella of the globe. And if you haven't got the necessary skill to engage with this technology, I think you will find yourself at a loss. I think the other thing is that what we find is that the era of partnerships has emerged. That is, you cannot go it alone any longer. And so we saw that during the COVID-19 in the higher education sector, when we needed students to access teaching and learning content online. And as a sector, we could not provide students with data because of the costs associated with that. And we saw that these relationships emerged and partnerships emerged with the MNOs, the telecoms, Vodacoms, LCs, in order to make content available free to students. And so those partnerships were essential in order to make that happen. And so the era of partnerships and the era of collaboration has kind of emerged quite strongly. I think the other thing that's emerging is that we now connected workforce, isn't it? We kind of are connected, we work from home, and those of us who can, but essentially we're now online, and we're online 24/7. And it's almost like an expectation that I can send you an email at 8 o'clock at night and you're going to respond at 8:05. I'm going to send you a WhatsApp at 3 in the morning and I'm going to get a response. We work in that type of mode at the moment is that there's high expectation that we're all very responsive because we're all connected, and the expectation that we're going to have these high levels of productivity. And I think the last thing I want to say is that what we realize, whatever we thought we knew before COVID is actually in fact old knowledge, is knowledge that is kind of is not relevant, it's obsolete. And so this decay of knowledge is kind of, for me, interesting. That the way we want to operate as organizations, the way we want to support our customers, the way we want to serve our customers, the way the products that we think our customers need, whatever we had in our minds on the 1st of March 2020 is no longer relevant because everything has changed. And so this decay of knowledge, for me, I think is an interesting phenomenon that has emerged post the COVID pandemic. So I think just to kind of cement this idea of the changes that have come about post the pandemic, I think the one key thing I would like to maybe talk about is how organizations have changed. And so if you look at the traditional organization, it was very much about top-down hierarchy. It was about bureaucracy, detailed instructions. It was about silos. It was centralized decision-making, which I think we're all kind of aware. If you want to kind of have a memo signed, you need to send it to 50 people, and then someone on the top will kind of approve it. There was a fear of failure. And it was about strategic planning, isn't it? We need a plan for the next 5, 10, 20 years. It was that type of organizational ethos that existed pre-COVID. And organizations were very much mechanistic. Things were done sequentially. And I think what COVID has done is that it has changed the whole organization structure. And so things are no longer mechanistic or traditional. We don't operate like machines any longer. Now we need to be agile, we need to be organisms. And so what are the characteristics of this new organization post-COVID-19? Well, I think it's about being flexible. It's about leadership that is not centralized any longer. The decisions are not made by one individual, but really decision-making is kind of being made at the coalface of the organization. As decentralized decision-making fail quickly. So if you want to kind of test out a product that you think will be viable to your consumers, do it, test it out. If it fails, try again, try something new, make incremental changes. Don't be afraid to kind of be brave and courageous, and obviously client-orientated. And I think maybe this for us, for me and you that work in the public sector, I think we're all too familiar with the stakeholder management idea. And I think for us, as we look at post-COVID, for us at UNISA, it's becoming more and more about the student. What are the students' needs? How can we support the student more? How are we aligning our services from an academic point of view to make sure that the student needs are met? And so I think it's that type of shift that is happening. But I think for me, that is one of the key changes that are taking place. The organizations will have to change, and they are changing. And they're changing quite significantly. And I think the challenge for us in the public sector is how long will it take us to go from a mechanistic entity to an agile entity. I think that is the challenge for all of us. I think the other key thing I'm going to talk about before I get into the actual activity of COVID is really, for me, as we kind of went through this COVID period, what I realized is that if you don't have certain things in place, it has a particular outworking within the organization. And so on the slide, I may want to point out a couple of things to all of us that I kind of learned. So for example, if your projects that you initiate don't have a business case, then what you have as an outcome is you have some type of inertia, that people kind of don't really buy into what you're trying to accomplish. I mean, if you have no vision for what you're trying to do, then the people that you're leading will be confused because they will want to kind of put forward their own vision as opposed to the vision that the organization has. I mean, if you don't have shared values across the organization, as we have seen in our own country, then it will lead to corruption. If you don't have a strategy that's well articulated and that's clear, and then you kind of have everybody wanting to do their own thing, as opposed to aligning the activities to a agreed collective understanding of the strategy. If there's no information freely flowing between the organization and the staff on the ground, people that's at the coalface, and there's uncertainty. If your leadership is weak, then there's misdirection. If there's no resources, and we kind of see this, right, in the public sector, there's lack of resources, lack of capability, it makes us all very frustrated. And if there's no capability, which I think is a bigger question, if you don't have the skills or the competency, then you're having people do 5 or 6 or 7 jobs, right? And that leads to exhaustion. And then if there's no motivation, people are not motivated, inspired, then they become resented, they'll become very resentment or resistance, or even sabotage. And then I think the lack of communication breeds fear. And that's kind of, for me, some of the big learnings from the COVID experience. But maybe just so you know, so UNISA started way back, probably in 2012. They decided that, you know something, we need to respond to the changes that are taking place within our society. There are these fourth industrial revolution notions that are going around. We see significant changes happening at a technology level. And so how do we respond appropriately to these changes? Well, so UNISA adopted a digital transformation agenda. And the aim of this agenda was to move from this distance learning model, which utilized a lot of the older technologies like shipping and couriering services, posting your assignments, to actual digital services where you get those online assignments, you can make it available online, your study material is online, and so no longer do you need to go and post your assessments, but you can essentially do an MCQ online. And so it was helping UNISA transition from a traditional distance learning university to a digital university. And that journey essentially started back in 2012 already. So now you can imagine, and this slide kind of shows you where we are. So we spent quite a bit of time in 2018 stabilizing the environment, creating the blueprint that really became then the strategy for UNISA going forward. And we had all that in place, and we were really we pulled the trigger to do implementation. And so then the COVID hit us. So we understood our limitations in terms of capability. We were about to implement projects that will kind of replace a lot of these aged infrastructure. And then, unbeknown to us, we entered into a global pandemic where we had to pause all of these projects, but then also at the same time respond to kind of the need by the staff to work from home. And so kind of that for me was just an extremely anxious moment, is that because we knew that if only we had another 12 months, 18 months, we could kind of be ready for anything that society threw at us. But the fact that we had to kind of use all the same infrastructure, all the same systems that we knew had limitations to respond to the epidemic was of great concern for those of us in the IT. But essentially, as you can see, at the start of 2020, we were actually ready to build. We were ready to lay the digital foundation on which we're going to kind of build all the necessary services. I think just to kind of show you this, so, and for us as a portfolio, at that particular time, to 2020, as we're kind of getting ready to build all these digital foundation that will become essentially the bedrock for all the new services that we're going to deploy, at that time we're kind of overhauling the portfolio with new skills and with new service. So you can just imagine this excitement at UNISA, the excitement in the portfolio, knowing that at last we are going to kind of turn around the ship and set sail for a new beginning. And maybe just to kind of and then what happened, the COVID hit us. And so for us as a UNISA, how do you respond then to a global disaster? But also, how do you respond to a request by government to shut down your institution, shut down your regional offices? And then at the same time, for us, it was very important that how do we ensure that students could still complete the academic year? And that for us was key. We wanted to make sure that students could complete the academic year, even though we had to shut down all the buildings and all the offices. And so we made a couple of decisions during the early part of the lockdown period, was that we wanted to ensure that staff could still work from home. The staff that kind of could assist and ensure the continuity of the ICT operations, as well as of the business operations, had that ability to do that from home. And so we implemented this work from home model. And the way we done that was that we made available laptops to staff, essentially. So we went and rented laptops, but over 2,000 laptops we rented. We couriered those laptops to specific staff members, and that kind of ensured that those staff members could access services during the period that we were locked down 5, but still ensure they could support students and essentially support staff. We also created a virtual support center where staff could kind of call in, email questions. Because what we realized is that it's okay if you're sitting in an office and you have an IT problem, but if you're sitting at home and you have an IT problem, I mean, the anxiety levels are quite high. And so we found that we were inundated by staff requesting help and support and assistance. But we created this type of centralized service, virtual centralized service, that could kind of ensure that staff receive the necessary support while they were at home. And for us, I think the key thing was that we had to continue with support of the business. And so what was looming was the examination. And so as you probably know, UNISA runs 2 semesters, and at the end of each semester, we kind of run an examination period, a venue-based exam. And for us, during the May-June period, there was a lot of conversations on how do we now ensure we close out the academic year. But to do that, you need an end-of-year exam. And we could not offer a venue-based exam. And so we had to then offer an online examination. And I think for the key thing to understand is that UNISA has never offered an online examination ever in its history. For 140 years of existence, all examinations were venue-based. And COVID, in one fast-tracked a lot of our projects regarding digital transformation, to the point that we actually, in fact, decided as an institution that we will offer an online examination for those students that were eligible to write, so they could conclude their semester 1 in the right way. And so essentially the question that we were reflecting on is, I mean, where were we at in terms of our strategy? What capabilities do we have currently that we could deploy and leverage? And so, as you probably are aware, that we do have some virtual meetings. We created virtual meetings where we rolled out Teams to all our staff members, and Teams allowed our staff to essentially collaborate online, still have their meetings without coming to the office. And that was a key driver to enable the connected staff worker during the COVID period. We built out VPN infrastructure so that staff would connect remotely from home, because it wasn't something that we kind of had in place. We had limited work from home staff, but now we had to accommodate almost 8,000 staff members that had to work from home. And then obviously a key project that we started during the stabilization and the business as usual phase of our strategy was to migrate our MyUNISA into the cloud. So for those of you who remember in the early 2017, 2016, there was a lot of stability issues around MyUnisa. And when students kind of logged on and wanted to load assignments, the service would crash. And so during 2018, we actually started a project where we migrated our MyUnisa into the cloud. And that really saved us because now that we had MyUnisa in the cloud during the COVID pandemic, we actually felt it was amazing how it then responded to the demand by the students. And so really, we had almost the building blocks of a strategy that could respond well to a pandemic. And so we knew that as we kind of looked at our current infrastructure, we could say, well, now we can use that current infrastructure and actually administer an online examinations. And that kind of was key to servicing our students. Just to know, we also have reverse billing. And so with the help of obviously the sector as a whole, students could access all our teaching and learning content online without having to use any of their own data. And that was fairly significant. And that wasn't just a UNISA project, but it really was a sector-wide project. And I mean, we saw the benefits of that. And so if a student accessed any of our content, whether it was a library, whether it was MyUnisa, whether it was the LMS, but essentially all of that content was free. And that essentially was made available to all the institutions across the sector. And for me, I think, you know, as I look at that particular initiative, I think that should become default. And I said this in the previous discussions I had. I think if we want to turn it around, come in terms of skill and capability, if you want to turn around this country in terms of getting the youth employable, I think one of the key levers we have is this lever to collaborate and partner with the likes of the telecoms, the CLC, the MTNs, and make available teaching and learning content, not just from UNISA, but from all universities, free, so that they can access those services without having to fork out any of their own cash. I think some of the interesting trends that I thought I'll share with you as we kind of were emerging out of this COVID or emerging out of 2020, is that there was a growing recognition that online learning was kind of a good thing. I mean, it's amazing. I mean, before the COVID pandemic hit us, I mean, we were probably one of the only institutions that had an online learning service to students. But COVID actually provided the impetus that every university in the sector started to provide online learning services. And what that does is it opens access, gives more access to more students, and that can only be a good thing. And then we saw some of the 4R technologies really come into play. Artificial intelligence, we saw a huge increase in the deployment of AI services, if, for example, in the area of support services for students, in the area of how do you customize some of the academic projects so that they align to the students' needs. So AI is becoming a key enabler for the sector. And I think well, maybe just to kind of talk a little bit to the impact and the interventions. And so from a technology point of view, training is key. I think if you're not going to provide the necessary training for staff, I think this is what we realized, that as we kind of shift into this digital era and kind of deploying more digital services, if you're not going to take your staff along with you, I think you're going to sit with a number of challenges. And so for us was, how do we ensure that we adequately train, equip our staff to consume these new services that we are deploying? I think so the training is key. And the other key area that we also started to see from a technology point of view was that you can now start to leverage off some of the technologies that allows the digital office to emerge within your household. And so we have this idea at UNISA that, you know, that the idea of having an office, those ideas I think are obsolete now. that a digital workplace is currently replacing your office at your workplace. And how do we create a digital workplace? And for us it was kind of interesting to kind of go through the exercise. We say, well, a digital workplace really is about having a device, first of all, and then that device is then used to actually do a number of things. Well, so you need to be able to make a phone call using that device. You need to be able to collaborate with other colleagues using that device. And so your device now replaces essentially your office space. And so through the various technology solutions that we deployed, our staff currently, with a device, with a laptop, they essentially have the ability to meet on Teams, to engage with staff, to do video calls, essentially to be called as if they were in the office. And so essentially your desk number now follows your device. And for us, that is the new world that we are living in, is this world where everything is no longer the same. And so essentially that helps a lot. It helps staff kind of remain connected, but more importantly, helps staff kind of remain connected to each other, so they could see their colleagues visually, they can engage in meetings, and essentially decisions can be made in a safe environment. I think maybe just to follow through on some of the lessons that we learned during the COVID period, is that we were so busy responding to the pandemic. We were so busy putting in place solutions. We were so busy supporting staff and students. We were just like, to just go, that I think in January of this year, we forced ourselves to take time out and reflect and pause. And I think that was probably the biggest decision taken by the university, to say, as management, let us stop. We have administered the examination. Students have kind of written the end of passed through the academic year, but I think we need to stop. We need to pause. We've been running on a treadmill for almost 12 months. We need to stop and pause. And we essentially reflected on a UNISA of the future. And we allowed ourselves to reimagine a UNISA post-COVID. And I think if you don't allow yourself to do that, all that you're going to be doing is to react to the current environment, not realizing that actually, in fact, there are things that we can kind of start to plan ahead so that we actually create a new vision for the institution and for ourselves. And so we kind of spent the better part of January, February, March, just reflecting on where we're at, what worked for us during the pandemic, what did not work, what type of strategies should we now start to look at, new strategies that we believe that will take us forward. What are some of the things that we should stop doing? What are some of the plans that we had that really looking forward are not going to work for UNISA? And I think that was key. And so we kind of just realized again that you need robust ICT infrastructure. That was key. That as we move forward, we need robust infrastructure that's agile and that's responsive. You need a solid ICT cybersecurity plan, a cybersecurity strategy, a cybersecurity approach that's going to ensure that you can protect your valuable assets. I mean, those are key. And so whatever projects we had prior to COVID, we had to strengthen them. We had to bolster them, because that is the one thread that kind of one can see all the way through where it exposed our weakness. I think you need a digital workforce as you're kind of emerging out of the COVID. That a digital workforce really requires training. It requires relearning, unlearning, and learning some new skills. It requires us to kind of think about our competencies, think about our ideas, so that we can kind of start to look forward. Because everything that we thought we knew is no longer valid. I think this cross-functional activity really has started to emerge for us. So we're working very closely now as a portfolio with the colleges, with our College of Science and Engineering and Technology, leveraging of their capability, of their skill, of their experience, of their exposure. So partnerships has become key. I think the thing about reimagining the future is that you can really start to think beyond the current constraints that we have. And so we're thinking about how do we create virtual labs, augmented reality spaces, where students can actually engage in activities online. And so this whole notion of being online has become really key for us. And so you, as a student at UNISA, your classroom essentially is online. You don't have the opportunity to go to a lecture hall. And so how do we create a rich, immersive experience for our students that are accessing their learning through an online medium? And so augmented reality is becoming quite a key capability that we believe we need going forward. And I think that it's innovation. Eh? I think that if you're not thinking about innovation, new ideas, I think you are going to become irrelevant, not just as an institution, but as an individual. And so for us, as we kind of reflected over the past few months, innovation is becoming a mediator to kind of make sure we can shift this organization from where we are today to where we want to be in the future. So those kind of the key things that we kind of came out of our reflections. It came out of our reimagining a UNISA for the future. And as you probably will over the next months or go see in the news, in the media, that we have a number of exciting projects that are being rolled out over the next few months. That kind of ties back to this reimagining of UNISA. And so we're going to just shift the whole UNISA from what was a traditional university to a university post-COVID. A university that kind of is going to embrace 4AR, going to embrace digital services, so we can improve the student experience and make sure that as a country, as a continent, we kind of reimagine our future. And I think for me, one of the interesting things is as we kind of look at our country, look at our continent, we can either become more and more dependent on international support, international services, international help, or we can kind of start to think, how do we create our own future? How do we create our own technology? How do we create a lack of dependence on the West or the East, for that matter? And I think for us as UNISA, that's kind of one of the conversations that we're having. That do we really want to continue to be dependent on the West or the East? Or do we want to become self-sufficient as a continent and as a country? You have so many resources on this continent. Why are we not using it? Why are we not leveraging off it? So I think that for me is maybe my take-home point, is that post-COVID-19 has really given us that space to consider ourselves as a continent, Africa, a player within this globe, and not just some dark continent somewhere, but really a continent that can shine just as bright as any other economy. So that I'll pause, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Mouth open. 400,000 students, 50,000 graduates, 8,000 staff members in 1 year. COVID happened, you had to shut down all your campuses, but the work still had to go on. I am surprised, I am shocked, I'm thinking, how did you do it? Probably a lot of sleepless nights, a lot of man hours that were put, but through it all, you made it. One of the main things that you alluded to was you had to leverage on ICT, and which is what I have been saying ever since we started with the conference, to say that COVID has shown us flames. COVID had to make sure that we rethink the way we do business. And in your case study as UNISA, you have proved that it was doable and you were able to turn the corner, and you were still able to deliver on the services that you were mandated to deliver on, and you have leveraged on ICT. So I want to open the floor if there are any questions for Mervyn. If you can just raise your hands. If there's anyone with a mic, please just move around. You have touched, Mervyn, on something very important, cybersecurity witness, which is what you guys realized, that you are leveraging on ICT, but there is a loophole, cybersecurity witness. And us as NSG, we can relate to that because on the 31st of July, 2020, we had a cyber attack where all our systems were hacked, meaning that there was a malware virus that was plugged into our systems. So nothing was working. From the telephone up until to this beautiful laptop that Dr. Mushokwane is sitting with. So our entire system was locked. You know, the criminals were demanding thousands, actually millions of rands to release our information. And as government, you know, we don't have millions sitting around where you can just pay criminals and say, okay, release our information. It was at a critical time, 31st of July, for those of you who are in finance, who are in strategy, who are in the office of the head of department. That is the time when we had to submit financial statements to National Treasury. We had to submit the first draft of the annual report. So all the systems were locked. We could not access anything. The work that we had worked on for the whole year, it was gone. It was wiped out. So what do we do? What do you do as a leadership of an organization in that kind of a scenario? But here we are as NSG, we are standing here, we are telling the story because we have been there and we have seen. Yes, there is that number one advantage of using ICT. However, there are disadvantages too. And one of them is cyber attacks. Colleagues, are there any questions for Mervyn? I see there's one hand here. Any other hands? Two hands? Yes. Rebecca, can you start here? I've noted two colleagues over here. The gentleman on my left and the other one on my right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Fezile Vutela from Igatiso. My question to Mr. Mervyn is what policy adjustment they have to look at as an institution, looking at the environment currently, and also what risk adjustment strategy they had to employ in order to deal with the new normal. Thank you.
Thank you for those two questions. Okay, I'm going to take the second question and then we can give him an opportunity to respond to that.
Thank you very much, my program director, for this opportunity, and thanks very much, Mr. Christophels from UNICEF for this presentation. We sincerely appreciate it. This is Paul Sehlamatuludi from Department of Health. My question is, okay, first let me congratulate you for achieving those achievements. Yeah, in 100 years or over 100 years, online learning. This means you were up front even before this COVID-19. But I'm just worried about this section of online examination during COVID. And then in a class, there is a situation of invigilator and learners. And then there is a duration. Maybe the examination is for 3 hours. And then in accordance with your quality assurance policy, how do you make sure you adhere to that? I can understand that you will be using my UNISA to write, but do you close it after 3 hours? And then if you close me out after 3 hours, then what? What happens? Do you leave me alone? Those are the questions that I want to raise. And the last one is, you touched on, I had my program director here talk to Internet of Things, and then you have highlighted the augmented realities that support students to learn online. I was just worried about its impact to other industries that are working with you. I thank you.
Okay, thank you for those two questions. I'm going to ask Mervyn to respond. The first question was about policy adjustment and the risk strategy that was adopted by UNISA. And the second one was in terms of online examinations, quality assurance of exams, whereby when we have normal examinations, we will have an invigilator, you will have time limit. So how did they do it when they had to do online examinations? So Mervyn, I will hand over to you to answer those two questions. And afterwards, I will take another round. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. So I think let me start with the online examination, because that's kind of close to my heart right now, because we're busy preparing for our next online exam, which is coming up in September. It starts in September and it ends in December. And so when we had to administer the first online exam, which was last year, which was the May-June exam, remember this was brand new to us. We knew that in our traditional model, we had a proctor, someone in the classroom or in the venue. The essentially was the policeman, making sure that no one was cheating. But how do you move that model online? And so what we then done during May of last year, when we had our first online exam, we piloted a number of proctoring technologies, specifically a solution that essentially works with your web browser, and it monitors your facial activity, it monitors your web activity, it monitors your keyboard strokes. And so we essentially what we've done during that May-June exam, we piloted it with 2 colleges, just for us to get an understanding of how does the online proctoring solution actually interact with the student. Because for us, the key thing was student behavior. You can put a piece of technology down, but how does the student really respond to that technology? And so what we found during May-June, our first examination, was that it was really interesting that students had a lot of anxiety around being proctored versus when they just normally submitted an assignment. And so we had to kind of deal with that post-exam. But essentially, we realized if you want to have quality infused into your examination process, not proctoring is only one aspect of quality, isn't it? I mean, there is the way the examination is set up. It is the type of questions that are asked. It is the time that you're given. So from the academic point of view, what we had was a deep discussion around, so how do you craft an examination that's online so that you can ensure the integrity of the examination. And so we did not have proctoring for every module that was written, but what was built into the examination modality was the ability for the student to ensure that as he kind of engaged with the examination, that it's a true reflection of their own work. And so there are 2 modalities of exams we offer. We offer the MCQ, multiple choice questions, and those are time-based. And so you have either 2 hours to complete either answering 50 or 60 questions. And then you have another option, which was the take-home option. So you would essentially get an exam where you had to write a report, and that essentially you were given maybe 24 hours to complete that, or 36 hours, and then you had to upload the report. And so those are the 2 modalities that we're using at UNISA for our online examination program. What happened in November was that the entities that administer, the boards that administer some of the vocational accreditations, for example, the CA board, they required proctoring for every exit student. And then we kind of engaged with a technology called Invigilator. And in actual fact, it's a technology that was a solution built by UJ for their students. And it is an app that sits on your phone, and essentially it allows the student to kind of have an app that's active, and it forces you to kind of pick up the app every now and again and validate yourself while you're kind of engaging either in a secure environment in most cases, or in a timed examination in some cases. But so for UNISA, all exiting modules are essentially invigilated. That's the principle, because that's a requirement. But also currently we have taken a decision that we are again running the what we call the IRIS application, which is the web-based proctoring solution for some examinations, and then obviously the Invigilator application for all exit modules. We'll get to the point where we're going to probably invigilate every module, but I think we're ramping up this particular approach. Hopefully by next year, we probably will invigilate every exam that's being administered by UNISA. But I think there are some interesting solutions out there which we kind of have investigated, but the two that we found to be quite useful is this Invigilator app developed by UJ, and this application called IRIS, which is an Australian application. I think the other question relating to the IoT, what's the impact? We have a project called Smart Campus, where we actually enabling all buildings with IoT. And essentially it is to access information so we can run these buildings more efficiently from a security point of view and from a safety point of view. And so accessing information with regards to lighting, to water usage, to heat, to access, those technologies are essentially used to ensure that our students are safer, our staff are safer, and that essentially we can manage these buildings in a much more efficient way. And so that's kind of how we are deploying IoT across the UNISA, and they are in the estate spaces as sensors. But also what we're looking at going forward is maybe how do we kind of tap into some of the technologies that have been developed at our CSET college for alternative power, because I think that for us has become quite an essential core conversation. I mean, we kind of know there are load shedding, but yet we have capability that is looking at solar power, and so kind of trying to leverage that over the next couple of years to replace our dependency on ESCOM. I think the question around policy adjustment, there's been a lot of discussion, especially from HR. And so we found the biggest impact around our policy adjustment has been around the issue of HR staff. And so a couple of policy conversations has happened, and it's really related to working from home. So policy revisions around how do we manage working from home more effectively? What's required by staff to work from home? What type of support is needed from a UNISA point of view to a staff member who works from home? And so those type of discussions are taking place. There's nothing yet been approved, but there's a number of draft policy documents relating to working from home. And then essentially the first part of the year where we reviewed essentially our strategy, where we had the opportunity to pause and reflect on a UNISA or post-COVID, have kind of allowed us to introduce a number of key initiatives into our strategy, which wasn't there. And those are kind of going through the approval processes. And so how do we become sustainable as a university? We do know that the funding is being reduced from a government point of view. We do know that our learners are under financial pressure. So how do we start to kind of think about the question of sustainability as a university, fourth stream income? And so those things are kind of filtering into our policies, but it's really about making sure that UNISA is around for another 100 years. I hope kind of that answers at least some of the questions.
I'm just checking if we have any other questions. Okay, there's one question there at the back, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let us acknowledge and thank not just the thought-provoking presentation, but quite a challenging one. My questions would be, I do acknowledge the innovation that probably technology brings. For example, I know from the UNISA's point of view, the Microsoft Teams, they managed to link the landlines, the telecom landlines to Microsoft Teams, to the officials' credentials, wherein if you are not in the office and the member of the public calls you, it rings on your phone. But then I'm quite interested in those innovative kind of policies, which of course brings with or along budget or financial implications. I just want to find out in terms of that, probably they were somewhere, probably they had some solutions which they implemented, which made it easier for UNISA to, to transform or to move or migrate into a solution that would be pro-COVID-19 pandemic. There are cost implications, of course. In terms of the budget and finances, how did they actually manage? Did they have spare funding, or they had to probably request for more from not from Treasury, but from higher education, because they're getting a slice of the budget from higher education. And secondly, the infrastructure. Obviously, when we're talking new technology, there comes a question of infrastructure. You probably have to adjust your infrastructure. It has got financial implications, probably not giving us the exact figure. Up to when UNISA had to stretch its financial muscle to implement this innovative solutions. And then perhaps at the end, maybe challenge my colleagues here to say the earlier presentation before this one, the presenter mentioned the MTF, which is starting next year, and the process is on and it's about to end. Departments are submitting to Treasury for medium-term expenditure framework for 2022-23 up to 25. Then my question would be, are we ready in terms of the costs that might be required or involved? Are we ready? Remember, I think the presenter will also allude to issues of license fees. There are license fees involved. Is the public service ready to probably cater for about 1.2 million licenses from Microsoft? I'll give you a typical example that is happening currently. I know from the province, they've implemented Microsoft Active Directory, but because of the financial implications involved, the solution has been implemented only from middle management and above. If there was abundance of financial resources, it could have been implemented to everyone within each department, but that is not possible. You need money, you need finances to actually accommodate that. And also the MTF process that is ending, have we become proactive and request from Treasury additional funding for these issues. Some of these technology innovations, from the Treasury point of view, they may see them as nice to haves, since we are in the middle of the pandemic. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for that. Okay, I'm going to hand over to Mervyn to answer those two questions. I think on financial implications and in terms of infrastructure upgrade. The one on the NTEF, it is not for Mervyn. I think it is for us to ponder over as public servants. So Mervyn, over to you on those two questions. Thank you.
So thank you for the question. I think my response is the following, that you have to put skin in the game as an ICT department, because ICT is an expensive cost to the organization. And so when we looked at these solutions, the question is always, are there any substitutional costs? So you implementing soft calling as well as Teams calling, but where's that budget coming from? And I think for me, those are important conversations to have. So if you're going to provide some intervention in order to address a particular crisis, if you're building on capability without substituting anything that needs to kind of die or that needs to be removed, I think that conversation is very hard to have. And so for us, it's always about, we are substituting something with something better. So in our case, the substitution is actually, in fact, some of the calling that's happening on campuses. So all of those calling is no longer there. So you've got the telecom services that are provisioned, so that regional offices can call each other. All of the telecom services essentially decommissioned, and replace that with one service that essentially is plugged into Teams. And through the Teams infrastructure, we can manage and monitor the type of calling that is taking place. So it gives us that granular control over the types of calling that we allow. And so that for me is the key thing. And I think it has to make financial sense. And so for me, that is how it makes financial sense, is that there is a substitution. We are decommissioning something that is traditional, something that is not agile, something that's very expensive, with something that is more future-proofing the organization, but that we're not carrying the full cost of it. There's some type of substitutional cost. It might not be 100%, but the benefits of implementing this particular solution outweighs the extra cost. But there is something that's been decommissioned. I think that for me is an important principle, and we use it all the time. What are you decommissioning? What are you foregoing? What are you kind of stopping in order to kind of have something new? And then from an infrastructure point of view, so you're right. So the Higher Education Department made available budget to the sector to help them through COVID. And we applied for some of these grants during the COVID period, and we were issued a budget to be allocated over a 6-month period to support our COVID-19 projects. And so some of that budget was used to implement some infrastructure, for example. So it was the Teams infrastructure for the dialing, it was our VPN infrastructure, but it was a grant offered to institutions across the sector to help them deal with some of the COVID challenges they were having. And so we kind of didn't pay, we have to kind of focus on some capital to address some of these infrastructure projects, but obviously the ongoing operational cost has to be funded by the institution. But I mean, I want also to say that your strategy comes first, isn't it? And so your budget follows your strategy. And if the budget is under constraint, you have to go back to the strategy. And I think for us, that is what we've done now in January, February, was to say, but we're now under a new financial paradigm with less subsidy, with our learners in severe financial crisis. Is the strategy still appropriate for post-COVID-19 environment. I think that is the conversation that is useful, because once you reviewed and sanity checked your strategy, you can then make some adjustments to your budget. And so where are you spending your money? And if the money that you are spending is not aligned to the sustainability of the institution, then I think you're in trouble. And so for us, it was to say, but the academic project, research and innovation is priority for the university. So whatever budget we have available needs to ensure that we fund projects that are directly linked to that. And so you have to see that golden thread, that the academic project, research and innovation, has to be bolstered by funding, and the projects that kind of emanate out of the various colleges or the support departments have to align to ensure that we will reach that goal. Because ultimately, UNISA will only be successful if our academic project is successful and if our research and commercialization capability grows from strength to strength. So I think for me, taking that pause was good. It helped us to realign and then make sure that we always sanity check how we're spending the rands and cents, and is it going to give us value at the end of the day? I hope that kind of helps.
Thank you very much for that, Mervyn. Yes, you did answer the question that was posed to you about the rands and cents, which is very important for anyone sitting around here, for any from any organization. So Mervyn, I would like to thank you very much for the insightful presentation and for engaging with us. You know, the beauty of technology, we are sitting in the Northwest, you are sitting in your kitchen with the Bahamas background, and we're able to interact and to learn from you. And three things that I'm taking from your presentation. One is that you need to leverage on ICT. The second one, training is key. And I guess that is why all of us are sitting here today. And lastly, is to, you said it very well, pause, stop, reflect. Look at where you come from, where are we and where are we going? Reimagine an organization of the future. Mervyn, thank you very much. Hoping to meet with you again some other time. Enjoy the cup of tea, cup of coffee. We are going to have a wonderful lunch, and next time we'll invite you to lunch. Thank you very much. Colleagues, let us meet again at 5 to 2. Thank you. Excuse me, colleagues. I'm told that we are under financial constraint. So it's 1 soft drink per person for lunch. Please don't take 2. And lunch is served where, Rebecca? Where we had breakfast this morning. Thank you. Let's meet again at 5 to 2.
Is all present persons? Very full of that. Oh, sorry, boss.
South Africa is growing and new challenges arrive every day. Challenges that weren't there yesterday, but the solutions are needed today.
We do have a problem of unemployment in South Africa, of poverty, of inequality, particularly the unemployment that is affecting our young people and women. And this
Excuse me, colleagues. I've been asked to announce that we please take just 1 mug that is allocated to where you are seated, because the marks are numbered according to how many delegates would attend. Thank you.
South Africa is growing and new challenges arrive every day. Challenges that weren't there yesterday, but the solutions are needed today.
We do have a problem of unemployment in South Africa, of poverty, of inequality, particularly the unemployment that is affecting our young people and women. And this school, we are hoping, can assist us with properly researched information on how best as government can we deal with these issues.
National School of Government provides public sector with the power to implement successful transformation, a capable workforce, and ultimately inspire public service that responds effectively to these challenges.
The National School of Government is mandated to train public servants throughout the entire public service, which includes the provinces and the national departments. But we are also mandated through memorandum of understanding to train the local government sector.
This school is a school which has to teach people about everything that is happening in government, both those that are coming for the first time and therefore at an entrance level, but those that are in the middle management and those that are in the senior management.
With effect from April 1, 2020, an individual may only qualify to enter the senior management service if they have successfully completed a public service senior management leadership program at the required performer level. The program aims to challenge you as a public servant to live the PLE principles and to instill knowledge and understanding of the intrinsic values and building blocks of our democratic state. This is also according to the aims of the National Development Plan.
The National Development Plan remains a guiding vision towards 2030 and the emancipation of South Africans from the triple challenges of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. We need to build a capable developmental state which, together with an active citizenry, leads to a drive against these triple challenges. We also need to be part of building an ethical and professional public service. Through its suite of programs, the school trains in excess of 30,000 public servants annually.
With the right knowledge, nothing is impossible. And as NSG combines the best training facilities that allow our public sector to have access to learning and development programs.
Depending on the program, we always keep the minimum of stock material, which varies in terms of number from 200 to 1,000. We also keep 2% of material printed in Braille to accommodate learners who are visually impaired in order to promote diversity within National School of Government training programs.
The origins of the design and development of the school's curriculum is multiple. For example, we could have a request from a ministry with regard to what they need us to design. We could also have requests from particular departments who maybe have designed particular policy for implementation, and they request the school to support them through training and development to implement that policy. The school is also quite proactive, and so we make use of our training needs analysis, the analysis thereof, and we design the curriculum thereof. So, for example, when we design our financial management and supply chain management programs, we will have a very close working relationship with colleagues in National Treasury.
A training calendar was developed to assist the department that on a specific date, in a specific calendar month, and in a financial year, on the specific date, those departments can send their learners or delegates here at the NSG offices for them to participate in that particular training invention that they are interested in. This enables the departments to ensure that people are trained other than having to wait to have a number of 25 people per department. After the completion of each training, there is a certificate which is issued to the participants of that specific program.
In the era of the fourth industrial revolution, where technology impacts almost everything we do, we have to work together to use its opportunities in ways that benefit all public servants and public service in general. Using technology also enables the school to deliver learning in the workplace at much lower costs. Furthermore, departments don't incur extra costs associated with traditional learning and development. For example, traveling to a training venue, accommodation, catering, S&T. We use e-learning to make learning opportunities available to large numbers of public servants. When public servants enroll for an e-learning course, they take anytime. These are just some of the advantages of e-learning. To benefit, departments must create an enabling and supportive environment. At the very least, departments have to make an internet-enabled device available for e-learning purposes. This could be a desktop computer or a laptop, and our courses are also accessible on tablets and smartphones.
The office of the principal is the highest executive office in NSG. The principal, as accounting officer of the school, must lead and provide strategic vision and direction. The principal also undertakes strategic communication with key stakeholders.
We have to operate based on the cost recovery model. So we calculate what are the costs that are involved in us delivering a program. Then we add them all together when we come up with a tariff. From there, we take it to the National Treasury to do a review of those tariffs. National Treasury allocation gives us about 30% of the total if you include the vote and the trading account together. So the sustainability of the organization rests with the trading account. So we have to work hard to make sure that we sustain ourselves and generate enough money so that the organization can run smoothly.
The school also forges strategic international partnerships and mobilizes resources from the donor community and facilitates engagement in the global knowledge exchange network.
The international relations and special projects is one of the chief directorates within the NSG, with the role of coordinating the participation of the National School of Government in international forums. One of those forums is the African Union Specialized Technical Committee number 8, which is dealing with capacity building in the public service across the continent. The second one is the African Management Development Institutes Network, which is called AMDI. The National School of Government is the secretariat for AMDI. And through AMDIN, we are implementing courses across the continent. And through AMDIN, we are uniting the African Management Development Institutes under one umbrella, with a view to ensure that there is a common understanding and a common approach to development and capacity building, within the continent. We are also coordinating the participation of the NSG in courses that are offered by the Chinese Academy of Governments. We have an MOU, which we are facilitated for the NSG to sign. That MOU is between the NSG and CAG. We are coordinating as international relations and special projects the participation of the National School of Government in courses that are provided by several institutions. One example, for instance, is the participation of the NSG in courses offered by the National School of Administration of France. We have sent since 2009 several public servants from both the NSG and the other government departments.
NSG makes space for the public sector to be involved in moving the country forward, knowing that they are part of a bigger team.
We contribute to the mandate of government by professionalizing our public servants so that they can go out and give the whole of South Africa a better service, a better quality of service, so that we can all live and be happy in South Africa.
The NSG ensures that public servants are empowered so that the citizens, when they interact with the public service, they can receive a fast and effective service from them.
When public service is done right, it solves everyday problems that optimize resources and allow South Africa to grow.
To summarize the Batupili principles, we say we belong. We are saying as public servants, we belong to the public sector. We belong to the government as workers. But we also say we care. When we say we care, we're actually saying we care for our patients, our clients, our customers, our public, and our people. And when we say we serve, we are saying our services are those of people that are believing in the fact that they are there to provide service and also to be servants and to serve the people of South Africa.
It's more than just a school.
We belong, we care,
we serve.
Afternoon, I am Dimagato Kalane from the Office of the Premier, responsible for the provincial coordination in all HRD ranks. This is an opportunity for HRD practitioners that are unable to attend conferences, that we share practices and we learn from each other. The highlights for me for this PLE is that it brought a variety of speakers that address issues that we are facing with. Looking at the pandemic and what impact it had on our workplaces is that we don't have policies that guides us on how to perform or how our performance is going to be measured. We learned from the speakers that gave their own experiences, and I think we need to learn from that. We shouldn't be waiting for the DPSA to draft a policy on how to deal with workplaces during COVID-19. Looking at management, I think management needs to play a role in guiding, in leading by example. During COVID-19, we find that people are not coming to work as requested because there is no guideline in what is needed. I think we need more management support in terms of providing the trainers with tools of trade, simple things that people take it for granted, like a laptop, a working laptop. In the country, we've got a challenge of network connection. The CETA, responsible for the public service, which is SITA. We find that there is no continuous connectivity in terms of providing networks, and we're supposed to work from home. So it makes people who are not given this particular tools of trade to come to work and being exposed for this virus. So I think in the public service, talking in general for the province, in the province, our province is purely rural. Can you imagine a district office in Guyana, a district office in Vembe, in Chilizine? You find a training officer that's supposed to work from home, doesn't even have a working laptop or desktop in the office. What about working from home? So I think we need more to be done, because I think the pandemic is here to stay. And as such, we must be able to be innovative. When I say we shouldn't be waiting for any policy, because people will say this is not in the policy, but we have to keep the ground running and work and ensure that we're innovative. We provide all the resources and the performance, and because if we don't report, then it means in the public service we're not going to do anything. As a provincial coordinator, like I understand there are people who are working from home who have comorbidities, but without me having all the resources that I can be able to contact even people that are supposed to work from home, then it means that particular person will never report for the entire financial, or as long as COVID is here with us. So I think with these presentations that are posted by the NSG on the PSTF or on the website of the NSG, as the province will encourage our HRD practitioners to go into the website and look at the presentations that we've done. And we continue with conversations and discussions on how can we improve ourselves, because as trainers, we need to be able to ensure that we train and we instill the culture of learning, because like without lifelong learning, there's nothing we can do. And now we've got the e-learning. E-learning has been here and we talked to for a long time, but now this is the reality. We have to ensure that e-learning is here and make people be able to source out information, whether it's global, whether it's regionally, whether it's domestic, in terms of whatever fields that they want to empower themselves on. Thank you.
My name is Moleke Masarami, working in the Department of Agriculture, HRD. So I'm here to attend training on human resource training as HRD. And then this training is being facilitated by Department of the Premier and NSG. In this training, there are quite a number of things that I've experienced that we had from the presentations, and the presentations were quite informative and eye-awakening. The things that captured my attention are as follows. First, there was a presentation on ethical behavior for the public servants, and the challenges that we have experienced during this period of COVID-19. This COVID-19 has affected the public service immensely. It has affected us quite badly as public servants, because we are not doing or delivering services as we are supposed to do. You will remember that when it started, we had a lockdown where offices were literally closed, and then the public did not access our services. And as such, the public suffered because of lack of services. And especially for public servants, we did not go to work, and if we are not at work, it means the work is never done. And then we lately, with this COVID, we had a rotational arrangement that we have done to say on such a day you are going to work, on such a day you don't go to work. And during those days that you are not going to work, you need to work from home. And so it was highlighted that the issue of working from home is here to stay. It's going to be with us for quite a number for quite some times. And as such, if you are working from home, it doesn't mean that you are not performing your tasks. You will have to do your work at home. You have to work online. If you had an opportunity of having the laptop and you are network connected. But in some cases, you find that you cannot perform as expected, because you don't have the data, you don't have connectivity, and then you are unable to access your clients. Like as HRD, our key responsibility is to train employees, and sometimes you cannot train them because some of your clients, they don't have the laptops. So these are the new things that have emerged, the new challenges that have emerged with COVID-19. And but as employees, we are not supposed to throw the towel. What we need to do is to work with what we have. And then if you don't have the resources, the little resources that you have, you need to use them to make sure that training is being done to other employees. So National School of Government came here to give us the strategies, to give us the techniques that we can use to make sure that we train our people in the light of COVID-19. Should not throw the towel and say there's nothing that we can do. So public servants need to also to have a good ethical behavior. Good ethical behavior, which means we need to be disciplined. We need to work accordingly as per our GPI, which is key performance instrument. So we really appreciate the intervention that is done by National School of Government. And I think now as employees, we've been re-energized, and also that we need to imagine the new ways of doing things so that we overcome this pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Tina Whitehead. I'm from Office of the Premier. I'm a new intern from Office of the Premier. I believe that I still have a long way to go, but so far I just want to thank the National School of Government for bringing this opportunity to broaden my mind, to broaden my skills. What really stood out for me is the presentation that was made by Ms. Kubuzo. She spoke about integrity, he spoke about ethics, and also he touched about sexual harassment. So I believe that as a public servant, you need to have that integrity. You need to have those ethics so that you can represent people, so that people can be open to you and will be able to help them. So I believe this opportunity will make me to learn as time goes on, and I will be able to know what is going on in the HR department and what is it that is expected of me. I just want to thank this opportunity because as we go, we learn and we move. So I'm just excited that I'll be learning a lot more from this internship. Thank you.
Wow. I'm Mike Matamera from the Department of Health, Limpopo. I just want to express my sincere gratitude for bringing this program to Limpopo province. I could not ask for more. I've attended a lot of programs in my life, both within South Africa and outside South Africa. And believe you me, this is one of the best programs I've attended. And thank you for the NSG who brought a top creme de la creme of facilitators. And you know, if you don't know that you do not know, you are a problem to yourself and the world at large. Today, it's really an eye-opening exercise. And I must say, from what I have learned, I'm going to go places, I will see faces, and there will be no cases. And I want to say this from the bottom of my heart before I retire. This program has inspired and motivated me. Indeed, change begins with me. Please visit me in the next few months. You will see what I have learned. It is all about going to apply and living what I have learned. And thank you very much.
South Africa is growing and new challenges arrive every day. Challenges that weren't there yesterday, but the solutions are needed today.
We do have a problem of unemployment in South Africa, of poverty, of inequality, particularly the unemployment that is affecting our young people and women. And this school, we are hoping, can assist us with properly researched information on how best as government can we deal with these issues.
National School of Government provides public sector with the power to implement successful transformation, a capable workforce, and ultimately inspire public service that responds effectively to these challenges.
The National School of Government is mandated to train public servants throughout the entire public service, which includes the provinces and the national departments. But we are also mandated through memorandum of understanding to train the local government sector.
This school is a school which has to teach people about everything that is happening in government, both those that are coming for the first time and therefore at an entrance level, but those that are in the middle management and those that are in the senior management.
With effect from April 1, 2020, an individual may only qualify to enter the senior management service if they have successfully completed a public service senior management leadership program at the required performer level. The program aims to challenge you as a public servant to live the PLE principles and to instill knowledge and understanding of the intrinsic values and building blocks of our democratic state. This is also according to the aims of the National Development Plan.
The National Development Plan remains a guiding vision towards 2030 and the emancipation of South Africans from the triple challenges of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. We need to build a capable developmental state, which, together with an active citizenry, leads to a drive against these triple challenges. We also need to be part of building an ethical and professional public service. Through its suite of programs, the school trains in excess of 30,000 public servants annually.
With the right knowledge, nothing is impossible. And as NSG combines the best training facilities that allow our public sector to have access to learning and development programs.
Depending on the program, we always keep the minimum of stock material, which varies in terms of number from 200 to 1,000. We also keep 2% of material printed in Braille to accommodate learners who are visually impaired in order to promote diversity within National School of Government training programs.
The origins of the design and development of the school's curriculum is multiple. For example, we could have requests from a ministry with regard to what they need for us to design. We could also have requests from particular departments who maybe have designed a particular policy for implementation, and they request the school to support them through training and development to implement that policy. The school is also quite proactive, and so we make use of our training needs analysis, the analysis thereof, and we design the curriculum thereof. So, for example, when we design our financial management and supply chain management programs, we will have a very close working relationship with colleagues in National Treasury.
A training calendar was developed to assist the department that on a specific date, in a specific calendar month, and in a financial year, on the specific date, those departments can send their learners or delegates here at the NSG offices for them to participate in that particular training invention that they are interested in. This enables the departments to ensure that people are trained other than having to wait to have a number of 25 people per department. After the completion of each training, there is a certificate which is issued to the participants of that specific program.
In the era of the fourth industrial revolution, where technology impacts almost everything we do, we have to work together to use its opportunities in ways that benefit all public servants and public service in general. Using technology also enables the school to deliver learning in the workplace at much lower costs. Furthermore, departments don't incur extra costs associated with traditional learning and development. For example, traveling to a training venue, accommodation, catering, S&T. We use e-learning to make learning opportunities available to large numbers of public servants. When public servants enroll for an e-learning course, they take personal responsibility for their learning and development. They can learn at any time, and they can learn at a pace that feels comfortable for them. These are just some of the advantages of e-learning. To benefit, departments must create an enabling and supportive environment. At the very least, departments have to make an internet-enabled device available for e-learning purposes. This could be a desktop computer or a laptop, and our courses are also accessible on tablets and smartphones.
The office of the principal is the highest executive office in NSG. The principal, as accounting officer of the school, must lead and provide strategic vision and direction. The principal also undertakes strategic communication with key stakeholders.
We have to operate based on the cost recovery model. So we calculate what are the costs that are involved in us delivering a program. Then we add them all together when we come up with a tariff. From there, we take it to the National Treasury to do a review of those tariffs. National Treasury allocation gives us about 30% of the total if you include the vote and the trading account together. So the sustainability of the organization rests with the trading account. So we have to work hard to make sure that we sustain ourselves and generate enough money so that the organization can run smoothly.
The school also forges strategic international partnerships and mobilizes resources from the donor community and facilitates engagement in the global knowledge exchange network.
The international relations and special projects is one of the chief directorates within the NSG, with the role of coordinating the participation of the National School of Government in international forums. One of those forums is the African Union Specialized Technical Committee number 8, which is dealing with capacity building in the public service across the continent. The second one is the African Management Development Institutes Network, which is called AMDI. The National School of Government is the secretariat for AMDI. And through AMDIN, we are implementing courses across the continent. And through AMDIN, we are uniting the African Management Development Institutes under one umbrella, with a view to ensure that there is a common understanding and a common approach to development and capacity building, within the continent. We are also coordinating the participation of the NSG in courses that are offered by the Chinese Academy of Governance. We have an MOU which we are facilitated for the NSG to sign. That MOU is between the NSG and CAG. We are coordinating as international relations and special projects the participation of the National School of Government in courses that are provided by several institutions. One example, for instance, is the participation of the NSG in courses offered by the National School of Administration of France. We have sent since 2009 several public servants from both the NSG and the other government departments.
NSG makes space for the public sector to be involved in moving the country forward, knowing that they are part of a bigger team.
We contribute to the mandate of government by professionalizing our public servants so that they can go out and give the whole of South Africa a better service, a better quality of service, so that we can all live and be happy in South Africa.
The NSG ensures that public servants are empowered so that the citizens, when they interact with the public service, they can receive a fast and effective service from them.
When public service is done right, it solves everyday problems that optimize resources and allow South Africa to grow.
To summarize the Batupili principles, we say we belong. We are saying as public servants, we belong to the public sector. We belong to the government as workers. But we also say we care. When we say we care, we're actually saying we care for our patients, our clients, our customers, our public, and our people. And when we say we serve, we are saying our services are those of people that are believing in the fact that they are there to provide service and also to be servants and to serve the people of South Africa.
It's more than just a school.
We belong,
we care,
we serve.
Afternoon, I am Dimakato Palane from the Office of the Premier, responsible for the provincial coordination in all HRD ranks. This is an opportunity for HRD practitioners that are unable to attend conferences, that we share practices and we learn from each other. The highlights for me for this PLE is that it brought a variety of speakers that address issues that we're facing. Looking at the pandemic and what impact it had on our workplaces is that we don't have policies that guides us on how to perform or how our performance is going to be measured. We learned from the speakers that gave their own experiences, and I think we need to learn from that. We shouldn't be waiting for the DPSA to draft a policy on how to deal with workplaces during COVID-19. Looking at management, I think management needs to play a role in guiding, in leading by example. During COVID-19, we find that people are not coming to work as requested because there is no guideline in what is needed. I think we need more management support in terms of providing the trainers with tools of trade, simple things that people take it for granted, like a laptop, a working laptop. In the country, we've got a challenge of network connection. The CETA, responsible for the public service, which is SITA. We find that there is no continuous connectivity in terms of providing with networks, and we're supposed to work from home. So it makes people who are not given this particular tools of trade to come to work and being exposed for this virus. So I think in the public service, talking in general for the province, in the province, our province is purely rural. Can you imagine a district office in Guyana, a district office in Vembe, in Chilizini? You find a training officer that's supposed to work from home, doesn't even have a working laptop or desktop in the office. What about working from home? So I think we need more to be done because I think the pandemic is here to stay. And as such, we must be able to be innovative. When I say we shouldn't be waiting for any policy, because people will say this is not in the policy, but we have to keep the ground running and work and ensure that we're innovative. We provide all the resources and the performance, and because if we don't report, then it means in the public service we're not going to do anything. As a provincial coordinator, like I understand there are people who are working from home who have comorbidities, but without me having all the resources that I can be able to contact even people that are supposed to work from home, then it means that particular person will never report for the entire financial or as long as COVID is here with us. So I think with these presentations that are posted by the NSG on the PSTF or on the website of the NSG, as the province will encourage our HRD practitioners to go into the website and look at the presentations that were done. And we continue with conversations and discussions on how can we improve ourselves, because as trainers, we need to be able to ensure that we train and we instill the culture of learning, because without lifelong learning, there's nothing we can do. And now we've got the e-learning. E-learning has been here and we talked to for a long time, but now this is the reality. We have to ensure that e-learning is here and make people be able to source out information, whether it's global, whether it's regionally, whether it's domestic, in terms of whatever fields that they want to empower themselves on. Thank you.
My name is Moleke Masarame. I'm working in the Department of Agriculture, HRD. So I'm here to attend training on human resource training as HRD. And then this training is being facilitated by Department of the Premier and NSG. In this training, there are quite a number of things that I've experienced that we had from the presentations, and the presentations were quite informative and eye-awakening. The things that captured my attention are as follows. First, there was a presentation on ethical behavior for the public servants and the challenges that we have experienced during this period of COVID-19. This COVID-19 has affected the public service immensely. It has affected us quite badly as public servants because we are not doing or delivering services as we are supposed to do. You will remember that when it started, we had a lockdown where offices were literally closed, and then the public did not access our services. And as such, the public suffered because of lack of services. And especially for public servants, we did not go to work. And if we are not at work, it means the work is never done. And then we lately, with this COVID, we had a rotational arrangement that we have done to say on such a day you are going to work, on such a day you don't go to work. And during those days that you are not going to work, you need to work from home. And so it was highlighted that the issue of working from home is here to stay. It's going to be with us for quite a number for quite some times. And as such, if you are working from home, it doesn't mean that you are not performing your tasks. You will have to do your work at home. You have to work online if you had an opportunity of having the laptop and you are network connected. But in some cases, you find that you cannot perform as expected because you don't have the data, you don't have connectivity, and then you are unable to access your clients. Like as HRD, our key responsibility is to train employees, and sometimes you cannot train them because some of your clients, they don't have the laptops. So these are the new things that have emerged, the new challenges that have emerged with COVID-19. And as employees, we are not supposed to throw the towel. What we need to do is to work with what we have. And then if you don't have the resources, the little resources that you have, We need to use them to make sure that training is being done to other employees. So National School of Government came here to give us the strategies, to give us the techniques that we can use to make sure that we train our people in the light of COVID-19. Should not throw the towel and say there's nothing that we can do. So public servants need to also to have a good ethical behavior. Good ethical behavior, which means we need to be disciplined. We need to work accordingly as per our GPI, which is key performance instrument. So we really appreciate the intervention that is done by National School of Government. And I think now as employees, we've been re-energized, and also that we need to imagine the new ways of doing things so that we overcome this pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you. Action.
Good afternoon. My name is Tina Whitehead. I'm from Office of the Premier. I'm a new intern from Office of the Premier. I believe that I still have a long way to go, but so far I just want to thank the National School of Government for bringing this opportunity to broaden my mind, to broaden my skills. What really stood out for me is the presentation that was made by Ms. Kubuzo. She spoke about integrity, he spoke about ethics, and also he touched about sexual harassment. So I believe that as a public servant, you need to have that integrity. You need to have those ethics so that you can represent people, so that people can be open to you and will be able to help them. So I believe this opportunity will make me to learn as time goes on, and I will be able to know what is going on in the HR department and what is it that is expected of me. I just want to thank this opportunity because as we go, we learn and we move. So I'm just excited that I'll be learning a lot more from this internship. Thank you.
Wow. I'm Mike Tamara from the Department of Health in Limpopo. I just want to express my sincere gratitude for bringing this program to Limpopo province. I could not ask for more. I've attended a lot of programs in my life, both within South Africa and outside South Africa. And believe you me, this is one of the best programs I've attended. And thank you for the NSG who brought a top creme de la creme of facilitators. And you know, if you don't know that you do not know, you are a problem to yourself and the world at large. Today, it's really an eye-opening exercise. And I must say, from what I have learned, I'm going to go places, I will see faces, and there will be no cases. And I want to say this from the bottom of my heart before I retire. This program has inspired and motivated me. Indeed, change begins with me. Please visit me in the next few months. You will see what I have learned. It is all about going to apply and living what I have learned. And thank you very much.
Okay, colleagues, welcome back. Are there still people outside? Can we get everybody in, please? If I can ask that to close the doors for us so that we can start. If there are colleagues outside, please make your way in. Okay. Welcome back. I hope you had a wonderful break and you enjoyed lunch. We are going to commence and continue with our program of the day. As we normally say in our classes, that this is the graveyard shift. I hope no one is going to fall asleep because I will be taking notes and asking questions, especially those that will be dozing off. So please be mindful of your state at any given time. So according to our program, we are going to have a presentation by Ms. Tanya Cohen, which is titled Working from Home, a look through the lens of the International Labour Organization, which is a decent framework. So Ms. Tanya Cohen is from Public-Private Growth Initiative. Tanya is the coordinator of Public-Private Growth Initiative, PPGI, a sector-based collaborative platform that intermediates with government in removing inhibitors for economic growth, mobilizing employment and investment. The PPGI focuses on building public-private trust, collaboration, and linkage. Tanya is the former CEO of BUSA, Business Unity of South Africa, where she left an indelible mark through adopting an institutional and collaborative approach with other social partners. Tanya specialized in labor market policy and has served as the chair of the CCMA governing body and as the commissioner at the Commission for Employment Equity. Her career highlights include negotiating the National Minimum Wage Agreement, Labor Relations Stability Accord, and Job Summit Framework Agreement with NEDLEC, as well as leading employers globally on the ILO General Discussion that is titled Demographic Change and the World of Work. She is an attorney by profession and holds a BA, LLB, LLM laws from the University of Witwatersrand. So Tanya, welcome to our session. And ladies and gentlemen, please be mindful of what you say. Tanya is an attorney by profession. Thank you very much. Over to you, Tanya.
Thank you very much. And I hope there isn't too much background noise because I'm actually at St. George's Conference Center in Tshwane, where we're at the National School of Government task team meeting on professionalizing the public service. So while I'm speaking to you, I'm missing out on a little bit of the session, but I think there's a nice linkage between what we're going to speak about today and also the professionalization side of things. I'm going to share a screen and take you through a presentation, but I think because I'm the graveyard shift, is that I would be happy even if during the course of the presentation you want to stop me and interact on any of the issues, please feel free to do so. And I might also just stop at parts and just get some input because I think that that might also be helpful. So I think first of all, my apologies, there we go. I hope that you can all see the screen. And do stop me if there are any challenges. I think that we're dealing with three different dimensions when we're looking at working from home and what COVID has brought. Is we're dealing with the changes that COVID has brought, which is really structural adjustments. Some of them might be temporary, some of them might be permanent. We're dealing with the state of the economy in general and how COVID in some respects has created an opportunity to thrust us into the future of work. And then I think the third dimension really is whether or not as a country we are ready to work in a different way. Because when we were negotiating future of work in NEDLAC over the course of the last few years, I think it was always seen as something out there, whereas what's happened with COVID is it's actually brought it into the current. And it's always nice to reflect on how people see where we're at now versus how people saw where we were in the past. And I think that 1909 quote from an author around when the machine stops, around a future world of work, where people were communicating with friends and family and lecturing from their screens, and food and drinks and goods were delivered into rooms, it has suddenly become a reality. It's no longer science fiction. So the way in which I want to take you through what remote work looks like is through the lens of what is called the decent work approach. And this is an approach, a principled approach that comes out of the International Labour Organization, which is one of the agencies of the United Nations. And it's a way in which to achieve fair globalization and poverty alleviation. And it's through decent work and economic growth, which is the SDG Goal 8, where this idea is really conceptualized. And I think that there's a combination of factors at play, but what it recognizes fundamentally is that there's two sides to decent work. The one side is really the rights and the qualities of what is quality work. And then the other side is how is productive work performed. And they are interlinked. And I think it is fundamentally part of the mission-driven state and the mission, and how do we ensure from a public service perspective that there's service delivery, that there are the enabling conditions and that it's transformative. So there's this linking fundamentally of decent work, productive employment, and the capable and ethical state, and they all reinforce each other. So it's always useful to see it in that way. I think from an employer perspective, and certainly from a private sector perspective, is that the concept of decent work has sometimes been treated with quite a lot of sort of circumspection, because it's seen as what the worker wants or what the employee wants or what the union wants. But in fact, it's the other side of the coin of productive work. And in fact, productive work and sustainable enterprises is very much part of decent work as well. So I'm going to use decent work and the four pillars of decent work to look at what has happened with rights at work, and also look at what's happened in terms of the other three pillars. So I think firstly, when one looks at hours of work, it's obvious that when one's working at home is that things have changed somewhat. What we've seen is that that hours to some extent have been extended because there's no longer the limits around the day. Sometimes people are working on weekends when they weren't working on weekends before. And I think that has really shifted, and what one needs to question is whether or not that's going to be something that permanently happens in the public sector context, or is it something that is temporary? And that might well depend on the nature of the work, but I think also it asks questions fundamentally on how to manage those hours. The other thing that's happened is that the definition of workplace has shifted. So I think one previously would obviously look at the office or the department, and use that as the place of work. A lot of that work has now gone into the home. And the question one has to ask then is, what is the employer's responsibility in relation to the workplace? Now, we know at the very least, in terms of rights at work, is that employees should have the tools of trade to be able to do their work. So tools of trades could be anything, like if you are a gardener, it would be your spade. But when you are working from home, your tool of trade becomes your computer, your electrical connection, your internet connection, maybe even your smartphone and your device. So who pays for that has become a big issue. And what we've seen in many, many workplaces is that the employers have been really grappling with the cost of that to ensure that employees have access and are able to work. And then in terms of office spaces, I think it's also very difficult because if people are working from home, the question then becomes, what is the employer's obligation in terms of safety at the home? And there's a whole lot of issues that get raised there. From a performance perspective, I think there's been a fundamental shift, and there's article after article that appears on social media in terms of how do you manage people in a virtual world. So whereas before you would ask, like, are you back from lunch? Where's so-and-so? Did they not return after lunch? Or are they not at work today? And very much almost measuring people based on time and whether they were present. Whereas what's happened now is that one really has to look at what this job is about. What are the key performance areas for this piece of work? What is the output? What is the person expected to deliver? And then actually almost recontract that with the employee, because it's probably something that hasn't necessarily been explicitly discussed. And that brings into play a really different role for management as well, because management has to be far more tuned into what are the actual outcomes and how do they measure those, and how do they make sure that when a person is not physically present, that they're actually delivering against those outcomes. And then the last dimension that I think has brought some change is that one's ordinary contract in this regard is normally that, you know, you work a set number of days or a set number of hours. There's a place of work in the contract. If that has changed, I think one at some point in time has to look at whether or not you need to change that contract, because if your contract specifies these things and you're continually working in a different way, then at some stage when you want the person to go back to working at the office with the normal hours, you might have a challenge because you might have waived that right. So I think that those are some of the areas under rights at work that really come into play. I'm just going to pause there a little bit and just see if there's anything that that anyone would like to raise or discuss under this item. And perhaps you can just assist me with any input from the floor if there is anything at this stage. You are on mute, so I don't know if there is anything on your side. I can't hear you, sorry. I don't know if you are saying anything. It does look like you are.
Can you hear me now, Tanya?
I can, yes.
Okay, sure. I was saying, at the moment, we don't have any hands in terms of questions. So you may continue until the end of the presentation, then we will engage with you then. But the only thing that I would ask you to just to point out is in terms of SDG 8, Sustainable Development Goal 8, just remind us, what is that about? Thank you.
I will do. Thanks very much. So if we just jump back there, it's around decent work and economic growth. So, but that doesn't mean it doesn't touch on a number of the other SDGs as well, because, you know, if one refers to, for example, I'm thinking about the one around sustainable cities, is that you can't have sustainable cities in the absence of decent work and economic growth as well. So it's all of these sustainable development goals don't sit as islands, they are interlinked with others. So I think that's one of the ways in which they work. But the decent work agenda from an International Labour Organization perspective is actually quite interesting, because it's a principle and a stand, but it's not a legally binding standard. it was captured in the Centenary Declaration on the Future of Work, which was 2019. It was the ILO Centenary. And they referenced these 4 areas under rights at work: employment creation, social security, and social dialogue as the pillars of decent work. But unlike other ILO standards like prevention of child labor, prevention of work such as sort of slave labor, and those core labor rights like freedom of association and things like that, those are captured in recommendations and those types of formal standards that a country can choose to ratify or not. Whereas the decent work agenda is almost a principle, values, guidance type of document. So the next area is around employment creation, and this really refers to sustainable enterprises. It refers to job creation. It refers to things like skills development as well. And this is where things that might have been affected in terms of COVID are, for example, how does skills and development take place? And I think for a long time, the ILO has been saying there's something called lifelong learning. So no longer do you transition through school education into maybe university or vocational colleges into the workplace, and then you stay there until you're 60 or 65 and then you retire. But they're saying what you need to do is constantly learn and be able to adapt and be able to shift. And the concept during COVID of lifelong learning has really come to the fore because suddenly learning has been so accessible on these online platforms. And that's learning of both core skills or competencies or technical skills, which are particular to particular jobs, as well as what's really come out during COVID is the issue around dynamic capabilities. And that's around capabilities of being able to solution, being able to exercise judgment, being able to work collaboratively with others, being able to communicate really well. So all those capabilities around that's one needs to be able to deal with uncertain situations, changing situations, and having that adaptability and agility. And that agility plays itself out in lots of ways. So I think we've seen it in terms of the types of work. So whether or not work can be temporary or whether it's flexible or whether it's full-time. But I think that we're certainly seeing that there's a rise in what was previously called atypical forms of employment. But atypical is actually typical, is that the full-time indefinite employment model is actually much, much less of a fixed, much less dominant compared to different types of work. And I think that's where work in the public sector really is still moving towards, because you have a system where it tends to lend towards full-time indefinite employment, as opposed to what's happening in a lot of different countries in the world, where you have a baseline of staff that are indefinite and full-time, and then you have people that are flexible, that are temporary, that come in on fixed-term contracts, and that work in very different ways. And I think the other agility that we've had to learn is really around technology. Like we've had to learn how to use Zoom platforms, how to upload software, how to share screens. And I think also, even if you look at functions like doing surveys and things like that, the level of digitization has rapidly increased. So when one looks at that work from home scenario, is that it really has brought in significant levels of adaptability that is required if you're going to function quickly and efficiently. The other area where I think it's very important to note, and even though it's not about coming into employment, it's about exiting employment. And I'm going to use the example of retirement because there's a particular example there that I want to give you. But please don't confine it to retirement, because I think some people have used the fact that we're working from home as a reason not to do things that we ordinarily do and should do. So I had a situation where a colleague and friend of mine, when he reached 60 last year in April, was received by email a letter that just said, this is your last month and you'll be terminated at the end of this month. And he wasn't expecting retirement then, because there had actually been quite a lot of discussions about continuation. But that was the last interaction that he had with this state-owned enterprise. And that's really not what one would be doing if the person was physically there. And the same goes for any HR employment-related process, is that you're dealing with people and human beings, and really one has to find different ways to effect these processes in a manner that gives people dignity and respect. The other thing that I think is really important around those processes is how that process in itself is managed end to end. Because where there is a large element of personal interaction, one can't just cut it out. One actually has to find another way of doing it. So it might be on a Zoom call, it might be through a different mechanism entirely, but one can't just skip that stage from a human resource perspective. And then lastly, I think what's happened in the space of employment is that there are new opportunities that have emerged for young people. They're not necessarily indefinite, but that doesn't mean that one shouldn't look for them. And I think look for learning opportunities and look for employment opportunities wherever you can. And that applies to the public sector, it applies to the private sector. There is this SA Youth portal, which has been developed from the presidency, from the president's Youth Employment Pathway Manager process, but it is a portal that's open for any youngster under the age of 35. They can go on there, they can put in their details, and that connects them with real-time job opportunities. And the good thing is that it's geolocated. So when the 300,000 teaching assistants were recruited in December, they used this digital portal, and it really enabled a fast tracking of that recruitment process. So I really encourage you, first of all, to look for opportunities for youngsters to bring them in. Secondly, if you are, to use this portal, because it's a very effective way of locating young people, particularly those that have not got access to people that might be able to put them in touch with employment opportunities. The next area, which is part of the pillars of decent work, is around social security and social protection. And I think that this has changed immensely during COVID. I think we've all dealt with the issues of well-being in terms of working from home. How do you keep those boundaries in place and achieve a work-life balance? Because the potential for hours just to expand and to have no boundaries becomes really significant. I think before one would get into one's car or one would catch transport home, and that would almost be your boundary between your work and your home life. That's no longer in place. And in fact, work has come into your space. You're sitting in your kitchen, you're sitting in your lounge or your dining room, or and in some instances, you can see people sitting and they have a bed in the background because that's the only quiet space that they have in the house. But that's the reality of how we are working. And when you are sitting in the very space that you live, it's actually hard to put those boundaries in place. So that is an issue that I think we all have to manage much better for ourselves, but also be sensitive to others in terms of what they're going through. And then I think there's the physical and emotional stresses that people are under. So physical, really, in terms of working in spaces that might not be as conducive as they could be. And emotionally, I think people are dealing with a huge amount. People are facing deaths with colleagues, they're facing that with family. And it is a huge burden for individuals to take on. And I think that there obviously needs to be sensitivity to it. Similarly, childcare, and that disproportionately impacts on women, but responsibility for childcare has resulted in, there's now significant evidence during COVID that it's actually resulted in a lot of women exiting the workplace because they can't manage both, with children having to be educated at home. It's just become too much of a burden. But also because children are at home and not necessarily at school, the burden on often the mother increases, and that becomes very, very difficult to deal with. And then I think the issue around workspaces and safety in that regard is quite an important one, because not all the workspaces when people are working from home are safe. And some employers have put in place what they call a workplace health and safety audit for those people working from home. And they've checked things like, you know, is there sufficient lighting? Is the desk ergonomically suitable? Is there a safe power supply? Do you have internet connectivity? Those type of things. And that can be very helpful in terms of understanding the conditions under which people are working and also trying to address them. So, you know, the fact that a person has to have a digital device in order to link in also might mean that you need to do a digital audit in terms of what are the needs of employees and to try and address that. And I know the issue always comes up in terms of where does the budget come from, but really because it's tools of trade is that the employer has to actually be agile and look at how to accommodate that if it wants its employees to be productive and safe. In terms of leave, I think a lot of employers, and this goes equally for public and private sector, really abandon some of their previous disciplines and controls because it was so difficult to manage leave during these peak waves. And people were exceeding their leave, but also it's very difficult to differentiate when a person's on leave and when they're not, when they're working remotely. So the one thing that I think is quite important there is to try and get those disciplines back in place. And especially now that the vaccination strategy is underway, the requirements for leave are going to be shifting again. So the most important thing is to really get a handle on it and to make sure that you are monitoring it properly and updating leave balances. And I think if people are accumulating leave, you're going to have to put in place a suitable approach to make sure that that doesn't happen excessively, because particularly now when people are dealing with so much stress, you actually want people to take leave and have a bit of a break. Similarly, with health and safety, really important to check the conditions under which people are working at home and that they are safe environments. And I think that's where issues such as gender-based violence potentially have an impact. And I think that we might see some very interesting case law coming through in terms of what does that mean from the employer perspective and who has the responsibility when someone's working at home for the safety of their employees. Incapacity is definitely an issue that has arisen. So when the person takes leave, for example, because they're isolating, not because they're COVID sick, but isolating, that's a form of incapacity. And I think that obviously that might well, if it becomes excessive, have to be managed, which is something that is often not done, and it's not easy to do, but it's really important to manage, because if people are persistently off work for various reasons, it becomes very, very difficult to be productive and to make sure that there's accountability for the work. And I think we have spoken around some of the gender challenges, but really to be aware of it. So one of the things that I saw working really well in relation to this social security and protection element is a type of check-in with people that are working from home. And the one example that I saw that was very effective was at the beginning of a team meeting on Zoom or on MS Teams or whatever it is that people just check in at the start, that the chairperson of the meeting just uses the first 10, 15 minutes of the meeting to actually one by one allow people to switch on their cameras and to say, you know, how's your work going? Are there any things that are preventing you from working? Are there any things that actually are enabling you to be more effective? Because just that opportunity for people to speak and to be able to verbalize those type of things might make you as a human resource function or as a manager much more aware of what people are dealing with. But I think also give other people an idea that they're not alone in these type of issues, which is often how people feel. And I think particularly when so many people are working remotely, is that there is quite an extreme form of feelings of alienation and disconnection. So it's a way in which people start to understand each other better And I think if you understand where your employees are coming from and some of the challenges they're facing, you might not be able to solve all of them, but at least you're aware and you have that level of understanding. So, I think, having some of those conversations is really something to be encouraged. Similarly, and this is the last pillar in terms of decent work, which is called social dialogue. And traditionally, this refers to things like collective bargaining and negotiations and social dialogue at institutions like NEDLAC, for example. But I think what we've seen during COVID is that it's far more than that. And what we've really started seeing is things like communication and engagement, like the process I've just described in terms of on a Zoom call, just engaging with people slightly differently. That is something that has really become a capability that you need to have as an employer, because if you can't engage with your employees and you don't have those effective mechanisms to do so, you really are not going to be able to tap in with what are the challenges, but also how people as individuals relate to the entity and the organization in which you're working. So it's a really important part of what constitutes decent work, and very important that you find mechanisms, particularly when people are working from home, to see how do you connect with them. And the other very effective mechanism that I've seen used on a virtual platform is to make sure that there's inclusivity in terms of how those meetings are conducted. So often what will happen is that you have a whole lot of people participating in the meeting, and only like a handful of those people actually end up speaking, and the others remain silent. But in fact, there's lots of good ideas, and those people that are remaining silent are sometimes disconnecting from the conversation in any event. So techniques that can be helpfully used in that regard are things like switching on cameras at the beginning, switching on cameras when people are speaking, or switching on cameras like for certain sections of the agenda where engagement and questions and answers are required. The other thing that is really effective is where the chairperson uses a mechanism of making sure that everyone has an opportunity to give input. And I sometimes do that myself at the end of a meeting before we close. I sometimes do it midway. And it's incredible the quality of the input that comes from people that ordinarily would stay silent. And I think that it's a really very, very simple but useful mechanism to use. And then the other thing that becomes really important in the social dialogue pillar is the issue around how do people connect. And ultimately you connect around values. And I think in the public sector, it's so important to keep on remembering what those values are and make them conscious and make them explicit. Because if you don't do that, you actually lose touch with why you're there. The values are the glue that holds the organization together. And that's really like something that at the start of a meeting, one might want to reflect on, but regularly find ways in which to remind people that that's why you're there. You are in government in order to deliver service. That's how do you deliver service in an excellent way? You do so by listening to what are the issues and what are members of the public saying, and really tapping into that public service orientation in terms of wanting to serve. And calling out when people do serve in a way that's compatible with the values of the public service, calling out when people don't, and trying to instill this culture of what is meant by public service. And then the other thing that I think COVID has really, it's a positive legacy of COVID, is the issue around partnerships. Because I don't recall a time ever before where partnerships have been utilized as effectively and constructively as they have been during COVID. Now, if you look at the vaccination partnership between private and public sector, you look at the food security partnership between the public sector and the NGO organizations. You look at how the country collectively has actually risen to dealing with some of the COVID challenges. And I think one starts to see really what partnerships start looking like. So that also fundamentally speaks to social dialogue. So those are the four pillars. And I think if one takes out of that from a human resource perspective, it's useful to reflect on how those pillars work together. So in Jim Collins's book, From Good to Great, he speaks about a great HR function. And he says it's a combination of transactional day-to-day work. So things like your leave records and making sure that all your administration is in place, to the interventional work, which is your top-down policies and processes, to the transformational work, which is really around driving change and partnerships and something different. And all of those different functions are really important. And I think in COVID, what we found is that the transformational side has to some extent had to really step up far quicker. But that hasn't meant that, for example, day-to-day practices or interventional work is any less important. But just always be conscious of how those work together. And if I had to sort of summarize some of the main themes that have come through working from home, digitization, capacity building, both in terms of how you work in a different way, but I think also in terms of capacity to work remotely and independently. Really reinforcing that need for a common vision. What are you trying to do? How does one coordinate, connect, and build trust? Because that's a fundamental in terms of the new way of working. You don't develop trust by seeing a person that's doing their work. You develop trust by being able to see delivery and outcomes. And then I think really reinforcing the need for a transformative and adaptive culture, which is quite difficult when you have such a big institutional structure as the public service. But I think even more important if one is going to be dealing with types of uncertainty and dynamics that we've been dealing with during COVID. And I think there's some really useful readings that are around, to some extent, the future of work, which if you want to have a look at are quite interesting. The one is by Mariana Mazzucato, who speaks about the mission-driven state. And she speaks about a whole lot of shifts that have taken place as a result of a new world of work. But I think that they are so applicable in terms of COVID. So it moves from government playing a role, from fixing markets, to a co-creating and co-shaping type of role, which is exactly what we see happening, for example, in the national sector master plans. From de-risking to welcoming uncertainty, from picking winners to picking the willing, and that's really about working with those that are the willing, and from outsourcing to capacity building. And I think that that's really important, because I think far too often what happens has happened in the public sector is that where there's more complex work or more challenging work, it gets outsourced, when in fact the trend is shifting, is that work needs to be insourced, and one needs to actually be building capacity to do that work within the state. So that's a really useful read. The other, which I think it goes more to values and people issues, is Linda Grattan's book about putting people at the heart of corporate purpose. And corporate applies equally to public and private sector. And she speaks a lot about values being the glue that holds organizations together. And then the book by Dikuna is really about building a trust economy in the digital age, and how important it is that when one is looking at digitization and digital work, the role that trust has to play in making sure that actually work operates smoothly. So in terms of the takeaways for this afternoon, I think what's really important is to recognize that if you want to transform, you have to start with yourselves. As an individual, but also as a function. It's always good from a human resource perspective to actually really focus in on the function if you want to deliver change. And I think some of the key themes coming through is, how do you partner with others to deliver, connecting with others, innovating, and most importantly, adapting and learning and growing. So thank you, and I'm open for some questions. And I hope you haven't been put to sleep.
Okay, thank you very much, Tanya, for the presentation. I've been checking, no one has fallen asleep because it is something that is very close to everyone's heart. You know, this is the challenges that we are all confronted with, where we have to work from home, we have kids that we must look after. You don't have a space where you can just call your own. You have to squeeze into a room with your 6-year-old who's trying to do online learning as well. So it is very difficult, and it is good to hear that we are not the only ones. Everybody is going through that, and it is very challenging. And I must say that one of the things that you have pointed out, which I find I do not have an answer to, you know, I would go to the office, 4 o'clock, I would leave, go pick up my son from school, and then do homework with him. Now I find myself sitting behind the computer at home from 8 in the morning until 8 in the evening. So where do we draw the line to say that, you know what, I cannot take any more meetings, especially if it's a meeting that has been called by your immediate boss or by your boss's boss, the head of department. So I think there will be quite a number of questions that are coming from the floor. May I see by indication of hands if there are any questions, comments? Colleagues? Lunch was very heavy, Tanya. Any questions from the other room? Okay, Tanya, I've got 4 questions that I will just read out. Perhaps you can make a note and then you can respond to all of them. So my first question is in terms of what is the employer's obligation in terms of working hours? As I've already said, meetings after 4 o'clock, meetings like 8 p.m. meetings on a Saturday or a Friday evening. What are the obligations of the employer? And for me as well, what are my rights as an employee? Then the second one, what advice would you give to all the leaders that are sitting in here in terms of how to deal with team management and also to ensure that their teams are still part of the working team? Because, you know, when people are at home, you lose out on what is happening in their lives. You lose out on whether they're still part of the team or they're not part of the team. You don't know whether they're sick or they're not sick. So how do you ensure that you still keep the team together, even if when everybody's working from home? Then the other thing that I will request you to do is if you can just share with us the details of the digital platform that you spoke about, the one in the Office of the President. I'm quite sure, especially our HR practitioners in here would like to share that with the youngsters out there. Then second, but not the last question. So how do we achieve work-life balance in the days that we're working in? Because we are constantly working. There is no time to say that it's knock-off time, it's childcare time. So how do we achieve that work-life balance? Then the last question is, how do we deal with depression? You know, when you are constantly sitting in front of the computer at home, behind the 4 walls, there is that element of depression that's creeping in. You can hear yourself, you can feel yourself that, I'm going to hit the wall. So how do you deal with that? And how can we assist other employees, especially those who are reporting to us in this regard? Those will be the questions from me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And some great questions there. So I want to start with, first of all, that drawing of the line in terms of no more meetings and just reflect back some of the ideas that people have said to me. So the one thing that some people have said is that they give themselves, they schedule time into their diaries at the end of the workday to do something different. It might be just to get out of the house and go and walk around the block. It might be to go and exercise, do an online exercise class. It might be to go and spend time with the children. But I think that one needs to actually put in place some of those boundaries, because otherwise it does become endless work. And it goes to the question that you ask around the employer's obligation. So there are normal hours of work, and really one needs to look back to the contracts of employment, but that ranges generally between 42 hours of work a week and 45 hours of work a week. It depends on whether, on the nature of the contract, whether it's a 5.5 day week or whether it's a 5-day week, whether it's an 8-hour day or a 9-hour day. But the basic conditions of employment legislation provides very clear parameters around the minimum amounts of rest periods one should get per day and rest periods one should get per week. So there is a minimum of 36 hours of rest per week, and there is there's a minimum number of hours per day, well, a maximum number of working hours that can be worked before it becomes overtime. So that's the 8 or the 9 hours, depending on whether you're a 5 or 5.5 hour work week. So I think that's at the level of law, but we all know that I think we've been on a very slippery slope for the last few months, and actually it's gone on quite a long time with COVID, because people have been working way in excess of that. So I think that part of it is around really taking back some of your personal time. Like, I know for myself, what I've tried to do is schedule in, like, you won't get a full 1 hour lunch break, but I've tried to schedule in like a 30 minutes in the middle of the day, just to try and disconnect, and even just give myself some time to go and get some food and to make a cup of tea. But one needs to be quite conscious about it. In terms of how do you say this to your line manager or your boss, is I think a hard conversation, but one needs to be able to open that up. And I think that quite importantly, when you've got a team working with you, one should actually, as a leader, be able to raise it proactively and say, no, this really isn't constructive for anyone, because I think it's going to lead to burnout and fatigue, and we all are actually going to be less productive. So, try and get a handle on what those hours are. But I think it really is a combination of self-discipline and then the team dynamics. So there's both of those factors at play. In terms of leadership's role, in terms of how to be more inclusive and more connected, is that I think you've got to be quite innovative in that regard, and it depends very much on the nature of the team, but it also depends on how you work together. But I think by now what one has to try and do is find ways on digital platforms that you have a bit of fun together, a bit of creativity together, but also that you check in with each other in terms of where people are at. So it depends in terms of, obviously from a line manager point of view, the span of reporting, because if you've got very many people reporting, you can't necessarily check in with individuals. But I think, it is a really good practice intermittently to check in with people one-on-one, but also to check in with people as teams, and just ask those really simple questions, like, how are you doing? Like, how has COVID affected you? How are you going to be a bit more, if you had to put in place an intervention to make yourself more productive, what would it be? Because I think we assume a lot of that from our own experiences, because we sort of transfer it. So if you had to ask me what makes people more productive, I might say, it's a regular exercise regime, because for me personally, I've sort of started doing long distance running, and for me, that's what makes me feel better. But for other people, it might not be. It might be like, I think of my husband, and he likes to just, sleep. Like, that's his way of relaxing. So I think for people it's different, and it's really about listening to people, and that whole sort of process of how do you make people more connected really is around listening to people and trying to take on board some of the things that they're saying, but also how do you solution it in a bottom-up way. And I think a lot of the time, particularly when you're in a very, very big institutional structure like government, is that you feel that you can't make changes because there's so many rules and policies and regulations. But sometimes actually in a bottom-up way, one can make changes quite easily that are within the norms and the standards, and that aren't going to bypass the requirements of what the policy states. And I think because we are dealing in such unusual circumstances, this is the time where innovation is helpful. The digital platform SA Youth, I was just quickly Googling it while you were asking the question. So I just Googled SA Youth. I hope you can see the screen. And it comes up as www.sayouth.mobi. And literally you can click on that, and it enters your login details, and you can go in and see how you look for work. And it asks a whole lot of questions to link the person in terms of their capabilities to particular work opportunities, but also to geolocate where those opportunities are. And I think the thing that's really important about it is that it is focused on that sort of school leaver person. It's not your graduates, it's on those people that actually really struggle to find employment opportunities. So yeah, so that's, and you'd also find it through the NYDA as well. So there's links in there as well. So I hope that helps. And then the last thing in terms of how do you deal with that sort of depression that creeps in, and I think it happens with all of us. So I think part of it is around managing your work-life balance and the boundaries. The other thing which I think is really important is when you're sitting at your desk all day at your computer, is that you become quite physically inactive, and some very simple techniques around standing up sometimes when you're taking calls. Like I know sometimes like I'll put a whole pile of books under my computer, or a big thing of toilet paper, because it's just the right height for me because I'm quite short, and I put it under my computer and then I stand and actually take some of the Zoom calls. I know some people who've been really good, like they've use weights and do exercises while they're on some of the calls, or they fill up those bottles of Coke and you use those as weights. So exercise, I think, is really important. Making sure that even though you can't necessarily socialize with people, that you connect with people. So that might be on Zoom calls, it might be on the phone, but that you still connect with people, and that you get enough rest. I think the lack of sleep doesn't assist. And then I think the other thing that's really important is that sort of checking in a daily way to, you know, what is your purpose and why are you getting up in the morning and why are you going to work? Because I think unless you can really connect to something that you feel passionate about and that you feel you can add some value to, is that you over time actually become quite disconnected and disengaged. So I think it's all those sort of combinations of social and physical, emotional, it might be spiritual things that actually give you a sense of meaning, but you need to actually diarize and schedule it into your week, because the week runs away with us so quickly. And it might be that you're just sort of spending 15 minutes quality time with your son or your daughter, or on the phone to an elderly parent, but those type of things make a huge difference. And I think that's where it comes to sort of knowing what's important to you, what gives you a sense of sort of fulfillment and what your own personal needs are, and making sure you make time for it, because it's much more important now than it ever was before. Thanks.
Tanya, thank you very much for the insightful presentation and for how you have addressed the questions. I have learned a lot from your presentation, and I'm quite sure our audience as well have learned one or two things. But the most important thing that you said is that we need to look after ourselves as employees as well, and look after those who report to us. And you reminded us that we are in government to deliver a service. Public service orientation in terms of wanting to serve. So that is who we are, and that is what defines us as public servants. So on that note, Tanya, I would like to thank you very much. Please enjoy the rest of your afternoon. Pass our regards to our colleagues there and all the professors and the doctors in that room with you. We really appreciate your time. Thank you very much. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for that. If you allow me to proceed with our program for this afternoon, I'm going to go straight into the presentation by Mr. Solly Mokhaladi, which is organizational resilience during and post-COVID-19, a leadership challenge in public sector organizations. Let us welcome Mr. Solly Mokhaladi. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Izzy. Colleagues, we are now at the very last presentation for the day, titled Organizational Resilience During and Post-COVID-19 Pandemic, a Leadership Challenge in Public Sector Organizations. Just to explain how it came about, that we should be perhaps discussing topics of this nature with yourselves. It's more in the direction of trying to sensitize ourselves as public service managers about the topical issues that are emerging that are likely to have impact in the way we do our work. We're hearing a lot about COVID-19. 19 is the main thing that it's with us these days, has been with us for the past 2 years, and clearly there's going to be another one. So this issue of it's coming and going, it's not going to be, colleagues. If it is COVID that is going to go, let us be mindful of the fact that another pandemic will be with us. And I can almost assure you that if it is not going to be the climate issue, then it's likely to be the pandemic of rising unemployment. And with this rising unemployment, one of the issues that I need to sort of mention to you without necessarily scaring you is that we're approaching an era where when we speak about this unemployment, we're going to be talking about it in an encompassing manner. In other words, the focus is not going to be on the youth. Today, when we speak about the scourge of unemployment, we are thinking youth. But the unemployment wave that's likely to be the next pandemic is going to lead to possibilities of what is commonly known as the frozen middle class. In other words, churning out even people that have been considered to be the elite in society. But because they will not be having the requisite skills and competencies, they are not going to be relevant for the future workforce. And we are some of these people. I'm talking about some of these people being here with us. And the issue that Tanya stresses about, let's make sure that we leverage every learning opportunity that exists, comes in that particular appreciation, that there's going to be a wave. If it is not going to be unemployment, the chances are that it's going to be something else. And these epidemics and pandemics may be geopolitical, may be geoeconomic, but some of them are not necessarily going to be for the whole world. They may be restricted to a particular geography. For example, South Africa or sub-Saharan Africa, but may not be felt in the rest of the world. And that will be ushering in the reality that we need to grapple with these possibilities, taking the slightest opportunities of learning much as we can. Now, let me jump over and share with you some of the content areas this presentation is covering. We're going to be looking at what this means for organizations. And we're taking a look at maybe what is emerging within the private sector landscape, but we're also critically looking at ourselves as public servants. Because some of the lessons that are beginning to emerge from private sector organizations are going to have to be fait accompli situations within the public service. It almost starts there and it comes later, like the reality of good practices in the developed world. They started there as good practices. We take them to be best practices. By the time we think they are best practices, another development has taken shape. So we are in a constant state of learning, as it were. But we'll also be looking at the leadership burden posed by the pandemic versus the opportunities it presents, because in that slide that we'll be dealing with that section, I'm making the point that, like this hotel is saying, If you go towards the reception area, you will see the writing on the wall that says, for every cloud, there is a yes. What that means is that for every crisis, there's going to be an opportunity. So in a sense, much as COVID-19 can cost whatever degree of discontentment, there's a potential to learn from this crisis and turn it around and make it become a source of things that we never imagined before. So never misuse a good crisis. In a sense, let's have a positive mindset that begins to say, yes, it has led to too many things. That's included unemployment, etc., and the lacking of a huge unemployment wave lying in the horizon. But there's a silver lining at the end of the day. So we need to be wearing that cap of positivity. The current and future challenges facing supervisors, managers, ourselves, leaders in organizations, including the public sector. Now, I'm drawing a very fine line between management and leadership, and without any intention to turn this session into a classroom, I'm sure we know the difference. But what pandemics like COVID-19 is beginning to do is that it's calling for managers to transform very quickly into leaders, and not the other way around. Because the chances are that in management theory, we learn a lot about what is it that is coming from the book. Now, COVID-19 is suggesting that what could be in the book may not necessarily be relevant in terms of coming up with bespoke solutions to the problems that are plaguing us. So this is how serious this problem is. And then we'll look very briefly at the thoughts on organizational resilience and sustainability, and that forms the thrust, because what it's doing, it's sharing with us what could be considered to be the emerging models that are aimed at making us cope with the pandemic itself or the impact of the pandemic. But of course, I'll be making a case that, like any other model, whether it's a management model, you are talking pastel, you're talking SWOT analysis, they all have their own weaknesses. And what we need to consistently remember is that they are only as useful to the extent that they are able to illustrate certain points better than others. But of course, you can't say this is an absolute model, I'm going to run with it forever. They all have their weaknesses. And then lastly, we'll then take a look at takeaways, some questions and issues there, but the presentation will also include some of the slides I've added in terms of the trends that are coming through, because this is exactly what needs to be happening. We are under a tight grip of something that was unimaginable 2 years ago, and we are consistently learning. So we need to be in tandem with the developments. Colleagues, what COVID-19 often means for organizations, and this is the common thread that has been going through in the presentations of both Mervyn and Tanya, is that it's a disruptive crisis. You see, in management, there are three kinds of problems, right? You have what is referred to as a tame problem. A tame problem is the one that has got a precedent. In other words, it existed before, and there are tested and tried solutions to resolving it. So you can almost say, I've got a toolbox. This is the problem that it's known. This is how I'm going to be solving it, because you are deriving the benefit of working against the backdrop of solutions that are already in existence. So it's a tame problem, weak. But the second category of problems will be those problems that are critical. Now, these ones, they come almost as a crisis or semi-crisis, but for which there's an agency around time. So you need to be mindful about when I have to deal with this problem, what solutions do I need to bring? You need to time it. If you don't time it, it reverberates into a bigger problem. So it mutates. And then there will be problems that I would categorize, or management gurus categorize, as wicked problems. One good example of such is COVID-19. So a wicked problem is the one where there's no precedent, there's no formula, it's a challenge that is just coming across. And what does it require? Leadership. And when we say leadership, we are not talking the concept, because leaders are those that are able to think out of the box and think on their feet. I was making a point earlier on to say this often means that we need to be even paying attention to our gut. Because what sometimes comes first in your mind could be what needs to be done, no matter how unsure you could be about it. So these are some of the things that we say leaders must do. In other words, they will never go to the book and say, can we read chapter 1 and 2 and get an idea of how to deal with this problem? No, the solution is wanted now. And you see, even with Disaster Management Act, when COVID hit us in this country, we were told about what strategies we needed to employ. But what I liked about the Central Command, as they were giving us guidelines, what did they emphasize? The fact that accounting officers, management in their respective departments are the ones that are expected to come up with, these are guidelines, broad guidelines for that matter. So in other words, the answers needed to come from your side as managers. Now, you are a special cohort of senior management in the public service, because you are about managing people or people issues in the organization. Here we are telling you that there's going to be a wave of unemployment. We often hear from one province to the next that I'm working alone, I don't have a team, we are not even allowed to, fill the posts that have become vacant. We are going to have to think about recruitment differently, colleagues. There's not going to be hierarchy. Because I'm a deputy director general, I need to have 2 chief directors. Because I'm a chief director, then I need to have a spate of directors. And because we are directors, we need to have deputy directors and assistant directors. It's not going to be. One of the things that are going to inform future decisions around the recruitment is going to be the extent to which people are techno-savvy, to have to grapple with the demands of the new world. And that new world being the world that requires digital solutions to the problems afflicting us. COVID is increasing exposure to risk. I'm not going to go into cyber attacks. I think Izzy mentioned that particular point. But we have seen a number of breakdowns in business operations. And this is not new, colleagues. Remember, we were told during 4IR that if you are not going to automate your business processes, you are going to be irrelevant as organizations. And I made a point about some of the organizations that were too happy. We are renting out music videos and whatnot. You remember the era of the discs. I mean, we could have been reminded as we were growing up, we used to buy LPs, those big things that we got from Musica and others. But with time, you now have iPhones, you now have iTunes, you now have iWatch. These stores did not close down, I repeat, because of COVID. They closed down because they did not read the future. And when the future hit, it came up with a very, very devastating impact in the lives of these organizations. Lapses in organizational culture. You're now grappling as we speak about situations where the culture that is dominant in your various organizations, your various units, colleagues, is different from what used to be the case. You are now challenged in many ways than before. And in certain instances, there are no answers. Tanya was speaking about to us about the importance of trust virtually. You have to trust people even if they are not in the same room with you at that time. Now, how do you do that? Virtual trusting. Make people to become aware of their individual responsibilities. Make sure that you rally them behind a common strategy that you have as a manager so that the team can gel, but also make sure that they understand complementarity. In other words, how to work together. And it's only when that has happened that you can say, I am managing not people directly, but I'm managing targets like Dr. Shez was saying. I'm not managing bodies, but I'm managing outcomes. It only happens after certain things have been fulfilled. And one of those critical things, and it's not the only, but one of the sets, could be the issue of trust. Business as usual. Again, I'm not going to talk about this. We need to develop adaptive capacities because of what the future looks like. Tanya spoke about reacting, and Mervyn also stressed that point, that if we don't explore bespoke digital solutions, we are going to be finding ourselves in situations where we only react. And later on in a slide, I'm going to be showing you the maturity line or the maturity trajectory of an organization that must reach the stage of agility or the state of being adaptive to change. And if it is adaptive adequately, then it's an organization that can claim to be sustainable. But it's not something that happens by chance or something that comes as manna from heaven. It needs to be something that is thought out through very, very carefully. So we are called to innovate. A lot has been said about that. Experimentation, no answers. We are still going to be seeing answers into the future. But what is also coming across as a truism almost is the fact that we can't do away with the imperative of lateral organizations. In other words, organizations that are in tandem with one another, all systems working. Because what is often the case with COVID, and it has shown us in a number of organizations, you'll find that IT section is ahead because we have been told we need to, we need to innovate. And we think that innovation is always about technology. Technology is just but a tiny enabler. Now, when you speak about bespoke solutions around being relevant for the future, we are not just talking coldly, colleagues, about the use of technology. It's a technology that must support a strategy that has been well thought out through. Otherwise, technology becomes an end in itself, and it's not supposed to be like that. So we need to be looking at making sure that when IT moves, it moves along with human resources. When human resources and IT move together, they move together with other foundational elements in the organization, risk management, crisis management, everything needs to be lateral. That's when the four elephants, the four legs of this elephant will be dancing. But if one is doing that way and the other one is doing it, it's not going to help. IT can come with Zoom, can come with WebEx, can come with MS Teams. But if HR is not ready, nothing will obtain. Hear what I'm saying? So think about even as you do your performance agreements, have a KPI that speaks to a lateral organization. In other words, how do we forge this collaboration within this organization so that you don't see yourself as enclaves that are isolated from one another? I'm in finance. I don't have anything to do with people that are dealing with performance. It can't be, colleagues. Not anymore. So the next slide actually suggests what needs to be happening, that we must take a giant leap of faith. You'll see failures moving from failures. And later on, I'm making a case about a transition from start failures to a mindset of growth and development when we explore the concept of a learning organization. So this is what leadership means. Your success may not be where you have always been. It may require that you go over that cliff where you may find your success. So taking risks is the way to go. Experimenting with the unknown is the way to go. Testing new ideas is the way to go. Otherwise, if we don't do that, this huge, massive unemployment pandemic that I'm talking about is going to be affecting some of us, not the youth anymore, but some of us. So what are some of the leadership burdens that are there? As we talk about the COVID-19 and the need to move away towards building firm foundations for organizational resilience. You see, I'm talking about absenteeism in the workplace, and everybody's complaining about this. The people are not wanting to come back to office. Now, they might be having genuine reasons, colleagues, why they're not wanting to come back to office. The fear for COVID-19, all that. And you can't say no. I mean, Izzy was talking about rights of an individual employee. So are you going to have to force people to come to work? If you don't force it, that absenteeism issue becomes real. But it's not absenteeism that's a problem. Also, presenteeism is a problem. Because you have people that are at work, but do not gel with the current mode of working. So they're filling in desks. They are there opening, as Dr. Shezi was saying, their laptops, but what's being done on that laptop? If that person, because when we think people are working, it's the point that Izzy was making, when we think people are working is when they are on Zoom. But if this person, who is a junior by definition, in terms of the hierarchy of the organization, is not on Zoom, then what is this person doing? So it's presenteeism. So the issue is not the isms, but how do we manage people that are not in office and make sure that productivity levels remain high? What strategies do we employ? Okay. Reskilling the workforce and including research-based remote learning and development interventions. Later on, I'm going to be showing with you what the current research is pointing towards in terms of future learning or future training and development in all organizations, private and public. So there's therefore the need to reskill, the need to look at making organizations future ready and making them strategy fit. Because if they are not fit in terms of the current strategies, then there is no reason for them to exist. So yourselves as human resource development practitioners, I regard yourselves as being mission critical. In this whole discussion and narrative about the change that is coming, is still lying into the distant future. It is not. I will be very surprised if I come here next year at the PSTF and I'm talking like I'm talking. It could be that I will be talking to a different crop of people altogether. Because some of the posts that are going to be vacant, don't worry if they don't get filled. They are waiting for the right skills to come that are not yet there. So the degrees that we have, the papers that we have need to be complemented by other skills. This is the reason why I liked your point earlier on when you spoke about the scourge of youth unemployment and what this means for the future of this country. The time is now, and Tanya was making that point. The time is now to get some of these youth leveraging existing partnerships around upskilling so that they can get into the market. Now, if they get into the market, in this case being the public sector, obviously they are not going to cohabit with us in those offices. We must have left if we are not going to skill ourselves. You hear what I'm saying? So if we are not going to be, listen, development will have to be evolutionary. So you're not going to start with coming up with a whip for the old guard. And when I say old, I'm not talking age, I'm talking years of service. So we come into the public service, we know what we know. We know the job that we have been doing for the past 10 years. Now, the issue is how we have been doing that job next 2 years. That's not going to be the case. Now, somebody must do the new job. Now, it's either going to be you as a reskilled person, in other words, a new public service manager, or there's going to be a new guy who comes cold from the outside with no experience but can deliver on what is expected. Now, let me tell you, you're going to face the situations in departments where even a person that comes as cold as a 23-year-old graduate from a Silicon Valley type university is going to be somebody that earns more than you earn. Because we're not going to be paying for years of service. We're going to be paying for delivery. You know what I'm saying? So there's a difference there, all right? And these are people that you will employ because maybe you're the senior manager, but you may not necessarily supervise because you don't have the skill to supervise them. What they are doing, you don't know. So think about it, right? So it leaves us with that issue of having to reskill ourselves to the best of our abilities. And that is why I'm saying, if you don't know little things like how to share a presentation when you're on Zoom, start now. Start now, because that's going to be regarded as a basic competence. You see what Tanya was doing? You see what Marvin was doing? Somebody was talking about, we are in Zoom and there are children playing. You just manage that by setting up your background. And if that Bahamas background is set, a child can come into Mervin's office. That child will not appear there. So you'll only see Mervin plus the background. I'm seeing some bewildered faces. Yes, that is the case. Yes. So that is the case, colleagues. So you can manage it. I'm saying the basics such as those we need to start learning, all right? So that we don't appear to be ignorant about them. Colleagues, there's an issue about poor employer-employee relations and employee relations. Because we are no longer working as teams, and yet, this is the period that requires us to work like that. The matter about accountability deficit, it's not me. You remember the slide that Dr. Musogwani showed us about a pitch, a football pitch that was constructed with a tree inside? And then what was the title of that slide? It's not me. Accountability deficit. So somebody should be responsible. Who is that? So, but with experimentation of working with strategies and systems that we did not know before, this, it's not me, it's becoming too prevalent in our organizations, is it not? You see it all the time. No, now I'm just a mere DDG. I'm just a mere deputy director, not an accounting office. Can't be, colleagues. You are going to have accountability relations changing drastically like this. As I'm saying, this thing is organizations are going to be run like project-based enterprises. You come there, you do your project. After you have done your project, you can stay home for the next 3 months. With the amount of money that you shall have earned, it's fine, go sit at home, relax, go on holiday because you need to recharge. So if you're still working in a mode that says, I want to see Rebecca in the office, it's not going to happen. And let's talk a little bit about the high turnover of staff. This is the leadership burdens, and the issue is, what do we do with that? high turnover of staff, and they are making a case including unhealthy turnover. I'm not worried. I've never, as a manager, been worried about healthy turnover. And I draw the distinction between healthy and unhealthy turnover. Healthy turnover is the one where people that are just warm bodies in the organization are leaving. Let them leave. Maybe there's no case, and I'm sorry if I'm going to be sounding very cold and uncaring, but that is exactly the point that I'm making, that oftentimes when things do not shape up in organizations, we tend to put the blame and all culpability on management. People leave because of poor managers. Sometimes that is not the case. There are instances where people leave organizations because of they are living their bad behavior. Now, when I say living bad behavior, is because you don't tolerate as a manager that behavior, and what do? Leave. So that's a healthy turnover, because then all of a sudden, you've got an opportunity to get the people with the right mindset, the right attitude into the organization. Hear what I'm saying? On the contrary, you have unhealthy turnover. Now, unhealthy turnover is the one that we must be scared of as senior managers. Because I'm talking about the opposite of the first. Here, I'm talking about your high flyers, your Speedy Gonzales, right? Your snipers leaving the organization. Who doesn't like a sniper? And let me tell you what we are all doing, colleagues. In a team of 5, the chances are that you will have one who is, I don't want to say a black sheep, but one who is not pulling the weight. And we often tend to, concentrate on those that are making it, all right, to deliver, in spite of the fact that this one or these 2 are not doing. So we tend to take the work of the 2 and allocate it to the remaining 3. Now, what comes as a result of that? Obvious burnout. Now, when people burn out, what do? They leave. And when they leave, these were your champions. That's what I refer to as an unhealthy turnover. Now, COVID has suggested this, and on simple things like the following. People work, like Izzy was saying, obviously tired, because it doesn't mean that when you're working from home, you're not going to be tired. You are going to be tired. And things like having to have that break away from the grueling assignments of work and having time to yourselves as an individual, and even affording to go on a holiday to refresh and come back. Now, because these are your snipers, you don't allow them time off, and what do? Leave. So this COVID has shown that you have people living on both ends, unhealthy and healthy. And it's a problem. And the moment it does not allow you that you can feel that organogram the way it has always been the case. Because that vacancy may not be a priority anymore. The priority may be something else. Somebody who understands robotics. Because maybe we need to have a robot to do some of the processes that we are doing in our departments. So who has any inkling on robotics here? Do we even think that we need to be upskilled in robotics? No. We think it's something that is still distant. It's not, it's coming, colleagues. You'll get into a shop one day where there's no person that will come to you and say, can I help you? All right. You'll navigate the aisles and whatnot to pick up. Nobody will search you. Nobody will say, hey, but you will, I mean, Alibaba stores are like that as we speak. You get into a shop, you put things into, the minute you get there, somebody has, some machine has already taken the details of your credit card, they know. right? And when you go out, you just, with that credit card, if it doesn't have money in it, it will bleep and you are not allowed to go out because it doesn't open the booms. Then you're stuck there. So this is how shops are going to be, without waiters, without waitresses. We're going there. We're going there. Scary, but but true. Right, and I've spoken about the absence of horizontal integration. Remember the lateral contribution story that I did. Now, colleagues, this is the survey that is coming from an organization called the Learning Guild. I think it's based in the UK, but it's an outfit like ourselves here. The PSTF. So what they have done is they started converging like this, but they have transformed themselves neatly into a think tank, some trailblazers and thought leaders when it comes to issues of learning and development, okay? And they are at a point where they have become so self-sustainable that they don't have to be asking for budgets from their finance departments. They're on their own because they are generating research outputs that they are able to sell and in the course of time make money. So what they do is to all the time conduct some surveys and sell their outcomes. But this research is pointing to the fact that learning will be delivered differently in future, right? And this is the point that they are raising. If you look at how this learning will be, it's right at the top left column there that talks about all learning is going to be virtual, instructor-led. So there will be no facilitator in class. So facilitators that have been there, and some of these facilitators currently are yourselves as HRD. Remember somebody spoke earlier on about trainers that are themselves tired, very old, you know, in the morning. Now we will be virtual. We will be instructor-led, but remotely. And what does this mean? You can't be the facilitator, because e-learning is not just the translation of content into digital format. It's not. It involves a lot, colleagues, and we need to leverage on what is involved there. So the majority of people throughout the years, including futuristically in 2022, are all in agreement that this is how training is going to be. So we better, as we are HRD, be mindful of that and sharpen our skills in the right direction. So organizational resilience is grounded on good undertaking of disruption-related risk. Again, we spoke about the risks. So we will have to be not risk-averse anymore, but we will have to confront the risks and mitigate the risks in all possibilities. Now, the times of saying, no, there's a unit that is responsible for leading this department on risk. Again, it's not going to happen anymore. So risk management is going to be a transversal responsibility. Because without this risk, we will never be able to be alert to the possibilities of the next waves that will be coming. So when they say we are going to discuss risk in a risk workshop, both strategic and operational, let's show some interest in participating. But of course, we need to do that mindful of the new way in which we must be dealing with that item. So organizational resilience is not about quick fixes. It's an evolutionary process, almost organic. So one set of development emerges out of the other. And it's premised on making the four legs of the elephant dance, as I said. And it's not, because the word resilience, it's often understood in its diction, how this word is used. Organizational resilience is not about weathering the storm, all right, but also about being ready for the next wave. In other words, being adaptive. And it's dynamic and responds to the changing condition. Now, this is what I promised you earlier about the trajectory of building resilience in an organization. and it comes from the Australian Journal of Emergency Management. What they say is you start being unprepared, and it starts with you being reactive because you are unprepared. Solution that it's almost untested. It has not been filtered through. So you are reacting, and your reactions as a collective in the province may not necessarily be cohesive. So you may be deepening the paralysis of fragmentation in the system, okay? Because you don't cohere. The solutions are not cogent. But you move from reaction, at least you learn. This is what COVID-19 has taught us. You learn from being reactive to being prepared. But still, when you are prepared, what that means is that you have a plan in place, but you're not yet there. And it is only the third aspect of being there, which is called adaptive, that makes you flexible as an organization, because this is what COVID-19 has taught us. You need to be flexible and you need to be agile. So you need to build that capability for being agile as an organization, being responsive to immediate crisis. So when you're adaptive and agile, in other words, you are able to cope and cope at the right time. That is what this the axis mean, the horizontal and the vertical axis mean. So now we're focusing, as I move towards closing the presentation, we're now focusing on the models. When I said we are going to be learning the emerging thoughts on what this resilience encompasses, right? First of all, looking at the integrated functions model. And this model, colleagues, it's anchored on the point I'm making about risk management, that you need to be aware of the risks that are there and almost sell the concept of risk management in all the aspects of the organization. So whether it is finance, whether it is HR, whether it is emergency, whether it is security management, it needs to be anchored on the appreciation of the existence of risk. But if you look at all these things, they are all of them very technical in nature and very hard. So we're not yet into people's issues. And that is why the critics of this model were saying, we understand, yes, that you can build resilience out of giving attention to those, but you still need, like Norton and Kaplan were saying, you still need a balanced approach to issues. Remember the balanced scorecard? Yes, the notion emanated from having to pay attention to all aspects of the organization, including the softer issues. But this one tended to concentrate on only the harder issues. Very important, but foregrounding change and adaptivity around the concept of managing risk. And when you look at the attributional model is a departure from the harder issues, the more technical issues, to the softer ones. And this is where even the people issues are going to be coming into play, and your role as leaders must come in. When I talk about softer issues, it will be things like the values, right? For us to get the kind of change that we want to see, the agility that we must see, starts with things like understanding how we work in this, because that's what values are about, how we do our business in this shop called the Department of Agriculture, Department of Health, and being sensitive to change and promoting this understanding, because there's nothing in life that is permanent, accepting change. Change will always be there. So let's build the sensitivity around people understanding that we may be comfortable now and think that we have mastered COVID-19. Climate change is coming. And it's going to warrant that we understand even the things that we hated in the past. Environment, trees, carbon emissions, compressed natural gas, the things that we never thought we needed to know, we will have to know them. And this model argues for the integration of all these matters and promoting awareness and communication in the organization and working steadfastly towards enhancing resilience. And the last model for discussion is this composite resilience. Now, without even getting into the details, the minute it argues for composite, then it says it's all encompassing, right? So if you like, it's a mixed form of the two. It combines everything else that we're spoken about, but says all these things need to be harmonized by strategy. Or we need to be pulling everything together, guided by strategy. But I often make a case when I do these presentations to other colleagues that we can talk about the nobility of strategy. But if we do not pay attention to another serious endemic called wrong organizational culture, this strategy won't take us anywhere, Dr. Mthokwane. We speak about wrong organizational culture, eating strategy for breakfast. Do you know that? The whole strategy gets out of the window because of a wrong organizational culture. And where and when do we promote the wrong organizational culture? Through the following, and I'm going to be very slow. I know I talk very fast. Each time in your department, when you walk past something that you know should be addressed, and you are keeping quiet about it and doing nothing about it, you are contributing towards the perpetuation of a wrong culture. And it is this wrong culture that I say it's the strategy for breakfast. So little things, colleagues. We pass by and people are talking about their daughter, like Pomoto will tell us tomorrow. And then you just leave them to dodge because maybe it's cool, you know. Their daughter gets and nothing happens. You leave it unattended, that's going to happen. A culture where, you know, if there is some A4 paper that's been lying there and it's unused, take it, you know, and use it for yourselves. Things like these little things that eat on the body politic of an organization. Some concluding remarks. It is useful to remember the old saying, all models are inconclusive, but some illustrate better points. Leadership drives change and resilience in organizations, and we need to wear the mantle of seeing ourselves as heroes and not seeing ourselves as heroes, but seeing ourselves as hosts. In other words, leveraging the teams that we have in the organization and making sure that everybody is there when we do the implementation. I was discussing with Dr. Mthokwane this morning, and I was saying I'm very impressed about how the National School of Government is making different senior managers to be responsible for the articulation of the reimagining agenda of the NSG. And that shows me that there are many people in that organization that can speak eloquently on this vision, as opposed to just having one person always talking about it. So let's do that. You are hosting competence. You are not behaving like, if it is me, these things are going to collapse. Resilience is driven by business strategy, as I said, and this should be your northern star, right? And not technology. Technology has to support strategy and not the other way around. So the latter, if you like, is part of the ecosystem to enable success. I've spoken about the last point there. And question for leaders, what is it that needs to be done differently moving forward? I don't have answers, you must. What are the labor relations implications and policy changes required now and beyond? You see, with COVID-19, colleagues, what's going to be real is that you are going to have many people being charged by their seniors for incapacity because they can't do what is now expected of them to do. And maybe because they don't have the requisite skills at the time to be executing the work that is at hand. And then what do? You rush to incapacity. But remember, there are laws in this country. So one commissioner at the CCMA is going to remind you as the HR manager or senior HR manager that you must have done something to empower this person before this person could be charged. What is it that you did? And as if that would not be enough, they will be coming to say, this person that you are expecting to do A, B, and C, are you able to do the same thing? And they say, no, but what is the justification for this charge? And these days we must be very careful about litigations because, you know, costs are awarded personally. So you may be personally liable for some of so the issue is not, like Tanya was saying, is not to be hard and fast on, but to nurture the whole notion of decent work, treating people as people and making sure that we understand ourselves as a team. How do we deal with the softer issues like stigma, general employment, wellness within the midst of COVID? And are leaders going to hit the reset button? There's no going back to the pre-COVID-19 norms and standards, that is for sure. No going back to pre-COVID-19. That's clear, colleagues. So there's no factory settings. Hitting the button of factory settings like we do on the Samsung TV, or that's not going to happen. So we will have to, you know, do the buttoning of reimagining, like the NSG is talking about the reimagining strategies and rethinking everything. And how to retain the high flyers in the department. I said that, right? Now, this always calls for something like this. There you see a chameleon. Each time it goes to the next tweak, it changes color. It doesn't change color. In this case, take the changing of color to be you changing gears strategically in terms of what needs to be happening in the organization. So I'm sorry if I have scared you, but this is the future. Okay. So this concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mohaladi. Yes, indeed, you have scared all of us, and we're asking ourselves, what is tomorrow going to look like? And the pertinent question that you set, what is to be done differently going forward? Because there is no reset button. We cannot go back to where we used to be. We cannot be who we used to be in the past. So we need to look forward. Before I conclude, I just want to check, are there any remarks or questions from the floor? Okay, I've noted one hand. Any other hands? Okay, 2 hands. All right, thank you.
Hello. Okay. I nearly said 1, 2, 1, 2.
Testing.
Thank you very much, Brasol, for the presentation. You have really scared us. Some of us who are young, who in the near future will be getting old and having to live for the new generation that is coming. We have put it quite well in terms of the resilience, as we're saying. My challenge basically is the compartment mentality that is prevailing in public sector. according to my observation, it is the one that is stopping us as public servants to really perform or to be really resilient in terms of the challenges that we are facing. And my question is, how are we going as leaders going to deal with these issues of compartment? And how are we going to be making it a point that we change with the environment that is changing? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, there is another question right at the back.
Thank you, Brasoli. The question I want to ask you, and not basically yourself, but yourself and the National School of Government, is that how transformed are you to influence transformation? And please note that I'm not taking myself out of that equation, since we are partners following from the top, that is the NSG, to the schools of governance or government in various provinces. The reason I'm asking this question is, but what I know, experience has taught me that HRD practitioners, they are not easily scared, and they shouldn't be easily scared because they are viewed as agents of change. Then it means if HRD practitioners get scared, then a saying in Setswana that I'm asking this question of transformation, looking at the following issues. As NSG, you made a good presentation. You spoke about adapting, preparing, and acting. From the NSG side, my other observation is that you always leave everybody behind. I'm not sure whether this is theoretically or practically. The good theories and proposals that you're coming up with, my expectation is that you should be a twin sister or brother to DPSA. But when you are 100 kilometers away, DPSA is 20 kilometers, it's only 20 kilometers following you. I don't know why it is that, because I believe they are the best support structure for you as the National School of Government. The other reason I'm asking how transformed are you is because in this day and age, as HRD practitioners, do we still have to find ourselves getting an invoice? Not, the policy says within 7 and 10 days, but then you get it after more than 20 days. You even had to follow up and phone National School of Government. Then this says to me, when we believe you are in front of us, you're not sure whether you are there or not. I believe the best practices was actually supposed to be starting with the National School of Government. Then maybe the question to all of us is, how do you bring us to travel with you and not behind you, and not you traveling in front of us? Our programs, the NSG programs, those that are already existing and the newly drafted or designed programs, are they actually addressing the very same issues that we've been hearing during the presentations throughout, I think from today until tomorrow? And my expectation is that some of these challenges, we should find expression in our programs. The onboarding programs, do we have, say, something in that curriculum that deals with technology, so that we shouldn't find people being scared by technology? And it is a reality, it is true, even at the National Assembly level. When you mention technology, you scare people. People feel like they should run away or actually abandon whatever that they are doing. And we have seen it also practically happening. Then as the School of Government, for example, Ikatiso, NSG, in conjunction with us from the departments, how do we actually come together, come with innovation together so that this can take us forward. I know there are some departments that have really progressed in these areas. I know the Provincial Department of Finance, they're busy upgrading their training facilities to become a video conferencing kind of facilities. But then why can't we have everyone coming to that far? I don't believe the NSG has even progressed to that far compared to other provincial departments, I think, and other academies. So I think, yeah, basically in a nutshell, that is my major concern. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for those two questions. Dr. Mokhaladi, I'm going to give you time to respond to those. I think those are the only two questions that we have in the interest of time. So if I can just wrap up, then when you respond, then you can close. Colleagues, I want to thank you for all those questions and for being such a wonderful audience, because you have been engaging with all your speakers. And I want to thank each and every one of the speakers who, presented here, even digitally. Without them, we wouldn't have had such an engaging session. And in summing up, Mr. Mokhaladi spoke about important things. One, he spoke about disruptive crisis, which is what we know. We can always go back to case studies that are there and refer to how those disruptive crises were resolved. Then he spoke about what we are faced with now, the wicked problem. And he said that it requires leadership, which means that it requires you and I and those who are in leadership positions to make decisions. And sometimes you have to make those decisions while you're on your feet. You don't have a script or a manual that you can go and consult or reference to, but you have to think on your feet. And what I liked about what you said, the one thing that I'm taking with me is that what comes first to your mind, that is always the right thing. Because we tend to say, no, let me think it through. Perhaps this, perhaps that. But he said, trust your gut feeling. As a leader, that is very important. And the last thing that I took from you, Dr. Mokhaladi, is that nothing in life is permanent except change. We are always faced with change, whether it's from day to night or from summer to winter. There's always change that is involved. And we know that there will always be change in our lives. So it is very important for us to embrace change and to be receptive to the change that is coming. But most of all, to remember that as leaders in our organizations, we are the ones who need, to make that first step and embrace change. So on that note, I want to close with this quote that says, leaders instill in their people a hope for success and a belief in themselves. Positive leaders empower people to accomplish goals. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you very much. Signing out, Izimangaliso Malachi. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Izzy. I couldn't have asked for a better co-host. I think we journeyed to this together with an amazing degree of collegiality, and it was just amazing because it was spontaneous. So thanks a lot. Just latching on to the questions that were asked. The first one was around compartmentalization in the public service, and this becoming somewhat prohibitive to the way in which we need to be working. You see, colleagues, I always say it starts with the right diagnosis of the problem. And indeed, you're right. This compartmentalization or siloism in the public service has been a problem for a long time. And how I see it happening personally is not to advocate for a radical departure from siloism, but those that believe in lateral contribution and pulling it all together need to trailblaze. In other words, show how it must happen ourselves and ensure that it does not get confined to our own workspace, but it permutates across the system. It's a micro challenge. It's not a micro challenge, it's a macro challenge, because we even see it in terms of the 3 spheres of government. Much as we have spoken so long and so aptly about the intergovernmental relations framework, it's a framework that is not pulling it all together for one reason or the other. That's why you still have one sphere taking the other sphere to court, and competing functions and responsibilities. It's a serious problem, but as I'm saying, the way to understand it, perhaps at a very rudimentary level, is just those amongst us who believe that this is the way we should be working together. Let's make ourselves available to demonstrate that possibility that it can be done, and start working together. It's related to the question that was asked at the back about when we speak about this innovation, are you exemplifying this innovation yourselves as the NSG? Let me hasten to mention that, and I may be sounding to be pushing back all these questions to yourself for answers, but it's exactly what innovation calls for. That you are going to be very disappointed, and extremely so, if you're going to find or look for answers from individuals when it comes to innovative strategies. Because innovation by its nature does not have a single champion. Innovation always has a multiplicity of role players in it. In other words, it's an environment where you allow those energies to flourish in people who have them. So we never say the NSG must be the one to show us and we will follow, particularly when it's about change or when it's about innovation. That is why I was talking about the crude example of having to learn from the young people who we must be prepared, could be in a position to earn higher monies than we currently earn ourselves. Why? Because they shall have won the mantle of being innovators in the system, and they are going to be paid according to what they deliver. So I'm selling the idea that innovators do not have to be restricted. Research shows that in 10 people, 1 is an innovator. But how you get innovation spread across the 10 is that 1 mutating the innovation to the rest. So self-mutation is, if you like. Excuse the pun with COVID-19. So we're not working collegially with the DPSA. I know, Dr. Motlokwane and Dr. Easy, that there are several meetings and, sessions that you're having with the DPSA to try and build a capable and developmental state, as we normally say. It's not the vision of the NSG. As we speak about professionalization of the public service, the NSG becomes a conduit towards the realization of the professionalization of the public service. But the policy agenda has been set elsewhere other than in the NSG. So the NSG must become that enhancer and enabler of how we get it right through skills and capacity building. But of course, the whole notion of professionalization of the public service is not going to be resting on the NSG alone, as we know. It's a systemic issue. It has to be a systemic intervention. It will have to cover all aspects of a balanced system. So that is my answer to the question of working relationships, colleagues. And yeah, the things like invoices taking long, these are operational matters that should not even be spoken about. I know that they are being mentioned to illustrate particular points of a bigger nature, but we should not be speaking about these things in the public service. This is like what Maja will often say when he presents on professionalization of the public service. If we achieve an ethical public service, there's no reason why we should be clapping hands. It's like praising a fish for swimming. It's expected to be able to swim. So we are expected to be ethical as public service. So it should not be ululating when we are ethical. That's what we should be doing. So the issues around these little things that matter, like, you know, when are you going to be sending the invoices? I mean, let's get training coordination, Dr. Mutlokwan, in NSG. You know, we're in the mental of efficiency and running through the door with those simple tasks that must. So that's the reason I'm saying they should not be spoken about, okay? And then around the question, which I think is a strategic question. I don't know where in the NSG this will belong to, because these days, even though I'm on the panel of experts on the NSG, but you would appreciate that I'm doing part-time work for the NSG. So the relevant organization within the NSG that needs to be looking at the whole question around curriculum design, I think it's Dr. Sal Mutaya, should be looking at this because it's coming now for the second time. The question around, are your programs giving expression to the notion of the change that must be happening? Are your programs reflecting that? Or are your programs still archaic in nature? So the program design issues must begin to kick in and respond to these matters. In Limpopo, a very direct question was asked. We are aware that the future demands technical skills. How many technical programs are to be found in the NSG or in the provincial academies? We still have customer care service in a way that we have been having it for the past 2 decades. There needs to be some change, colleagues. So our programs will have to reflect the talk that we are talking about, and we will have to walk that talk. So that is my concluding statement on that one. And I'm also signing off for the day, but as it is the usual norm, I'm not seeing Dr. Shezi be the one that would be closing the day. Tomorrow, I'm going to be starting on, or the announcement at least, for tomorrow. Rebecca, will you be handling that? Announcements? Or shall I do them? Okay, okay. So tomorrow we'll start at the same 9 o'clock promptly, colleagues. It is the last day we want to see everyone like this. So it's not the last day and then therefore we are going to break at lunch. We still have the full day to cover all the items that we need to cover. Tomorrow we are going to be having, quite importantly, the address from the province in terms of their HRD report from Emane. So we need to sit back and listen to that. It will be coming towards the end. We are having another important item on the program, which is the group discussions that will be facilitated by Dr. Izzy, as well as Rebecca, quite key. Because then you'll be having an opportunity for some of you who have not spoken or asked questions to reflect deeply on the questions that have been raised and comments that have been made, presentations set in those little groups, so that we can advance the program moving forward. So that's going to be the issue. We start at 9. And then we will end hopefully the day around 4 o'clock or so, not 5, definitely not 5. So 4 o'clock we will be through, all right? There's a presentation that Dr. Shezi will be doing, one presentation that is seeking your input around how do we need to professionalize yourselves as HRD practitioners. You will be told about how we are digitalizing that process as well. And let's share the details around it, but let's engage as well, because this has been the thrust of why we are having these sessions. I'm also signing off, and thank you very much for having been a very disciplined audience. A hearty congratulations to yourself, and I think you do deserve a round of applause.